Hello, everybody. Welcome to our 17th episode as you all are spamming Pengu in the chat. Our guest in between both Troy and myself is a two-time 6 invitational winner, aka world champion, a 4-time season champion, 2-time German Assembly national champion, 1-time Spanish champion, 1-time DreamHack winter champion, and I can't remember if you won the Nordic series as well. I can't remember if you won the... I don't know if you were on that team.
We didn't win. We won DreamHack, which back then was the Nordic.
That was that was DreamHack. That was when it was DreamHack, because it was DreamHack Winter in Sweden. There was the Nordic one before that, but I can't remember because it was a weird mismatch. Fabian was on it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, I was with Fabian both times, and one time we had like one time we didn't win, but one time we played with like complete like silver gold friends of ours, and we actually got match overtime. Third map against Ens or Sisu back then, and we were one round away from winning with like 3 amateurs, so that was spicy.
Regardless, you have an impressive amount of trophies, and as Troy has poked fun of other people before, that if there's ever a compound that you're going to be in, you will definitely need a trophy case for that. Now, it's an honor to have you on here. I want to say that for everybody that's watching, one of the biggest, you were one of the most requested guests that we've had. You and Bolo are 1 and 2.
Bolo, when is he playing, by the way?
I don't know when Bolo is playing actually in the major, whenever that is. His team has secured a spot, unlike another person on this podcast. So he doesn't have to go through the quals. But other than that, you were one of the most requested. And the other piece of feedback we received is that, you've heard your origin story so many times, which is very correct, and it wasn't something I was going to touch upon, but the people don't want to hear about where you came from, so I don't know how that makes you feel.
That's kind of disrespectful because
they don't care about
my mother was a big part of where I came from, both literally speaking but also like support wise in my career. But we don't got to talk about her, we don't got to talk about that, but we can talk about me in a different aspect. I guess that's fine.
So
no problem.
So I feel like we can kind of throw through the beginning, where you won your very first season of Pro League. Obviously, you had the great run through year 2, and then you won Rio, and then since then haven't had the same amount of success since Rio. So I think a good starting point is right before SI, because that, I know you've talked about it on your stream before, and I know you've talked about it on Twitter. You have a very active Twitter, but in longer blocks, you getting the SI pity invite, as you and others called it. You called it a pity invite, and you said, we don't want the pity invite.
No.
But you got it.
No, I mean, we had every option to qualify. We had all the tools, the players, the staff, the resources, the time, right? And we failed time and time again, and it was frustration just building up basically for an entire year at that point when we failed to make the open qualifier. And we basically sat down, we said, guys, we didn't make it, but we know for a fact, basically, we didn't know the time. It was actually on December 24th. That's when the European Christmas Eve is held. That's actually the day that we knew for a fact. That was when we got the email that we were invited for SI. But the weeks leading up to that event, we knew we were going to get it, because who else are they going to invite? We bring crazy viewership. We have big personalities, former world champions, of course. And it's a storyline that you want to have there for sure, no matter who you ask.
Right.
And we lose in the first swing. And, I think I look at Fabian and we go, we have failed as a team. We have failed as teammates. We have failed to do the one thing that we should do, which is to qualify to defend the title. And we're going to get invited, Fabian. You know it, and I know it, and we should prepare for it with all our power. The issue at the time was that we were having a massive identity crisis, right? We did a couple of roster changes. We played with Crine in the regular season. Then all of a sudden, last minute, basically, we ended up with Sabaz and all these things. And where does that leave us, right? We ended up going to invite with a broken leg and probably a missing hand, but we wanted to win. And we wanted to show that we can get through it. The past didn't matter. The 1-year failure didn't matter. If we could turn it all around in a single tournament and be recognized as the greatest team ever, it would be at Invitationals with so many great teams there, because it was stacked this year. Absolutely stacked. And we fell short by a single game, basically, and we got kicked out basically by Fnatic. Was it Fnatic in the very last game?
Yep.
That decided our fate? Yeah.
Lusty clutched against you.
Yep.
When he was Finka running the spear.
Oh, he did, yeah.
And you had the Goyo pistol.
Yeah. So, and that's funny because we've always kind of not made fun of APAC, but we've always said that APAC's a weaker region and that if there's anyone APAC's going to beat, it's going to be the weaker teams. We've always said that as G2 and Penn said because it was true at the time. And it's been true for a long time.
Did they beat the weaker team?
Yeah, they did beat the weaker team because they didn't just beat us. Like, it's not like they won by one round. And, it was a good series in the regard that they put us to the very edge of our seats. We had to, as you said, come down to a clutch scenario between me and Lusty. And I, despite all those titles you mentioned, because that's actually not the one thing that I care about the most as an individual. The one thing I'm the proudest of is that I have the most clutches in Pro League across all regions, last time I checked. I failed as an individual to bring that round against Lusty, for example, and Lusty took me down to kick us out of invitationals and end our run right then and there.
I mean, so Dizzle did clarify that was the push you into the lower bracket. Nip actually kicked you out of the tournament.
It was double
verified.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I'll say this then. You ruined. I will say we lost that.
I mean, how poetic is it that Nip is the one that knocked you out?
Yeah, because Nip that was the upside down rappel on delivery. Where everyone was freaking out with Sir Boss.
Yeah.
Oh, was that
on coastline?
Yeah, and he was playing Capitao and he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
I remember that part. I don't remember the order actually, but that's a good point.
What'd you say?
I said, "Come on, man.
Come on, man." It happens, man. Sometimes you're pro somewhere, sometimes you're rappelling somewhere, and the dots don't connect. It happens. No, I will say that my memory of SI this year is probably one of the most vague memories I have of a tournament because it's filled with anger, frustration, like sadness, basically, and a little bit of regret that we got invited, right? Because that's the invite we got, the pity invite, and that's the kind of performance that we showed. And the only thing we proved that tournament was that we did not deserve to be there, right? That's pretty much as far as
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I felt like with how you guys were playing prior to the event, like just getting out of groups was. I mean, obviously, it's not a result you're happy with, but I think it was just more than a lot of people expected, like with what you were showing beforehand.
That's true.
Because you guys look good in groups too.
They also got the easiest group. Let's not kid ourselves. I mean, in a properly seeded event, they should have been in Group A with Empire.
We should have been.
And you would not. You're not making it out of that group. They gave you the 16th seed, and then they gave you the group of misfits, and then it's like. You had Reciprocity who can't even, like, you don't even need to field a team against them. You just need a single yokai drone. Like, you got put in the easiest group, and I looked at it, and I was like, I don't know if any of these teams are going to make it out. Because at the time, BDS wasn't that good. BDS were still kind of on their upswing, so I was like, BDS is fine. Like, they'll probably make it out, probably G2, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say that was basically a big turnaround for BDS as a team, for sure. And we came in with the goal that we wanted to make it out of groups, right? And if we go out in quarters, on stage, that was not the case for this event. I believe semis were the first stage games was had, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah. So that's what our thought was. Quarters, stage, lose that. We're happy. We got the crowd. We got to experience the LAN event.
Yeah.
And, well, we made it that far, but we never saw a stage. And we basically got denied the one thing that we truly wanted, which was to relive an audience at that significance once more before knowing that the team would fall apart. Because we all knew deep within that if we had a terrible run, it would probably mean some serious roster changes. And that's exactly what came out of it.
So that makes more sense to me. Because like in my mind, I was like, well, you guys got a groups. Like it wasn't like too bad considering how you guys had performed previously. But I forgot about the whole stage. Like I would have.
Yeah.
I would, because it wouldn't have felt like you really got out of groups if you didn't play on stage, It
didn't feel like we got out of groups at all. Yeah. And we actually felt that maybe the one thing that could help us, seeing as our performance wasn't top tier, maybe the pressure that other teams would have, on the stage against us, maybe that could really sway our favor and turn the tides around. If we just made it to that stage and because we knew how to deal with pressure. That's not our problem, so to speak. But we failed to struggle without the pressure, almost, so to speak.
I was in an interesting spot with that. with that event, because I mean, whether people want to agree with it or not, you know, they accuse us of being biased towards G2 all the time. Absolutely not. I have rooted against you far more than any other team, probably. And it's just like, but it's also hard to not tie Kix and I to G2 because my rise as a caster, and I would honestly argue that our rise as a duo was about the same time as your rise as a team, and I think you can't separate them. And a lot of people, you know, identify us to a certain extent as having been the voices of most of G2's success, right? You know, like we, with the exception of the Paris Major, all of your major struggles and your major wins, we casted them, you know, except for Liquid in Atlantic City. Which is the one event, like I said, which is the one event where I wish I had casted those finals, but that's the only one. So when we came into SI, Kix and I actually thought that we were going to be staying in Europe, casting EU League. So we requested every G2 match when you were on either the cusp of winning or losing. We knew going into SI, or at least assumed going into SI 2020, that we were going to be casting the grand finals, but we kind of just selected which groups we wanted and, you know, where you want to go from there. And because Dez and Ace were new and they were like the new duo for groups, we kind of let them pick what they wanted. And they were very gracious. I think on like the last day or whatever, they just like gave it to us. The only thing I said was that if G2 ends up on the ropes, I want Kix and I to be the two telling the story of them finally losing at SI. I think given the tenure and the prestige of SI and G2 and all that jazz, I think it's appropriate that Kix and I do it. And you were the only team that we requested, period. And casters request teams all the time. People just never hear about it. There's a reason why your certain casters always cast certain teams. It's because they request it, because they want to talk about the team, they like the team, they know the team, etc. For us, it was just G2, and that's why we casted. I think we casted almost all of your matches.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I look at YouTube vlogs of memories and, you know, I show my chat like, oh, this round this happened and these are the comms, I can always hear you or Kix's or your both voices in the background. Like that is definitely true.
So we wanted you to either win or lose on stage. I didn't give a shit. I didn't give a shit who won what. When I go into events, I don't care usually who wins. There's a couple teams that, more often than not, when I go to an event, there's a couple teams where I as a caster look at them and I say, I don't really have a story to tell for these teams if they win. Yeah. You know, but at the same time, when I go to events, there's huge stories involving heartbreak. And I think that's easier to sell. And for you, after you got the pity invite and you made it out of groups, I thought, holy shit. Okay, well, if they make it to the main stage and they lose, that's pretty big. So we wanted to stick around with you. And truth be told, I kind of wanted you to lose on stage, but I think that, you know, you got knocked out in Sao Paulo. Well, I mean, okay, I meant I didn't want you to lose, but if you're going to lose, I wanted it to be on the main stage.
We wanted that too, Parker. That's the thing. Like we can, I think everyone wanted to beat us on stage as well, right? I think literally like the fans, the casters, us, opponents, everyone wanted it to go to the stage and take it right then and there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted one last go, you know?
Troy, let's not even. We wanted to see what you could bring with your newfound boy squad, so to speak. Yeah. And instead, we got to watch you guys lift the hammer. I did call them the boy squad because they look very young. Like you look at Ramby and stuff like that. It's like that's the boy squad, you know. Troy's the man squad. But full circle, they're just the boy squad. Yeah. No, but I was really happy to see you. I don't know. It's almost like I felt I could channel. I could just be happy for you lifting that hammer and doing what you achieved and what you accomplished that tournament, because if anyone should win, and it shouldn't be me, it shouldn't be G2, I thought it should be you. Not necessarily SSG, but Troy, right? Because you're one of the people that I respect the most in this game, in this community, as a player, as an individual, as a character, as a persona. And you winning just made it so much more worth for me to get to spectate the grand final as a spectator and not as a player, because I would not want to lose to you if we were playing each other, but I would not mind seeing you win as a spectator, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I've been there. You don't want to lose ever, but sometimes once you're already out, there's like some people.
Because we had a rivalry for a while, you know, back in the day when we were both good at the game and we're both doing good. Not so much anymore, but The goal is, of course, to get some sort of rivalry back, because I do feel that Siege right now, we don't really have a whole lot of storylines to like twist internationally. I feel like at this point, like obviously we'll have G2 BDS, that'll always be a banger of a game. I think any game with TSM, Darkseer, SSG is going to be a banger in North America. At least I, as a spectator, I always love watching those games. But say we go international, say Invite is happening in a few months. What storylines are we going to draw from North America to EU to Latin to APAC? Because the only one I can draw is G2 Fnatic, for the obvious reason that we bought Fnatic's player in Virtue and Jake, and he's now on our roster.
Yeah.
But besides that,
the thing is, it's because we missed out on 2 international lands, right?
We did.
Like, because it was at the end of an era of Siege, right? Like we always had EG, we always had G2. I left EG disbanded. That's like one of the big teams that was gone. Then all these new teams come up, right? Like TSM's coming up. I joined SSG. They're getting even better. Like DZ's becoming an international team now, not just only good in NA, right? And then G2, like again, end of an era kind of thing. And I think Tokonami, like that was an event where it didn't really develop the storylines as much, because again, they had the 2 Brazilian teams that had subs in, and it was all new teams. Like Navi was a new team, DZ was a new team.
No one made it,
right?
Like
none of like the usual suspects were there, right?
No.
And then Invite, we finally like had this clash of all these teams to like build storylines, but we haven't had an event since.
Nope.
So like there's nowhere to develop those storylines. And this was you were asking me about how I felt about NAL coming up to this, and just like I think like something that's hit me the most right now during this whole, I miss international competition, man. Like it's so much more fun. Like just playing the same teams over and over again, like it gets old. Like
especially with your format, because we get round robin at least, so we no matter what we do, we'll get to face everyone multiple times, and the motivation as a player obviously will come from playing the game competitively. But the biggest motivator of all, for me at least, is to qualify for an event, to go into a plane. Once you exit it, completely different world, different atmosphere. It's game time, seriousness. You have your media day, and you can see the venue before it's revealed to the fans, and you get to look at it and be like, oh my God, I might get there, I might lift the trophy. And it's not like that. It's just another day in the office. You play the same 4 teams top 4. And where do you channel your motivation from, besides just the fact that you want to win, which everyone wants to do? What do you do, Troy, personally, to maintain your grind and your 100% performance?
Oh, like that's something I've struggled with, honestly. And I think our team has like slipped up a bit. Like, obviously, like I'm not just at fault, but like our team has said this, that we've been slipping up because of like just how we are as a team and like our communication attitudes, and we've been working to improve it, and we have. But I know for me, and like I know anyone that's ever teamed with me can attest to this, and it sounds like you kind of feel the same way. Like I'm literally a different person at a LAN event. Like people that like my teammates that are around me, like I talk way more, I'm louder, like I'm into it, because like that I love it. Like I'm kind of in my zone there. And at home, like you still have it, but it's, again, I don't even like have the motivation like, oh, we're gonna qualify for like this major lane anymore. It's like, oh, so if we finish top 4 and like we're just gonna play more against the same teams over and over, like we're just going at it over and over. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I can't sit here and say that I'm a true competitor and that I want to win if I don't like do my best for that regardless. So it is what it is. I've been changing a lot of things about like my routine and just kind of how I feed my mind. I've been reading a lot of stuff to kind of get in the right mindset so that I can stay motivated like that. But I mean, that's been what's most effective for me, actually, is I've been reading motivational like books and whatnot now, and it's made me feel better.
Coach quotes.
I've been reading Mind Gym. I've read it before. I'm reading it again, but it's been helping me out.
Even as a caster, I mean, I feel less motivated casting from home. This is something that most casters will tell you. Overwatch switched to home casting before us, if I remember correctly, and I had a pretty decently long conversation with Bren from the Overwatch League about this. And it's just like, you try to compare it back to your days like when I was casting ESA or the Siege Contender Series or CCS, and I was doing it from home. I was amped as fuck. Why? It's because it's all I knew. All I knew was me sitting at home casting from my own comfortable setup, and that was me trying to prove myself. And now it's like, well, I've casted in stadiums, I've casted in studios, I've casted around the world, and now I'm casting from my bedroom. It's kind of like
you're going backwards, aren't you, Parker?
It feels that way. And I mean, that's all of 2020. 2020 was, for me, I think we talked about this on the podcast, was I spent the last 3 years living in a country where I felt pretty isolated. I couldn't really mesh with the culture. I didn't understand the language. I was all over the place. My sleeping hours were all over the place. I had health issues, and it was like, this was supposed to be the year that everything kind of turned around for my social life, because for the last 3 years, there's no question that I prioritized my professional life for the last 3 years. And I'd say I made a pretty good name for myself professionally, but socially, I missed family members passing away. I missed animals getting put down. I missed friends having babies. I missed friends getting married. I missed friends moving away, etc. It was very isolating. So this year, it was originally, I was either going to move to Amsterdam, and then I was going to work out of the Paris office and cast EUL and APAC, or we were going to move to Vegas and we were going to cast NA, and we were kind of weighing our options. So then COVID struck, and now it's like, you know what? It's great being home and being with family and friends and seeing them as infrequently and as safely as I can. But it's just like, casting it's fun, but it doesn't feel like this matters. That it feels like the 2 stages we've played so far have just kind of been time filler. They don't feel significant at all. And, even when I'm casting the major and crazy plays are happening in front of me, I'm just kind of like, it's an online major with the teams from the same region. Like, why am I getting excited? And it's hard to get over that kind of mental hump. And I think every single caster is going to tell you that they're going through the same thing. So
I think that's a good way of putting it, because I would say like 2020 is a gap year. Like for my career, for my professional, tournaments, everything else, it's literally just been a filler/gap year for me, right? There's stuff in there, but there's not that much excitement or importance. There's importance, but it doesn't feel important, right? Yeah. And I think a lot of veteran teams and veteran players, like Troy said, because I feel the same way, and my teammates feel the same way. If you are a team that have achieved a LAN event before, winning, etc., and you have proved your value, your worth, your potential, so to speak, you're probably not going to be super amped up about playing at top 4 regional major online every 3 months. But if you're a team that's coming out of the gates, you want to prove yourself. Oh, you're going to beat these teams. You're going to get number 1, even if it's just online. It's great. You're learning, you're getting experience, your name's out there, you're climbing the rankings, and when the time comes for LAN events, you're already ahead of the curve.
Yep.
But all the other guys are like, we'll wait to LAN events, and all these online majors don't matter, it doesn't feel the same, yada yada, and they do matter, but it doesn't feel the same, and it's really hard to change that mindset. And perhaps we should all start reading more, like Troy said. Maybe that's the solution here.
Subscribe to Coach Quotes on Twitter.
I'm just trying to find something so I bring like the same intensity, because it's what you said, but like I don't want to like make like that's not an excuse, right? Like
no.
Like if I lose to them, then like they deserve it, because I'm not firing myself up to the point where like I really want to fucking beat these guys. Like I do, but you need to bring that same intensity, and I mean, I'm trying to find ways to do it, and I think I'm onto something, but yeah, it's definitely something difficult to do. And I think what you said, Parker, is like the biggest bummer about it is like I feel like this was something to look forward to, and then it just turned.
I've been looking forward to this year since SI 20 or no. Since you and I talked to Alex Remy December 2017. And we talked about a whole host of things we wanted to see. Remember in the hallway, we went into that room at Ubisoft when we were there for the playtest, December 2017. We went into that room with him, and I remember making a comment. I was like, oh yeah, and by the way, like, when are we moving Pro League to Montreal? Or something like a joke like that. And he goes, he's like, well, the goal at some point is to have something in North America. And from that moment, December 2017, I was like, fuck yeah, I've got something set where it's like I'm coming home at some point.
Yeah. A goal, a target.
Yeah.
Oh, like our team, because we knew about like the LAN League before Invite. Like when I was on SSG, I forget when we found out about it, but we knew about it for a while. Yeah. And like the whole way up, like because we like SSG, they've never been a team that like they've struggled online. And I think it's a lot of it is like the online Siege, like how they play, like how Bosco and Nade play the game. It's weaker online, in my opinion, for sure. And I think it affects like their play style and confidence sometimes because like losing gunfights that you probably shouldn't lose.
I think Rampy is your best LAN player too. Rampy and Bosco, I think, are your two best LAN players.
I just think like Bosco and Nade, they hold a lot of angles. Like when you hold a lot of angles, it gets punished online.
Oh,
like that's why we name Nade and Bosco for that. But anyways, like we were all sitting there like, oh, the LAN league's gonna happen after this. Like as long like we're looking to get shape now. We're gonna get to the LAN league. It's gonna be great. And just it hasn't happened because I mean it can't. Like it is what it is. I'm not saying like, oh, it should have happened, but it sucks.
Dude, I had tickets to go see Rage Against the Machine this summer. Like things stopped. I'm very upset. Everything's canceled.
That is tough, to be fair. And I mean,
fuck a LAN league. I just want to rage.
Yeah, there's so many things that you take for granted that are just everyday normal things that the only limitation is either time or money, right? Like a concert, for example. Now you can be the richest guy on earth with the most freedom, spare time, whatever. You can't go to a concert. It doesn't happen. I mean, you can maybe invite them over to a private session if you're rich enough, but you can't go and get that feeling, that atmosphere we long for a LAN event, similarly that we get from in a concert to a degree.
Yeah. That's the thing too for me, actually. Like now that you mention it, it's not even to me like about like the LAN event. Don't get me wrong. Like I love playing in front of the huge crowd, everything. But for me, it's literally like the best in the world. Like playing for that title.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's never mattered. You can ask my teammate before I even like won anything. You ask my teammates. I never gave two shits if we finish first in NA, as long as we get to the LAN. Because it doesn't fucking matter if you're the best in NA. It matters if you're the best in the world, right? Like it doesn't matter if I can beat everyone in NA, because at the end of the day, I might do better than them at the LAN. Like that's always like the mindset I've had. I want to be better against everyone. I want to be best prepared for all the play styles, not just my region's play style.
I will say I think you have that perspective because you've had success. Look at a team like TSM, look at a team like OXG, and look at a team like DZ. TSM won DreamHack Montreal. OXG going back to Rec, going back to Cloud9, also won DreamHack Montreal. DZ has won nothing except for now the mini major. To you, it might not matter, but I'm telling you that if United's in the finals fighting for a spot, to win the mini major, or OXG and DZ are there, I think to them it means a lot. And I think
I completely understand that, and I'm not taking anything away from them in that sense. I just think for me, like even if we just could play against the other teams, like that would, because people know this too, like at LAN events, I think I'm louder in the group stage matches. Like people that like the players that are there, like I'm louder in the group stage matches because it's just like I don't care who's watching. I just like I want to be against everyone like I want everyone to hear. I want everyone to see us. Like all the other teams. Like I prefer that, but I mean, it's just I'm venting frustration at this point.
No, this podcast is all for venting frustration. We are all going to probably get in trouble at the end of it, which is great. So
we're together at least, guys. And that's the thing, is that some teams, no, they can't ban us all, right? But speaking of being together, during especially the beginning of Corona, online play, etc., there were some teams that were at boot camps or gamer houses, team houses, whichever you call them, unified as one squad. And then there were some teams in the same tournament or same gaming scenario that were spread across different states in North America or different countries in Europe, for example. And that was another factor that I was looking at. I was like, damn, there are some teams that are really getting the smaller stick here compared to others. And it's complete by random because Corona screwed everything up sideways, right? Because I think it was TSM, right? They were spread out for a long time during the NAL. And I believe SSG, for example, and obviously Dark Zero, like you guys were hitting the ground running pretty much, weren't you guys?
Yeah, we moved into our house like just as Corona started, basically. We moved in like mid-March. But
so
I will say,
Berlin.
By this point, though, it's become a downside for me because I haven't been able to go back home. a single time because
I miss you.
At first, I couldn't go because by the time I couldn't just initially travel because to get back it would have been a pain in the ass. And then I finally got a break where I could have gone back, and my visa was in the middle of renewing, so I couldn't travel. So I've
That's great.
And it's been tough. Well, I mean, like I shouldn't be complaining, but I definitely feel it. Like there's definitely worse situations, and I can't complain. But I miss home, man. I miss it.
Yeah. No, I feel you. It's hard, right? Because
I've
either
had plenty of home for the both of us.
Well, either you're home like Parker and you'll miss your teammates, or you'll be with your teammates, but you're missing your family, right? It's either or. You can't have both in this scenario, no matter who you are.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom actually raised a pretty intero mom. She loves all the support she's received on Twitter from all of you. Thank you.
She's doing great.
She raised a pretty good point, and obviously not to make like a sad or somber note here, but she's like, if COVID hadn't happened and you were in Vegas like you'd anticipated, she's like, you wouldn't have been here when we had to put the dog down. And I was like, that's a perfectly good point. And I got to spend a couple months and say goodbye to her in person. So,
yeah,
you know, I appreciate that perspective. So, I mean, it's very easy for us to look at what we're missing out on while also not realizing, like, you know, your days are a lot less hectic, right, Troy? And same with you, Pengu. Like, if you were playing in person at a studio or traveling, yada, 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 like our lives wouldn't be as simple as they are right now. And I'd say our lives are pretty simple at the moment. So, when you went in SI, Fabian spoke about this a little bit on the podcast when he left, obviously. And I kind of want to shift because we've spent about, I don't know, I spent about 30 minutes or so talking about just like what's going on in the world. And there's some topics I really want to get to. I want to talk about the utility. I want to talk about the meta. I really want to talk about Cyclops. But I want to wrap up G2 because you went through some pretty big changes. Did you know going into SI that if you didn't, like, win or lose, were there going to be roster changes regardless? Like, if you'd gone out world champion, was that team still going to blow up after you lifted the hammer? And if so, were you going? Was Fabian going? What was the mood heading into the event?
Well, I don't think this is from memory, but I don't believe that there was an actual plan, so to speak. Like, oh, if we lose in groups, this will happen. If we lose in semis, this will happen. If we win, nothing will happen. I think it was very much like, we're gonna go there. We're not gonna have much of an idea what to expect, both from, you know, results wise, but also what happens after. And had we won invite, say we smashed the event, a part of me still believes that we probably would have agreed to call it quits, because at SI 2019, we had this joke that let's win this event, you know, back-to-back champions. And you know what? Let's go on stage and tell Matt in person, on like, take the microphone and say, we are retiring the entire team. We actually had that discussion as a team. And we thought that would be an incredible way to go out, right? On a high. And to be honest, I don't think we actually would have been like retired, but the team, the legacy would have been spread out in 5 different areas, you know, each player going their own way kind of thing. Maybe some would have quit the game, some would have stayed, but that was a legit, it started as a joke, but I feel like it became a legit consideration at the time. But, you know, upon winning, it was like, let's get one more. Let's go again, boys, you know? And all sense and reason went out the window. And I think we all kind of knew that we were past our prime and that SI 2019 was really luck coming our way, both with, you know, the rounds, the bracket, the groups, like everything really. Like what time we played each day, because that affects us as well. Like we got really, really lucky all across the board. And of course, we played well as well. When Fabian left after we lost, we had a very, very heart-to-heart, you know, in our room. And Fabian said that he was stepping down, and a lot of silence was followed. And the team kind of fell apart for a moment, right? Like our leader stepped down, and everyone just felt a massive loss. Except for Sebas. Sebas was actually kind of the most positive, and I'll say this in the best way. Sebas, as a teammate, was the most supportive and funny and ridiculous teammate I've ever had in my entire life. Like, I did not expect this whatsoever. I had never met Sebas really before. I had seen him. I had maybe exchanged a word with him before at a player testing, but he was the funniest guy ever. And after we lost, he just kind of sat down. He played some some single player games and some multiplayer games on his PC, and he was laughing, and he knew that he had tried his best, and it was not really about him. He kind of gave us, the 4 players of us, the time to figure out what we needed and what we wanted. And I really respect him for that, because he didn't feel like he had to be a part of that. And he didn't, right? It was not his problem. And I think that he realized that the reasons why we lost and the problems that were going on were so much bigger than just him not being the player that we, quote unquote, needed. Because I think Sebas was exactly the player that we needed. And he went above and beyond for us. Maybe not in KD. I think that was a big meme. And there's that photo of us 4 looking down at Sebas. And it's like, oh no. But as a friend, as a teammate, as a human being, he was everything for us. And I'm so happy that he's now finding his way again in a new team. So bless him. But when Fabian stepped down, I also voiced that I would like to step down as well, because I thought a G2 without Fabian and like me and him not being together and the legacy kind of ending there, because Jonas wasn't there anymore. And it was me, or Fabian, Jonas, and I that created this legacy together, because I was trialing back in this like year 1, season 3/4. So basically the second invite, right?
Second invite was 2018, started 2018.
Yeah.
That's when you picked up Chalet.
Yeah, so first invite. Yeah, because it's the one we did make, first invite.
Yeah.
And I was traveling with Six Quattro, and we had played for the open qualifier for invite all the way in lower brackets to the grand finals against like Euronics Gaming, the Swedish boys.
I remember Euronics.
And we lost. It was a best of 3 grand final, but lower bracket is at a 1 map deficit. So we played Consulate, I believe. We lost Consulate. Grand finals over. They qualified. We didn't, right? It was a very, very sad moment. And then Fabian was like, oh, Pengu, what if Jonas wants to come back? You, me, him, we got the 3 out of 5 rule. So back then, if you had 3 players from the previous season, you basically had the spot for Pro League. And we would fill that spot of 3 people. And they said, let's just pick up 2 players, incredible gunners, good players. That's not scrim ever, no strats, none of that. And I was like, that's never going to work. But, it's either that or I play with 4 French players who don't speak English that well, and I don't speak French. And Fabian basically sold me the way that he put fear into my own head. He said something along the likes of, oh, Nicholas, when that team fails and you start underperforming, who's going to be the first to get kicked? One of the 4 French players or the one guy who doesn't speak French? And I scrimmed with them for another week or so, and I was like, oh no, they start arguing in French sometimes, and they start yelling sometimes in French, and I'm just sitting there like, I don't know what's going on, I'm just trying to drone for you guys, And then I was like, you know what, Fabian? You meet Jonas, we pick up 2 crazy players, let's build a legacy. And a legacy we did. And I just thought that when Fabian stepped down, I was like, that's like the reason why I was there was because of Fabian and Jonas, of course. And when Fabian stepped down, I was like, that's our legacy. Let's bury it here. I'm going to part ways as well. Let's not even try and do anything crazy, right? And what happened was basically that G2 as an organization said, hey, we know you want to leave, but we also really, really want to do something crazy together, right? And I respect them for that. They said, you, Kento, and Uno, if we can basically give you guys just the option to handpick 2 players, any region, no matter the cost, give us a name, we'll buy them. That's basically what they said, right? They said, we'll make it happen. And I spoke to Uno and Kento, and I was like, you guys are really fucking good. Like, I really like Uno. I think he's one of the most underrated players out there. I think he's one of the best players in Europe for sure, and possibly in the world. And Kento is just Kento. There's not much to be said there. He's either crazy or he's not crazy, but he's mostly crazy. And we basically, after a rather short discussion, actually, we settled on Ben and Jake, so Citizen and Virtue, coming from Navi and coming from Fnatic. And it was a tough time with negotiations and timings, and we had to fly Jake from Australia to Europe and visa and all these things, and it happened last minute before Corona happened. We all got into Berlin, and essentially we basically tried to achieve greatness. But looking forward from when we started to now, we haven't quite gotten there yet. If anything, we've kind of fallen short. But I also don't want, and we said this when we started, we didn't want to build further upon the empire that we had made previously. We wanted to start over. But of course, as long as I'm here, or as long as Fabian was here, I feel like it's impossible to truly start over. You're always going to have some sort of history attached to the team because of what happened in the past. I feel like if I had left and Fabian had left, and it was Kento Uno plus 3 people, I don't think anyone would have been like, oh yeah, and this is Kento with this new G2 team, and they're going to try and achieve greatness, you know? I don't think that would have been a storyline that people would have made.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like we had a little bit of pressure on us. And obviously, picking up Jake and Citizen, both with incredible stats at the time, incredibly well-renowned players. Citizen coming after winning in Tokoname, etc. with Navi. I was like, this is a really stacked roster. Arguably, probably one of the most stacked rosters at the time, at least. And with the current meta back then not being the utility meta, we thought we could change the game. We could basically just shape the meta. We could do these crazy things. We had all these great ideas. And a little bit after the roster really came together because we've spent a lot of time figuring out our identity. Who's going to play support? Who's going to play entry? Who's going to IGL? And we tried every single player on every single role for like the first 3 months. And we were just, smashing our heads into the wall. Like, it doesn't work. Then in scrims, Kento on Thermite, insane. Pro League Day, Kento on Thermite, we missing Interfrag all of a sudden, right? Then we try Uno on Thermite, great in scrims, do it in Pro League or whatever. And it's like, okay, Uno cannot gel from Thermite. What do we do? And then I think the most recent change that we made was that Jake Virtue previously played Kali for us. And Jake's a great shot. Everyone knows that. And everyone was like, why do you put Jake on Kali when he's such a good player? And I was like, this is the thing. When you have 5 great players in a team that are all known for gunning people and not droning for other people or anything like that, who are you going to put on the drones to drone them in? Who are you going to put on hard support to breach the walls? Who are you going to put on that supportive role to set everyone else up for success and not yourself? And I think that was our biggest problem, that we didn't have like an actual support player. And that's never been an issue in my past because we always had Goga. Every time a new Heartbreacher came out or we made a strat, it's like, okay, who gets Ash? Cancel, very easy. Who gets +1? Fabian. Who gets Flex? Pengu. Who's hard support? Oh, it's Goga. It's very, very simple. It basically made itself. Like on defense, you have, oh, who's going to play Castle Voice? And it's like, everyone's like, I don't want to play Castle, UMP and stuff. Unless you're Troll, you hate the UMP, basically. And you basically just be like, okay, guys, listen, I play Jaeger on like 8 strats. I can play Castle on this 1 strat. That's how we used to do it. Now it's just not that simple, right? Because we're trying to fill the gaps with the right players, but not necessarily the right roles. And then when the utility meta came around and it became very, very clear that you are forced into picking very specific operators in both attack and defense, I think that's kind of when our biggest struggles came to light. Because you can't have the flexibility of being like, oh, I'm going to 6-pick Amaro boys, or I'm going to play IQ for G8. You can't do that anymore. It's like, oh, you need Sophia, Ash, Thatcher, or Kali, hard support, and like, hard breach, Thermite, Hibana, Ace, etc. And then you maybe have a +1, but typically it's more utility clear or nades, or vertical play in that case, like a Sledge or a Bog back on bucket nades. So we're still trying to figure that out. And it was a very, very surprising challenge because I never thought ever that a challenge would be who's going to play what operator, because it's obvious who's going to be. But we try to make a super team of fraggers thinking that we could get away with it without basically thinking it fully through maybe sometimes. But I will say that there is hope, and it's a very welcome challenge because it's the first of its kind in my career at least. And if anything, we're going to try and break that wall that we're hitting, basically, and make it work.
Dizzle's in the chat offering to sell you a support player from Fnatic. So
just need to... I mean, it's either Fnatic or ENCE, right? And ENCE is, they're not around the same way as they used to be, so we might go with Fnatic there. I mean, they almost got relegated today, or like put into relegation. So
almost.
If any Fnatic players want to avoid that with certainty, you can hit up Shaz.
We happen to have a pretty good support player on this show right now.
I used to not be support though.
Canadian! I forgot. No,
I remember when you roamed with NVK. I remember those days.
Yeah.
You let Young and Necrox do that. NVK was in the chat earlier, by the way. God, I was actually thinking about this the other day. I miss Necrox and NVK. Young is still in Challenger League, so I can't say I miss him. I do miss him.
But still, you miss him on the higher scene, right? Like the
boys.
The boys, yeah.
I do miss the boys. I miss the boys a lot. I miss seeing Necrox at every event, and he always had a different haircut or facial hair. Every event.
Amar's just someone that like brings a smile to your face, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's just good vibes.
Yeah.
He's just goofy too. Like the haircut thing, man. The guy does not like this. It was before Sao Paulo. This guy, like, we just signed with EG. He like was convinced. I don't know why, but he was convinced that before the event he wanted to shave his head. Like he just wanted to
do that for one of the events.
Yes,
though?
No, he did it for Sao Paulo, but then it looked even worse because at the boot camp he was like messing around under the desk and like lifted his head up and like got a scar on his head. So he had like a Harry Potter scar, and then he went and he shaved off all of his hair. So he just like he looked like a skinhead. It was bad. He did not like he. But it's Amar. He's like this goofy guy. Like, I don't know. He brings a smile to your face.
Sounds like a good time, to be honest. I mean, every team could really benefit or will benefit from that kind of guy. And that's kind of what Sid Boss was for us. Like, I thought Sid Boss was going to be all business and no talk.
Bobby.
But,
no, that's how Amar is.
Yeah. Every team needs the uplifting kind of person, and someone's got to fill that role if you don't have it. Like I for example had to fill the support role nowadays. Like I took Chalet from Jake and I started being hard support. And you said, Troy, you weren't always a support player.
No.
And I've always seen myself as a flex player. That's kind of where I thought I was the strongest. But you should by no means ever be limited to a single role. And you could argue that you shouldn't be limited to 2 roles, right? You should be able to play the full spectrum if possible.
That's how I've always felt.
But how do you transition, Troy?
Well,
is it just studying other support players, putting in the work? Is it just creating new habits in this new given role that you have, just trying to fill the shoes that your team needs? Or
I think for me, I was actually always better at support because I'm very vocal. Like, yeah. So I'm better when I'm talking. Like no matter what role I'm doing, I'm best when I'm talking. So if I'm on like an information op on defense or someone that can sit on cams or whatever, and then on attack if I'm someone that can drone. My contribution to the team is better in that case.
Yeah.
EG, I feel like we struggled to find the right fit where I could play support.
Yeah.
And I would play other roles because of it. Because we used to try me on like support and scrims, but it never really came. There was like a couple seasons, but that was like it was when we were CTM and like had Jarvis on our team.
You were on support after.
That's when I played Hard Breach.
Or did you move on to support after the Paris Major for like half a season, if I remember correctly?
No, I never.
I remember you on Smoke and Thermite and shit before EG blew up, and you tried it for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then it's.
I never played Smoke. That's like,
might not have been Smoke.
I mean, I've played it on like some sites, but I've never played it like.
It's tough.
Because I remember after you guys,
I think I could play it,
swap things up. I remember that, but I don't remember when it was. Can't remember.
I don't remember it personally.
No, after the Paris Major, like Geo joined. I was never on Hard Breach when Geo joined, or like support. We tried it. Actually, this is funny because we tried it when Geo first joined, and Geo would joke that I should never be on Hard Breach because I wasn't thermiting a wall because I thought a guy was banned at tricking it. He's like, just thermite it. And he was like, bro, Troy can't play thermite. And I'm not going to lie. I used to use that as some shit talk when we'd play against TSM because fuck Geo for doubting me. But,
and now, by the way, we filmed Retake yesterday. And
with Geo?
We filmed Retake yesterday, and we might be, maybe might be doing some awards for this season, and we may have talked about the top performing support players.
Do you think I'll make it?
I got a lot of plants.
It was for NA.
Yeah, I got a lot of plants.
I think you had 16 plants to, I want to say somebody on who was it that had somebody had 15 plants? I think it might have been Slash.
It was Slash, I think.
Slash had like 15 plants or something like that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think it means too much. Like this is one of our like
G2's
one of our worst seasons.
Kill them all before we can plant.
I always say that when our team is at our best, I am dog shit. Like if you look at our stats and I'm doing dog shit, my team is at its best. Because that's how it goes.
Yeah.
I shouldn't need to shoot anyone. If everything's going according to plan, if we're playing like our game and like things are flowing correctly, I shouldn't have to shoot anyone. When we were playing at SI, like, and I used to always joke about it because like when we would practice and when we would play, all the time it would just be everyone else would be killing people, and then I would get 75% of the way through my plant, and the 4 of them would just run at the last guy to take the kill before I could get the plant. I'd be like, "Fuck you guys, let me get my fucking plant in, man. Like I need 1 stat here."
But that's a good round, right? Like that's like
yes,
the best outcome.
And it literally it happens like clockwork. Like that's when we're playing worse as a team, as if I'm doing better. Like I've had people message me and say like, "Oh, your stats are looking a lot better this season. You're doing a lot better." And I think I've made some individual improvements, but like it's not good. Like
maybe we're struggling more, you know?
That's a problem for the team. Like I shouldn't be killing people. Like I should have clutches and plants, and that's it.
I think that's the big thing that I've said a lot about somebody like Thinking Nate and somebody like Chalet as well. It just in NA, of course, because that's my primary focus these days. Is it's like these are players that shouldn't be necessarily getting kills if the rest of the people on the team are doing well, right? Like, you've talked about this before, where a lot of the times Thinking Nate's job is either flank watch or mother henning you while you're trying to get the plant down. If the rest of your team is doing a good job boxing them out, then there's not necessarily a reason why you need a dedicated flank watch. Your flank watch isn't killing anybody because everybody else is dying to Rampy or Fultz or to Bosco, etc. Right? So you've said it that there are either rounds where Nade does really, really well, or he's invisible. But that's his role
on the map.
Yeah, but like, that's largely his role, right? Same with Laxing on OXG. Laxing just kind of goes off and fucks around for 2.5 minutes and then comes back. And if the rest of his team cleans up, then Laxing is basically a non-factor other than wasting time. So sometimes his stats look bad. Obviously, Laxing stats are pretty good, so OXG's not doing their job off-site or on-site. But
I mean, I think hard to analyze,
I think Lax's stats always look good.
Yes,
so they always do. Always.
You can. What do you mean by that, Troy? You want to expand on that?
I mean, he gets his frags, you know.
Yeah. In an elevator, in a corner, you know.
I think Lax, like, it just, I don't think you can read into his stats too much, because I think no matter what, he's going to get some kills in a round. If the round goes good for the team or the round goes bad for the team, Lax is going to get a couple kills.
I mean, there's been we've started calling it out on stream now, where it's like with Laxing, it's like they're largely impactless, and that's something that Kix and I have been trying.
It depends. It depends, because the thing is, Lax has probably more like hero plays that have worked out than like anyone I've ever seen.
Oh, dude, he had that 1v5 clutch on Cafe. He's had many. His 1vx is this, like, the last 2 stages have been absolutely mental, but that's part and parcel with how he plays. You know, he's always in 1vx's because he's getting back to the bomb site with 10 seconds left.
My argument is that you shouldn't be in that position anyways. If he was on my team, I'd be arguing that he should never be in that position. But,
yes, you're going to argue that it's not stable.
That's why he's not on my team. That's why we're on different teams.
Yeah, we
different styles of the game. And it is what it is. There's different styles work.
All right, let's wrap up this discussion on EU, by the way, because we'll talk about the Laxing thing in depth, and eventually at some point he will come on the show. But
yes,
let's wrap up the EU discussion so that we can turn towards the topics that a lot of people want to hear about, which is you complaining about the meta and also the Cyclops thing. I mean, we had a great day for the Cyclops thing to happen.
We did,
by the way. I woke up this morning and I had DMs about it. Both of you DM'd me about it. I was getting tagged in it, and it's just like, I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, what the fuck did Cyclops do? And I was like scrolling through, and I was like, oh,
they lost, man. That's it.
So let's look at EU. So you're not where you want to be.
No.
You don't like the EUL format that much. You've been kind of critical of it. So we're going to talk about the different regional structures.
There's a lot of difference there.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation there. But retooling. You didn't make the mini major. Retooling moving forward because we don't really know. I don't think there's a stage 3. I think it resets, right? So it resets to like year 2 next year, something like that.
Yeah, it does.
So retooling, what's your focus? You know?
Well, we need to basically figure out how we can make certain teams win and others lose so that we get the right amount of points for other teams so that we make top 16, basically, because top 16 means invite.
Yep.
So what we got to do is we got to sit tight. We got to do our hardest to have the best performance possible so that when and if the time comes, Parker, we will go through either open qualifiers or we will get or we will have qualified via points. That's really all we can do because I guess actually in December
right now you're qualified for SI technically.
Yeah,
right now we are.
Right now you are very safe.
Right now we are, but it can change.
Does the EU finals affect the points?
So the EU finals
only the
in
major.
December, exactly. The EU finals don't do anything for SI. It's just the mini major in November, which we didn't qualify for.
Yeah.
Had we drawn or beaten Tempera, we would have guaranteed made SI, I believe. But since we didn't, there is a chance we don't.
Yeah.
And it's out of our hands.
You are ahead of Navi and Tempera right now, sitting in 12th.
Yeah.
You basically got to hope those two don't make top 2.
Yeah, and I mean you're 125 points ahead of Tempera. The other EU team that would be because it's top 16 are guaranteed. Then the other 4 spots are all individual quals.
Yes.
Right now, leading in those are Cyclops in APAC in 17th, Empires in 18th, Astral. I think they're Mexican are in 19th, and then the Sonics are 20th. Though the Sonics and Astral are tied. So I mean,
but Sonics didn't make top 4, right? So they can't get more points. Either.
Right. So you're 125 points ahead of Tempera.
Sonics can because we still have the NA.
Yeah, if Sonics win,
and they're in
the falls, they make it into the mini major.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
True.
So
I'll have to help
hope
you
they don't make it.
I got you.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I mean, you're in okay shape right now.
Yeah, we're okay.
I mean, obviously you're in the bottom half. You're 12th. I mean, you're pretty much right in the middle. But you're 20 plus points behind Team 1 and Oxygen. Oxygen obviously can make more points up since they're in the major. You are not in the major, so but anyway, so
I just said no, we're not, that's all.
MIBR, Tempera, Cyclops, Empire, and Astral all can make points in the 6 major, it says so. So be wary. But anyway,
a lot can happen to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, you're in an okay shape, but you're not perfect. Obviously, you want to do better, and not being in the major is going to suck.
Well, just it being out of your control sucks.
Yes,
that's never fun. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if Tempera gets knocked out, Navi is not in the mini major. If Tempera finishes dead last, like you can still slide down because of other regions, but in terms of EU, you're in a pretty good spot. So
so a little bit of luck, and we might get there.
Yeah, and they can't invite you this time, by the way.
Yeah, see,
you can't just get a pity invite again.
That's the problem here, Parker, is that we don't have that lifeline this time, right? But that's exactly how I want it, right? We're not gonna want to have the past repeat itself in that regard ever again. Please no, thank you.
Who do you think? How do you think the mini major is gonna go? By the way.
I think BDS will take it.
Okay,
by the words of Caliber Jacob. Yeah, BDS takes it. I think BDS right now and the last 3 or so months have looked like a completely different engine or animal than any other team in Europe has been. And if Tristan, who is a UK shitter, basically, UK shitter, he's been releasing these statistics on Twitter the last like 24 hours or so with like, stats of EOL, and it's like people are here in the middle and the bottom is Shaiiko over here, right? All the way over here. I don't know if you can see it. And like Brit, and it's like Brit has like a 73% headshot rate in stage 2 on smoke and hard breach, right? And the guy's like all the way up there on an island and no one else is near him. BDS has some crazy outliers right now. And obviously they're a part of their success. And normally you don't have those kind of outliers consistently. But even if those outliers were normified and take it down a little bit, I still think BDS is looking really, really good compared to any other team in the major, basically, for UL.
I think I don't think it's like 100% done, but like without a doubt, BDS is like the safest call. They look like they're by far the most consistent. I'm excited for Empire. I feel like they look like they look more like themselves, you know?
They do.
Dan is playing.
Like I've watched some VODs and like it just like it looks like Empire again. Like when you guys actually played them, like I remember you played them on Consulate, and I just remember watching and like they just kept on getting picks on you. Like literally every time someone was trying to be like in an aggressive position or make an aggressive play, like just instantly shut down. Like in my head, I was like, this is classic Empire.
No,
because
it was
that used to be how it was. Is like they would run their strat, and it was like you would just do whatever you could do to try to stop their default strat, right? And
literally.
But the thing was, is they were so good at stopping all the aggression, right? It was like, I'm gonna make a play here. Oh, they have a drone on it, or like, and then just like joystick pre-fires you or whatever. Like, you just
remember,
and it looked like that all over again. Like,
Empire and Border back in their prime was like, you could watch 100 of their VODs and you still couldn't beat them, despite but every second you could be like, there's a guy here holding that angle. You couldn't.
That in Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon as well. We didn't take them to Oregon, I don't think, because that was another daredevil.
No, that was a bold move.
But really, really difficult to beat. And they had a shakedown, and they've been struggling with some identity scenarios as well. And now we're seeing some role swaps in their team, and they seem to have really found the fire again, to be honest. I think Empire would be my second choice for the major, personally.
I think with the track they're on, they're going to be like only better come the major. So I'm interested to see it, because like watching them throughout, the second phase, it looked like a completely different team. And like when you see them like that, you know that like their scrims are probably really productive. Like they're constantly getting better, I feel like. So I think there's good things to hope for there.
Yeah.
It's Team Empire actually just won their match in the Russian major league right now.
Of course they did, Parker. Like, what do you mean?
Literally I just saw it pop up on my feed. That's why.
No, so that's nice.
So you think BDS is going to take it? Before we move on, last word. All I'm going to say, one word. Rogue?
Rogue pulled basically any percent speedrun world record of success from top to bottom, I think.
That one was crazy.
Yeah. That one was crazy. I mean this in a non-disrespectful way, because even if you wanted to go 009, it's really hard, even if you wanted to, because you need to have everything go against you in every single way possible for an entire season. It's actually really hard to go 009. And even Supremacy, which was the biggest joke in like the last couple of years in EU Pro League, they went 1-2-8 already. Like I don't know how they work, but they've been one win, 2 draws, and rest losses. They beat Vitality.
Vitality. Ents also had a terrible run.
Yeah, but I also don't think that Supremacy or Ents, when they had those bad runs, were the kind of team that Rogue is or should be, right? Because Rogue came out of the gates first seed in stage 1, I believe, in EU, fell short in GSA when we took it down, fell short in Major, I guess, and then they went all the way down to the very last spot, basically.
Yeah.
And that's crazy, because what happened to Rogue? Well, Aces was on the bench for, I think, 3 or 4 Pro League matches. It was a 2-match ban, but the ban didn't kick in until a couple of play days in, I believe. I think it was 3 or 4 play days. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and where Hexty was playing instead, and Hexty did great in GSA. And then when Aces came back, I was expecting Rogue to be like back on fire, like main roster. They got the success from last season. Surely they can bring it over. It's the same meta, same game, but no. And then after a few more play days, they actually took out Kaseka and put Hexty in, and now they're playing Kaseka all of a sudden. So I think they're maybe having a little bit of what G2 and Empire were having, where it's like, what are we actually wanting to do, and how do we get there? Because this is not working, kind of vibe.
Yeah. No, I definitely feel like that's the case.
Apparently it's Husty.
What I was going to say,
I have no idea how to pronounce his name.
I mean, it's an X. So for us in G2, we call him Hex T. So it's like an X. But Husty.
You got these people with X's in their names, right?
It's like, how do you pronounce it? Like what?
Yeah, you look at it and you're like,
he played great though. I remember they played us in GSA, and Husty had like the best game of his life. Like he was like wallbanging us left and right and just winning every gunfight. We could not kill the guy ever. And then he like posted like all his settings and his like aspect ratio, and everyone was like memeing like, oh, what's your sense and stuff, your mouse, and like what kind of like what's your chair, what's your socks. And then I was like, oh god, dude, we're gonna get completely terrorized by this random player that I've never seen before, and we're gonna look like a bunch of amateurs. And then I guess the Fire pit got taken out because the Fire kind of stopped after that match, but he showed some incredible gameplay in his debut match, that's for sure.
I'm just curious, once everything's all said and done, Leon Gids, who does not have an X in his name, has apparently said that he's going to release a tweet longer, I think he said, basically talking about it. I mean, Karzeka is fascinating. That whole Rogue roster is fascinating. The rumors that encircled Rogue at SI and then onwards about what was going on with the French players versus the German players and whether they were going to
I think Fabian was in there as well at some point.
Yeah, they were
a lot of rumors.
Yeah, there were rumors that like Fabian was going to go over to Rogue, and I believe he talked about it on here, and then things fell apart, and they were, it's just, what were they going to kick out the two French players? Were one of the German players going to stay with Hicks and Rise and kick out, Corey and Rips? What was going on? Well, I guess that would have been Aces staying in that case. Like, it was fascinating listening to all of them, and then nothing obviously ended up happening. Then they ended up dropping, they dropped Hicks, and Rise got out of there because he didn't want to stay. And they picked up Leon and Karzeka, and they looked really good. And then the major happened, and then something fucking happened because that team just cratered. Like, I mean,
we do have a saying in D2, and I think it's quite common, but like the honeymoon phase. If you look at Secret this season, like they came out storming in the UL stage 2 in the beginning. They were clapping 7-2, right? And then they also slowly fell off, and things were looking off, and stuff like that. And maybe Rogue just had a little bit of honeymoon phase, New players, things are great. Not so new anymore, not so great anymore.
Yeah.
But they're fascinating because they have really, really good players. And
they should be better
than my wildest dreams did I expect that. They should be better than Zero. Way
like
better
every team in EU should be able to win a couple games. A couple.
That was the thing too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of the games weren't very close.
Nope.
That's the craziest part to me.
There were
lost
some, I think,
7-2 to Empire, lost 7-4 to Secret, lost 7-2 to BDS, lost 7-4 to Chaos, lost 7-1 to G2, 7-1 to Vitality, 7-4 to Tempra, 7-4 to VP, 7-3 to Navi. Yeah. They never got more than 4 rounds, which they did 3 times. Everything else was worse.
7-4 that if you were, that's like the closest they got.
That's dreadful.
And 7-4, sometimes that's not close. If you start like defense first on a defense side of the map and you go 7-4, like that's not good.
No,
probably. To put it in perspective, other than BDS's insane plus 25 rounds, which is an outlier, every single remaining team from 2nd to 9th, the highest gap in round differential is plus 5. The lowest is minus 8, which is Chaos. Rogue is minus 38. So you have BDS at plus 25, Temper at plus 5, Virtus Pro at plus 5, Team Vitality at plus 5, Team Empire at plus 4, Navi at plus 1, or Secret at plus 2, Navi at plus 1, G2 at minus 2, Chaos at minus 8, Rogue at minus 38. Holy fuck, that's bad. Like, oh my god.
The puddle turned to a sea on ocean. That's
like, that is so bad. I was not aware it was that bad. I was like, man, it's bad.
Yeah.
I didn't realize either, actually.
Minus 38.
I don't know. Usually, like, I have something to say, like, when I feel like a team's underperforming, like, if I notice, like, I don't know with them, I think I think honeymoon phase is part. I think like Lycan's commented on something, and I think like Leon kind of agreed with him on Twitter that like when you have to sub a player out like that, it definitely messes with team dynamic because it's like you're practicing with this guy to like try to make sure you're on point for those matches, but then also it feels like you're wasting time because you're not practicing with your starter. So then you're behind once your starter comes back, and then Aces does come back, and then they're probably like they're still not winning. So then they're kind of confused. They're like, well, maybe we have more practice with Asti, so we'll bring him back in. And then like I feel like that definitely messes with the team mentality, but I feel like it's got to be like a combination of all the issues.
There's got to be a personnel conflict going on there. Like there has to be. It's like maybe that's why Karzeka got moved off. Maybe there was like some resentment with Aces and Corey getting slaps on the wrist and Aces getting moved off. We can only speculate, but something is very, very rotten in that team.
Karzeka getting benched like surprised me. Like
he was the worst player in EU League.
I was gonna say it's just
stats wise.
The only thing I can say is stats wise, he's like minus 38. He had like I think in 1 and 12, like back
just
to
as bad
back,
as Rogue.
Or like
the thing
really
is with Karzeka is this was the thing. Like he came from a team where he was on Empire where they're doing the same thing every round. He knows where his 4 teammates will be every single round. He knows what they're gonna look at, he knows what drone they're gonna throw, he knows who's gonna clear the ADS, like he knows all of that. And then Rogue's not nearly as structured.
Yeah.
Like
no.
I guarantee you half the time they don't know where Leon's gonna go until like right before when Leon says like
Leon
I'm gonna
probably doesn't even know, to be fair.
Right? Like it just happens 100%. I feel like sometimes they're surprised, like they just see Leon's outline, like holy shit, he's over there, like or he does say I don't know. But you get my point. Like Leon's unpredictable, and like Empire was like as predictable as it gets, right? Like you know what you're getting, you know what you're doing. And I feel like that affects you as well, because like he's not going to do as well because before he knew exactly what angles are going to be watched, he knew where the pressure is, like he knew where he can get his kills, like how he needs to play the round. It all makes sense in his head.
That's a good point, to be fair. And so I was very surprised to see him on Rogue as well.
I was as well, but like I understand what he was getting at with Empire. I think he should have. Personally, I'm of the belief that I think he should have gave it more time to kind of get out of their funk on Empire. I don't think he gave it long enough. But I mean, he knows better than me. Like he was there. I wasn't.
And the hard part is though, if you sit out, you're gonna be out for a while because of the that's the issue, or like the issue. That's the thing right now is that the seasons are longer, which means that you also have less options to change rosters basically. And usually when you're through stage 1, you probably want to continue through stage 2 unless like there's some severe issues going on. What offers, like it's hard to say obviously with everything that's turned out, but let's say he didn't join Rogue, let's say someone else did. What team could he have joined given the current circumstances? I mean, the only team that made significant changes were Secret, right? Like would they make a major shift because they kick KS, the duo of the brothers, they're the twins. And it's hard to say.
I'm eager to hear when everything comes out, because there's a lot of teams where when stories get released and revealed, it's going to be fascinating to listen to. You know, we touched on the podcast with Meepy last week. Eventually what really happened in the whole visa phase NIP saga is going to come out at some point. People might not care about it when it does. But what really happened and how much of the fault of that were the teams and the players rather than Ubisoft or ESL? People won't give a shit because it's been so long ago, or it'll have been so long at that point. But when it comes out, it'll be fascinating to listen to. Just as we've slowly been getting more and more information from EG and LG, you know, or the whole EG LG situation that played out over the span of 3 to 4 months, and it definitely painted a fuller picture. I suspect that maybe imminently, but at some point we're going to hear about Rogue from SI to now, all the moves that were made, all the players that were trialed and didn't go anywhere, and the issues behind the scenes. So
yeah, it's a whole book.
Before we pivot, I just wanted to take a second because I saw this tweet that's circulating from like the creative marketing director of Google, the creative director of Google Stadia, which, by the way, Google Stadia is one of the stupidest products I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. But anyway, hey, how about this? You buy a license to a game and then you stream it over the internet. Also, the bandwidth sucks and the responsiveness sucks and you have high ping. Anyway, Google Stadia is fucking garbage. Regardless, the creative director at Google Stadia was talking about how streamers that are crying that they are getting DMCA'd for playing music should be more worried that they're not paying for a license to stream games, and that at any moment publishers can make gamers be forced to buy a license, or else streamers won't be able to stream video games anymore. And it's like, yeah, no wonder the creative brain trust, through one of the dumbest fucking pieces of tech I've ever heard of, thinks that, like, the amount of people who work at gaming companies that are like, thank God for YouTube and streaming because it's free advertising. They're like, the reach and penetration that a good streamer can give you for a game would cost millions of dollars. I remember sitting down with one of the marketing people at Ubisoft, and they basically said to me, they're like, the cost for us to buy around SI, the cost for us to buy Grims and Lyric and Shroud and all of these people to play our game for 3 days on stream is A, significantly less than what it would cost to actually market the game, and B, significantly better in terms of engagement than us paying for commercials and stuff. They're like, we could spend $5 million on a marketing blitz. We could make a commercial. We could voice it. We could put it on all the platforms, have it on Twitch, blah, blah, blah. You know what that's going to get us? Pretty much nothing. But we can spend $1 million to buy the top 20 streamers for a weekend. And guess what? Now we've got people watching it. And it's not even about buying them. Streamers play these games on their own. Look at Among Us. Among Us went from having no more than 900 concurrent players to getting streamed by Soda Poppin and a couple of his friends. And now there are over 3 fucking million people playing this game. And you think, Mr. Google Stadia, that they should have bought a license. What would have happened if you had to force people to buy a license to Among Us? Fucking nothing. Nobody would have played it, you bonehead.
No one.
Also, this is apparently the same guy that said that it's too hard. He's a former Ubisoft employee, for the record. This was the guy that infamously said that it was too hard to animate women. It's too hard to animate women in video games, which is why they didn't include a woman in Assassin's Creed. This is the same guy. Great history of pristine decision-making so far. Anyway, buy Google Stadia. It's a great product.
Boobs are difficult to animate. It's basically what you're getting at. But the thing is,
this guy is just like a bad take fucking machine. Anyway, I just wanted to rant about it because I saw it and I'm like, this is one of the dumb. Like, it's so just unbelievably fucking stupid. And now, of course, there a whole bunch of gaming journalists are coming out like digging through all the things that he said, and it's just like, this guy is literally never right. It's just never right. He's never fucking right. It's like, you know how they're like a broken clock is right at least twice a day? This guy is like a broken clock, but he doesn't have any hands. It's just a broken clock with like the hands are curved. So they're not, he does nothing. It's never even right. Anyway, dude, people are, okay.
Some things that people say really gets you, Parker, but you know what? I think that was a good amount of ventilation for the frustration. That was good.
I mean, it did work. It did work because if you scroll through his Twitter feed, his engagement is like, he'll tweet something and he'll get like 3 likes, 5 likes, 9 likes. This one has 4,100 responses, 4,100 quote tweets responses. So, I mean, I guess he got what he was looking for. Here's your attention. Here's your attention. All right, let's look at Cyclops Gaming, because this is why I feel like a lot of people are here. And this one is they gifted us a good topic. They just put a topic in our lap. So, for those that are not aware, Cyclops Gaming, essentially admitted that they threw their game today in APAC North. But they did so because of a very strange point system in APAC North. So basically, and I will parrot it, one of the moderators of the R6 Pro League, whose content I genuinely enjoy whenever I see it, Falling Swords, has a write-up on the subreddit about this. And then there's another user named Besco365 who basically talks about how losing the game actually put Cyclops in a stronger spot. So basically, they say every phase gives you points for the APAC major. if Cyclops had won their match against Q Confirm today, C9 would have overtaken Q Confirm, which would have given C9 more points in phase 2, which when added to phase 1 would have meant that C9 would be above Cyclops, which means that Cyclops wouldn't have made the major. Now, if you go to Falling Sword's comment, he says Cyclops lost so that they could secure a place in the stage 2 of APAC North's majors, which was cemented with a loss but not a win. Basically, here's how it works. Going into today, Cyclops were guaranteed to finish above Fav and Xavier in the stage 2 standings. Besides Cloud9 and Giants, I have put the points CAG needed to gain in on both phases. They simply needed to catch 1 point to secure a top 2 spot in stage 2 of APAC North and hence qualify for the semifinals rather than the quarterfinals. With the tiebreaker score included and their following opponents, a Cyclops win alongside a Cloud9 win would mean that Cyclops would only gain 218 points on Cloud9, and with Giants having a massive tiebreaker score, they would not fall into 5th place, meaning that Cloud9 and Giants would finish top 2 for the major and qualify for the semis. Essentially, a win left the overall standings out of their hands. A win for Giants, and they finish 2nd. A win for Cloud9, and Cyclops would finish 3rd. So how is it better if they lose? Well, based on tiebreakers, if Cyclops will finish 2 points above Cloud9 no matter where, securing the major spot. If they lose with a CAG loss alongside a win for Cloud9, there is now a 3-way tie for 1st. And in this 3-way tie, Cloud9 is the odd team out. It's Giants and Cyclops that move on. If you are confused, good. That is the point. This is a very confusing system. This is exceptionally
you can summarize
confusing.
it, right? Basically, by losing, they actually got in a better position due to the format.
Yes.
And if they had won their match, they would have actually gotten down. So it's completely upside down. By winning, you go down the ladder, and by losing, you go up the ladder, basically.
It was basically, they lost because their loss hurt Q Confirm, or their loss allowed Q Confirm to stay above Cloud9, which when adding in all of the point totals was enough to suppress Cloud9. So basically, it wasn't that Cyclops needed to lose, it's that they needed Q Confirm to win. And by Q Confirm winning in the 2nd stage and getting those points, it kept Cloud9 in a spot where Cloud9 and Cyclops were basically tied. I don't know if there's any of us that are going to disagree on this. I'm going to just come out and say it. I don't blame Cyclops at all. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I don't blame them either.
I don't blame them one bit. The format is dumb. The format is what needs to change. You play to succeed. Cyclops guaranteed themselves a better result by losing. Fair play. You don't like it? Change the fucking format. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't even say that, like, I don't like them saying that they lost, because the thing is like, they're saying it to say, like, why they lost. Like,
I think it was the coach that actually posted it, being like, here's why we threw the game.
Like, don't. Yeah. And I feel like that's, like, them coming out and saying that says more about them and, like, their integrity for the match, because they don't want you to be like, they don't want people to just, like, assuming that they threw and then they're not saying anything about it and it's all shady, right? It's like, no, we did throw, but this is why.
You don't want to pull a mouse.
It's for our benefit in the long term.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him because I was really confused by the whole thing, and he basically tweeted out, "Feel free to DM me if you need, like, clarification." So I was like, "I'll try. I'll see what comes out of it." And I was like, "Can you please help me understand that basically by losing, you guys put yourself into a stronger position?" And he said, "Yeah, if C9 finished in 2nd place, we're going to lose the seat for the major." And I was like, "Okay, fair enough." And then I said, did you go on social media and admit to basically throwing or fixing the match because you have too much honor? Or is it just because that you wanted to not be in the wrong in the sense that you're lying about it, right? Because I tweeted myself that you can throw in many different ways. They could have lost that match by 1, calling the internet court and just have a no-show. Empire Vitality, right? That happened. Was that a match throw? No one thinks so, but it happened. You could have just played bad, missed the C4. You could have done a magnet. Magnet C4 the floor at 1 health. He injured himself. They lost the round. You couldn't kill a planter. There are so many ways to throw a game that do not look suspicious at all. What they did was that they just ran it down the middle. They went outside the building. They would team kill. They would breach and charge the floor and kill themselves. they did a lot of things where it was without a doubt, intentional throwing. And that's probably the only reason why it's a hot topic right now, right? Because they made it obvious.
Yeah.
And then they straight out said, we lost this game on purpose because we would benefit from losing. And that's where I'm like, the system is at fault because the system should never give the player the option to have to decide between winning, which is the right thing to do, but you're being punished for it, or losing, which is also impacting other teams outside of this them because Fnatic got into a bad spot because of it. It should have never been their choice to begin with. Never.
So, I mean...
Yeah, I think, though, like, the fashion in which they threw or lost the match, though, I feel like that brings up the discussion more, which will probably spark a change more likely.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Because if they were to just lose the match and like people are like, they might have just lost, we wouldn't be having the same discussion. I mean, people would still be saying that the format should be changed, but like this is like you can't argue. This is like clear evidence. The format should be changed.
It should.
I have two opinions here. So I mean, the thing for me is we are 99% certain that Mouse threw their game against Noble to get Obey relegated.
Yeah.
I mean, was I pissed off about that? Yeah, I think it was kind of gutless. I think it was gutless because it was it was a game that didn't matter for Mouse. So who gives a shit how they play, right? I was pissed because it was, like you said, it was a waste of our time. You know, it wasn't the fact that they threw. I don't like when teams openly throw. I mean, I've watched a lot of traditional sports. So has Troy. There are teams that will specifically lose games at the tail end of the season to have a more favorable matchup in the playoffs. You know, if you are 7-1 and match up well against Team Fluffy Kittens, and if you lose 3 games, you are more likely to play Team Fluffy Kittens in the postseason, then you're going to lose those 3 games. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that? That's fair game. There's nowhere in any rule book do you sign saying I must win every game. Sometimes you just lose. My issue that comes with it is that making it really obvious. The Mouse Noble game comes to mind because they had Vertical playing Blackbeard for the first time ever. They had Beastly playing Ashe for the first time ever. They had 3 people rush blue with no drones and no intel, which some of you said, oh, they've done that in scrims, but like, sure,
it's a scrim against me.
Sure. Anyway, it was kind of borderline, and I think we're always going to argue about it. You know, there are people that have privately come out and said that, you know, after the game, the players were like, we got Skies relegated. So it's like, clearly they were not trying, but there's plausible deniability. Now, there isn't any plausible deniability with this. This was flagrant. It was deliberate. And I like what Troy brought up, because if you think that the system is stupid and you don't bring it up, it does not provoke the same conversation. Right now, we would be talking about, did Cyclops throw? Not, hey, this system is dumb. Why did Cyclops have to throw? So they smartly put all of the focus on the system itself. Now, a lot of people are saying they could have just forfeited. And frankly, I think that would have been the best path forward. Cyclops says they released a statement saying we are refusing to play this game because the system right now allows us a better result if we lose. We do not waste people's time. We think the system is flawed. We are forfeiting this game as we are well within our right to do so that we can have a better matchup moving forward. Then, you don't waste anybody's time. You don't waste anybody's time. Nobody gets angry at you because you did what I would say is probably the more honorable / noble thing, which is you forfeited and you're very upfront about your reasoning, and it still keeps the spotlight on the fact that the system is busted. That's what I would have done. I think the fact that they played the game and were really obvious about it is kind of a slap to everybody's faces, because unfortunately from a PR perspective, now people are focusing on, well, they shouldn't have been so obvious about it, which your whole goal is to keep your messaging tight. If your message that you want to convey is this system fucking sucks, you do everything in your power to ensure that there's nothing else anybody can talk about. By throwing this match as obviously as they did, it unfortunately allows people who aren't going to critique the system to now lay blame at the feet of Cyclops. In my opinion, Cyclops are not to blame, it's the system.
No, I mean, we agree. The only thing is here is that I think forfeiting would be the most logical solution if it was allowed. But you cannot forfeit a match. Partner.
Oh, so-and-so's internet is out. His computer blew up. We can't play. We don't have a sub.
Exactly.
Sorry.
So I spoke to Surrounding about this.
Oh, there's a sound bug. We need to rehost.
Yeah, they could, in so many ways, have forced a forfeit, right, by faking it. But again, it's just more cloak and dagger, right? It's just more theories and what ifs and whatever the case might be. And to a degree, it's also arguably obvious, right? Because why would they have issues with this particular match that matters so much that they lose, yada yada? I feel like they hit the nail on the head in the regard that they actually got the problem really blown up into this big hot topic. But now everyone is also coming for their necks because yes, they did the right thing, so to speak, but they also did the wrong thing because they quite literally broke the code of conduct and the rulebook of Pro League. So what do you do as Ubisoft? Do you fine them and ban them as you should according to the rules? Do you slap them on the wrist and you fix the system? Do you let them be because it was basically the system at fault? What do you do? Right? It's really complicated. I think if Kagas and Org had made a public statement and obviously spoken to Ubisoft in private beforehand and tried to come to some sort of resolution there, that would have probably been the best outcome. But what if they did and we don't know about it? What if they didn't because they didn't think about it? Like, we don't know the full story here.
Yeah. It could have even been something where it's like this morning.
Yeah.
Or after, when was the last APAC match? Tuesday? It could have been after Tuesday. They're like, Tuesday night, they finished their game. Wednesday morning, they wake up yesterday. And they're like, oh shit, if we win this game, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
You know, like we need to do something about this. And I mean, let's be completely clear. When coaches are saying that they're messaging Ubisoft and they're not getting any confirmation that they've even received their message for a week or two, you can't rely on Ubisoft or Faceit to be that quick in responding sometimes. So, I mean, you take matters into your own hands. Like I said, I think the issue was how flagrantly they did it. There's ways to fake a forfeit.
Yeah. Just
as there are ways to throw a game and not make it look like you're throwing a game. You know, there are a number of games I've casted where I'm thinking to myself, like, like if they're not throwing, they do not give a single fuck about this game, like at all. They don't care one bit.
Yeah. I mean, the most commonly act of throwing in my opinion, I guess, is usually for seeding, if anything. I know for a fact that back in year 2, season 1, between Penta and ENS or Sisu, I guess Sisu, we basically had to fight for first and second seed like we did every single season because we're the 2 teams on top all the time. Mm-hmm. And it was very, very clear that Sisu/ENS was like the team to beat us domestically every single time, without a shit of doubt. They were so much better than us in that matchup. But come the very final match that decided between Seed 1 and Seed 2, we beat them with ease. And pretty much everyone knew that they were basically just losing because they felt, as you said, they had a better matchup against Team Fluffy Kitty.
Yep.
They got first rounded by Fluffy Kitty at the LAN event, and we won the LAN event. And we thought that was hilarious because no one truly knows what happens with the seed. Because you might feel great about the matchup, but the reality of things might that you get completely destroyed in that matchup. And throwing for a seed is not the biggest thing you could do. But when it comes to qualifying for an event or not qualifying for an event, I think it's a little bit of a different story. For sure.
That's the point that I made. And then Dizzle Above said something that I agree with. I think this is fine. He goes, keep in mind that this can be done for SI points too. If you were a team like Tempera that need SI points to go, and if you can keep G2 out of playoffs by throwing to Chaos because Chaos enter playoffs and deny G2 points because they lose, hence giving you points for SI, the entire point system can be exploited. I don't see any problem with that. If you have the opportunity to deny other teams points by either strategically winning, drawing, or losing, that happens in real sports all the fucking time. You know how G2 can avoid that? By winning more games.
By winning,
or being better. Like, is it G, or should we be sad that G2 is losing because they didn't get enough points because Temper lost a single game or two? Well, no. Temper's not going to tank half the fucking season just to hurt G2 because then Temper's not going to go because they lost so much. Yeah, to me, that's not being exploited. That's exactly how the system works. Teams will lose given games. If you as Tempera are going to gamble on a loss, because what you look at the schedule, let's say, and you got 4 matches remaining, you're like, okay, if we win 3 of those matches, but we lose to Chaos and only Chaos, then G2 doesn't come to SI. You have to win those next 3 games. That's a pretty big gamble. So you throw to Chaos, but then you got to go perfect. You lose one more game, you fucked up.
I see what Diz was saying, though. Isn't that the same as what Cyclops did, though, right?
Cyclops threw so that they could give themselves a more favorable position in the majors by going to the semis instead of the quarters.
Okay.
By Cyclops losing, it meant that they went to the semis, whereas Cloud9 would be in the quarters versus vice versa. And I'm fine with that. I mean, like, maybe this is an unpopular opinion here, but I think that there's actually more of a compelling story for us to tell. To say, well, if Chaos loses this, blah, blah, like if Tempra loses this game, then that could imperil G2, blah, blah, like the implications here. I think that's fine. There's a greater strategy. You don't just want to win games. You also want the easiest bracket to move forward in. And you can't tell me that teams aren't making that calculus to say, if we finish third, if we come in to Atlantic City as a 2 seed, all of the 1 seeds right now are super weak. If we come into Atlantic City as a 2 seed, we're going to have a better matchup in the first round. I hate to say it. Look at APAC. Look at how many teams are like, it's not the end of the world if we finish second because the number 1 seed at APAC is going to be weak.
Yeah.
Or look at the number 1 seed at a LATAM. They're going to be weak. And I've heard teams make these comments before where they're like, yeah, we're coming in as a 2 seed, but like at least we're playing Nora Rengo.
Yeah.
And I think that's totally fair. And I don't understand why people get so bent out of shape about this. But it's, like I said, it happens in every sport. Teams will not try. It was talked about, I think it was Lycan and Super were talking about it, where they said, like, once a team has clinched the playoffs, they will strategically bench their team for the remainder of the regular season. Like,
get a break,
they'll rest their players so their players do better in the postseason. They have time off. Who gives a fuck if, like, when was it, the Cavaliers clinched the playoffs with like 21 games remaining or something like that, and they said that they were going to be benching LeBron for like 17 of those games, and fans were furious because they're like, well, we want to see LeBron play, but you know what, it did better for them in the postseason because he was well rested. So it's like, why are you complaining? All of this stuff is factored in, and I don't think it should be wrong. Also, the people in chat that are saying this ain't a sport are fucking idiots, and I hope they understand how wrong they are. Is it a sport? No. Is there strategy behind it? Yeah, this game is probably just as strategic as traditional sports. People are stupid.
Yeah.
They don't use their fucking brains.
I mean, I think it just comes down to that it was the severity of the act, or how obvious the act itself was. That's the biggest issue to most people, right? It's just the fact that it was very, 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 very evident what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Diz is saying about like SI points and that, I guess like APAC teams could technically like throw now to keep like G2 at SI, like
because it's global point standing.
I feel like that's a big thing, is that we're not seeing the point system like as it's intended to be, because the SI points are supposed to be coming from, or at least like the increments of SI points are supposed to be coming from how you place at the international major.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right?
Which is
like,
not domestic.
Right now, it's like people are getting points from like their regular season, and then they're just playing their domestic major to get the points. But then, But then, like, people have said, for example, like Cloud9, they won the APAC major, and they're like way up there in points. Mm-hmm. But like realistically, if we went to an international major, would Cloud9 have placed top 8?
Probably not. Like, no offense, but probably
no offense, but like, it's unlikely. So
that's the way I see it. And I mean, people are upset now because we've been forced into this weird hodgepodge where all the systems are different. And I think it's a very ambitious system, and I think it was designed properly. It's just they didn't expect all of these regions to be shut out. And, we're seeing, and I completely agree. Super was making comments about how, like, no offense, but like Mexican division teams and Canada division teams are going to end up being like top 16 teams. Is there any universe in which these teams are actually even top 30 in the world? Probably not. But because of the situation that we're in right now, they are getting what I would say is an inflated amount of points because of the way we've had to pivot due to not being able to have global events. Like Mirage. Mirage is the best Canada division team. Are they even top 3 in their region? No. If they were to come into the US division, they would probably be 8th, maybe 7th at absolute best. I hate to say it, they should not be going to a LAN event. They shouldn't. They should not be present at any international event unless they directly qualify, because in relation to the competitors in their region, they are not good enough. And that's what we're seeing here. And people are mad because that point is valid. That point is valid that, an APAC team throwing could impact an EU team. That shouldn't be the case, but this is the system we're in right now. And I think it's impossible. To foresee these issues.
Certainly. When
this structure, the point structure, was created and conceptualized without a global pandemic that has locked down international travel. So it's just like all the people bitching about the NA League, and they're like, I've seen this on Reddit.
That's a big thing I want to say too, because we wanted to talk about the format, and like everyone's saying like, all we see is NA teams play the same people. It wouldn't matter as much if we had international competition.
Yes.
It would not. But the thing is like, we play the same. So we run through the league, and then the two same teams usually finish top 2 in their groups. It's 2 of TSM, DZ, SSG, and OXG. 2 of those finish top 2 in their first 2 groups. They play each other in that group. Then all 4 of those teams move into a group together. They play each other there. Then those 4 teams make it to the major. They play each other there. So on and so forth. And then it keeps getting repeated because there's no break where we have international competition in between. So yes, all these teams just keep on fucking playing each other.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter as much, if we had other events in between. And if we didn't have that domestic major where you add in those teams playing each other 3 more fucking times.
It's true. I mean, every format right now has their flaws, right?
This is the point that I wanted to make, because I need to, we all read Reddit. It rots our brains. But the people that are still to this day on Reddit saying this, but maybe in a different form, maybe in different words, obviously I'm paraphrasing it, but basically the spirit of their comment is, the NA League sucks. It's so boring, blah, blah. I can't believe they required all this investment for a LAN league when there's a global pandemic going. If you are somebody who says that without realizing that the process to organize a LAN league takes more than a couple weeks, people think that because the LAN league was announced right before COVID started, that's when the planning started. Use your fucking brains. The amount of work that's needed to do to get 8 orgs on board, to find a space, to build or rent a studio, to get staff on site, to sign contracts and all that is a year-plus process. So all of these people who are like, they should have just postponed the LAN league. I don't know if you've noticed, but they kind of did postpone the LAN league because of what's going on in the world, number 1. Number 2, all the people who are like, well, they still shouldn't have gone through with it. I mean, look at LG and EG. They got fucked over by it, blah, blah. And it's like, you fucking imbeciles. They can't just immediately rip up contracts that teams have probably already signed, that talent have already signed. They've probably signed a contract with a physical location in Las Vegas to either build or rent a studio. They can't just rip that up either. And then they're like, well, the global pandemic happened, so they should just do a total 180. Not only do you now have to go through getting new graphics, new assets made, you have to find a place for talent to work out of. What studio is FACEIT going to be broadcasting out of? Are they going to continue using their studio, or are they going to move to location in Vegas? But people don't use their fucking brains, and they just spew shit on Reddit, or they spew shit on social media. And I saw a couple people in here in chat saying the same thing, where it's like, well, they should just do this. Yes, they should literally rip up contracts that they have spent well over a year putting together, and a plan that has been in place for well over a year, all because a global pandemic hit suddenly and unexpectedly, and they should just be able to pivot on the spot with possibly millions of dollars of sunk costs. Smart fucking people. Makes me angry.
Just like that.
Makes me angry. And then I keep seeing it. I saw it the other day. I saw it like 2 days ago on Reddit. Parker. What?
Just fix it, man.
Just don't have a LAN league. Just change it. Just change all of your plans that you've been building towards for a year with this global esports program. Just all of a sudden change it on a dime. I shouldn't get worked up by these comments, but it's like, I see them every day. And there's just no way to inform these people that, hey, that's not how life works. That's not how business works. You sign a contract with a physical location. Maybe we don't even fucking know. Maybe there is a studio fully built in Vegas right now waiting for us to use, and we can't go to it. We don't have any idea. Nobody does. You know who does? Ubisoft and FACEIT, and they're not telling anybody. So shut the fuck up about all these people. Just like,
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that this is why EU is better, because we basically didn't get impacted whatsoever by this, besides the international events, of course. our format, our games, everything is running smooth as butter, Parker. Everything going according to plan. It's the ones with draws.
Are we content? Are we content talking about?
See, I don't want that either. Like,
I don't want draws. I don't want draws at all.
No,
I already
want
said
OT, man. I want the comebacks,
Yes.
the storylines. I want to be able to, oh, guys, let's fight for a draw. Because when you say that, you don't mean that you should get 1 point. You just want to deny them 2 points, right? Like, guys, let's make the comeback, dude. Like, look at Invite 2018 for a moment here, right?
Yes.
Let's take a moment. The comebacks create storylines. They create history. We talk about them. We think about them. Who's talking about Chaos? I guess actually, draws have created one storyline. Chaos getting like 6 draws or whatever when they did. That was a storyline because you should never get that many draws.
But no one's like excited about that, right?
No,
like,
it was.
There's no positive to it. It's just
no.
It's just like, haha, that happened. Like, haha, they drew a lot. Like that. That's
it's almost
all that
like
comes
just
from
mocking the format, the fact that it could get 6 draws.
Yes.
Right? It's like what the.
There's no excitement that comes from it.
They were basically 1 round from either having 0 points, assuming that they lost all of the 6 games, or having way more points than before. Right? It's a 1 round difference. Winning or losing or drawing.
For me, it's I do like the NA format to a certain extent. I will say this: best of 3s are not good for viewership, whether people want to admit it or not. The fact that every team plays on a single day, way better for viewership. We see it ourselves. TSM fans that love Bolo, G2 fans that show up en masse, they are more likely to watch a full play day if they know that G2/TSM are playing. But you know what they're not going to do? They're not going to watch if TSM doesn't play. And if there's a week where TSM isn't playing because they've got it off or they've already qualified or whatever, those fans aren't showing up to watch best of 3s for teams they don't care about. Furthermore, when you've got 2 teams that are, let's say there's a play day, and I'm gonna focus this on the US division, and apologies to the players on the teams and the fans who are gonna get upset about what I'm about to say. But let's say that you've got a play day that's, you know, you've got OXG versus the Sonics, and then DG versus Tempo Storm. Okay. You've got at best 1 team that has really hardcore fans. The other 3 people largely don't care about in comparison to the big dogs. Viewership for that full day is going to be terrible. We saw it literally on our last US division play day last Wednesday. That final matchup with DG was pulling what? It was like 6,000 viewers. E United versus DG. A pretty good storyline and a match that actually had a lot on the line with E United looking better against DG. It peaked at almost 7,000 viewers. By the final map, it was down to like 5.1. That is terrible because people don't care about Disrupt. People don't care about E United. They don't care about the teams.
That's mean.
If it was the best, I'm just saying as fans, I'm saying their fan base is smaller and the general public, people are going to watch the big teams with the big stars. People aren't going to watch teams that they don't care about. And I think the other thing that does hurt viewership is the scheduling for the US division. And I will say this in one piece of feedback that I am going to relay once this stage is done, is always putting the lower/losers bracket, because I know we call it lower bracket, but let's not mince words. It's the losers bracket. We put the losers bracket on second. The first game goes on late for Europe already. It goes on at midnight in Central Europe, 11 p.m. in the UK and in Portugal. But it's like, it's already going on at midnight. Do you think a European fan is going to stay awake until 3 a.m. to watch E United versus DG? No, they're not. They're absolutely not. Would they to watch TSM versus DZ to get into the major? Maybe. Now you can shift that conversation. The problem is that it always seems like the big draws are the first game. And the shitty matchup is usually second. And the problem with that is that you're already hurting viewership by putting it in a less watchable time slot. And then it's on top of that, it's a game that's not really going to draw anybody to begin with. Or most of the time it's not. Additionally, I don't like that the US division has like the winners 4 and then the losers 4. Doesn't matter the way it is. Those losers 4 matches after the first couple days of a stage really aren't worth watching because they're all still going to finish in the bottom 4 anyway. Yeah. But if you have like EU has, where we're going to see TSM play E United 5 days, 6 days in, that could be a very crucial match for TSM. If TSM wins that, like you have in EUL, that solidifies their spot. All of a sudden, this match is now worth watching. And a team, E United or Tempo Storm, who people by and large fans don't really watch, Now they're invested. Now they're going to watch. So I think the US division structure could use some tweaking. I don't think there's a perfect system right now. And I think where teams play every single day, best of ones with overtime, splitting up the points. So if you go to overtime, both teams get 1 point.
Yeah.
If you win in overtime, you get 2 points, loser gets 1 point, I think is the best case scenario.
Fully agree on that one. I mean, on the topic of NA, I wish I could say that I know how NA plays the game, because to be honest, the only way I would know I can say it. Only way I could know is if I watched YouTube, right? After the fact, but I already know who won because Twitter, right? I don't have any excitement watching NA anymore because I can't. It starts at 1 a.m. usually for me. I got a schedule. I got scrims the next morning, whatever. I got my own Pro League games. I wake up in the morning. First thing I see on Reddit, Twitter, who won, the scores, the maps, who did play great, who played terribly. I'm not going to go back and watch it on YouTube. And if you look at YouTube as well, the viewership of the fan bases of those teams, it reflects the numbers very well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at EU, for example, we have G2 BTS at 40,000 viewers. Then we have Navi Vitality, two very big orgs, 4.7K.
Yep.
On YouTube. It's like, it's almost 10 times the difference. We're talking 8-9 times the difference in viewership sometimes on YouTube. Because people are going to go back and see, I can watch maybe one Pro League match back on YouTube. Well, which one am I going to watch? Am I going to watch Chaos Empire, 2.5K? Rogue Virtus Pro, 2.4K? Oh, Temper Secret, 1.6K? Or should I watch G2 BTS with 36K? You know, it's a massive difference. And NA is the same way with TSM and Dark Zero and whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
especially TSM.
There'd be crazy days where it's like, I would go back and I do VOD review. So I every now and then, like, I rewatch them on YouTube. I don't rewatch them on Twitch because rewatching stuff on Twitch is a nightmare, right? So I'll just go on YouTube and rewatch them. And I remember there would be days where I would go back to rewatch USN because I like to try to keep on top of USN when I was casting NA Pro League in Poland. And I mean, I usually wouldn't watch USN live because it would be on at a weird hour for me, depending on what I was casting. I would go back and I'd rewatch them, and it would be like 3 days later, and 3 days later, and it's like Rec versus some other team only has like 3.8 thousand views, and it's like days later, and you're like,
what's going on?
And then you'll look, and then TSM SSG has 89,000 views in 2 days, and you're like, okay,
it's a bolo effect, man.
I mean, it is the bolo effect, but I mean, it's also TSM's a huge org. You know, if Fnatic plays in APAC, they're going to get huge viewership. When Norarengo was, you know, not whatever the fuck it is right now, like, they would get crazy viewership too. You know, I was amazed actually at the Japanese championship viewership. It was like 40,000 concurrents or something like that in just Japanese. That's really, really good. People don't also realize that Japan is usually second or third most watched region.
Yeah.
It's usually the English broadcast, and then Japan. Sometimes Brazil is in second if Liquid is playing. Like, people don't understand it.
What happens if, let's say, next season, TSM, or like next year, let's say TSM and G2 both get relegated? What happens then?
I mean,
because this is not a franchise thing like League of Legends. It's not like we have solidified spots. We fight for our spots every single season. And if you don't fight for it good enough, you're gone.
I mean, I've long said that I think the community is wrong on franchising. I think that franchising is a fine step for esports and is an inevitability. Stability is what, I mean, we exist in a capitalist market. Stability is what they want. I mean, I hate to bring economics into it, but if you're an investor and you're already investing in something that's as shaky as esports, are you going to want to throw $5, $10, $20 million at a team that, they have a bad season and now they're gone and your investment's up in smoke? Fuck no. You're not putting that much risk on that much money. Absolutely not. And I hate to say it, but it's like, it's also confusing for viewers. Look at Elevate and Rogue. Look at Elevate and Rogue. How many fucking rosters have they had? So many. Literally so many. Elevate is at a roster in almost every region. You're a fan of Elevate. You're like, man, I come back. You're like, man, I come back. I love Elevate. I love Elevate. I remember when Skies and Laxing used to be on Elevate. And it's like, what's going on with Elevate and Skies and Laxing now? And it's like, how much time do you have? You know, like, and that is a barrier of entry. You watch, you know, you watch the New York Yankees. They're the fucking New York Yankees. They've been the New York Yankees for over a decade or for over a century. Like, that's just the way it works. You tune in. It's like, these things are stable. The players change, sure, but the organization stays, the identity stays, the location stays. Everybody gets upset and they hate franchising. I think that esports fans have got it wrong on that one. I've been saying that from the start. I think franchising is fine. I think it just needs to be done properly. I think the way that League does it is good.
I was going to say that I think Overwatch League started a lot of stigma around franchising because of how you could argue how poorly that like they did it or how much negativity in the space came out of it. But what we have for that stability in your finances and economy is that we have the Rainbow Six Share pilot program thingy, right? That's kind of what drives the orgs to invest and to go into Siege and to get some of the money back that they invest, right?
Yeah.
So we are getting there, but again, what happens if you get relegated? Does your big TSM G2, do they get taken away their skins, or do they just not get another one? Yeah. Because how are you going to get tier 1 R6 share if you're in Challenger League? How are you going to get number 1 there? Like, how are you going to get
that's what happened to Penta and Vitality, right? Penta, Vitality, and Mouse all got relegated, and what happened? Exactly. Their skins got yanked from the store right away, and it's like...
But do you think TSM or G2 would be around in Siege if it wasn't because they could benefit in one way or another? Because Siege's viewership is not very attractive for organizations. Let's put it that way. The salaries the money it costs to keep a team going in Siege these days, especially in NAL with housing included as well as a mandatory status, you gotta invest some money now. And where do you get that money back?
The cost that I was told: player salaries plus coaching salaries, plus the cost of the team house can reach 25 to 30 grand US a month.
Yeah, if not more.
In Vegas, if not more. And that's for the teams that are low salary. They're the teams that are making 5 grand a month per player, and they've got 5 players plus a team house. I mean, houses in Vegas really aren't that expensive. You're looking at 5 to 6 grand a month for a house. But it's like some of the teams in NA, some of the players are making 6 grand a month, and there's 5 of them. That's 30 grand right there alone, which I know a lot of people in the chat are going to think that's a lot of money. Look at League of Legends and CSGO, where some of these players are making over 15 grand alone a month. Astralis infamously was making like 20 grand per player per month at their height in CSGO. People don't seem to understand how much money esports players make, but that's a conversation for another day. But that's a good question. Look at Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm has not moved their team to Vegas yet. I mean, I wonder why.
No.
Because they might get relegated, and there's no point in moving them now. So what do you want? You're going to move Tempo Storm now when they're going to play one relegation match, and what if they get relegated?
Yep. What then?
Then what happens? The thinking is that, like what we'll see with Na'Vi, like what we'll see with Secret, what we'll see is that if Tempo Storm gets relegated, they'll just pick up Beast Coaster rent free. And welcome to the new Tempo Storm. In which case, we might as well just admit that we are a franchise league at that point and just stop with the fake relegation shit and just be like, congratulations, you're going to play for this org. But then the problem is that now you have a disincentive if that's the case. Now you have a disincentive for teams to invest in Challenger League. Because if I'm a big org, let's say Gen G, or let's say Envy, or let's say 100 Thieves is like, they've got this really hot up and coming Challenger League team, and they're like, fuck yeah, we're going to take it. So 100 Thieves signs rent-free, and then they win their relegation match. Now what happens? Because now you've got 100 Thieves holding on to one of those spots, but then you've got 8 orgs already in the US division. Do you just kick out Tempo Storm? Do they go bye-bye as well? Like, what happens there? And that's a question that needs to be answered.
Parker, you just expand until there's no orcs left and you have 100 teams playing. You know what I mean? You just never stop.
I feel like they have something prepared for that, but I have no fucking clue.
I hope they have something prepared for that.
I really hope
they have something prepared for that. Like, there's a Ubisoft employee watching that podcast, and they're just like,
it's like, oh no.
Fuck! And they're just on their computer just firing off emails.
That's the thing is, like, I don't know how we don't, like, we should know.
Like, we should know.
Yeah, just emergency meeting. Just superimpose the emergency meeting from Among Us right there. They're just like, we should have thought of that. Like,
yeah. The thing is, the one thing as a player that I see, because I was a big League fan before I played Siege, I wanted to go pro in that game originally, yada yada, is that it's the same washed up, recycled pro players that have way overpaid salaries that get recycled in the same 5 teams and repeat for years on end. And there is no new talent because... And this
Would you say that they're old as shit?
Well, they're not old as shit. We only have one of those people, and that's Troy. But, you know, great player. But the thing is, there was this discussion in League where they were like, apparently a lot of NA pros were afraid of scrimming the academy, so that's basically Challenge League, academy teams, because they were afraid of developing them to be such good players that they could take their spot, if you get what I'm saying, right? Because they work cheaper, they have way less accommodations, they have way smaller social media, but they're better players, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to win, you don't need a big social media player. You need an actual performing player that will be built into a big social media player because of his success and because of his potential.
Yeah,
but no,
I think you need a personality though. You know, like
you do need a personality, but you only need one, don't you? Or you can need two, maybe. You don't need 5 personalities. You don't need 5. Don't. If you have 5 Fabians, do you ever think you'd actually get anywhere?
I don't even want one Fabian.
I think one Fabian is plenty. I think one Pengu is plenty, right? Yeah. One in Terror on broadcasting sound is plenty. We need personality, yes. But we need a cap.
Sponge talked about this, and we talked about this exact clip ways and ways back, where he's like, if you're expecting to get paid 20 grand a month and you just think it's because you're good at Counter-Strike, you're fucking deluding yourselves. Like, at the end of the day, esports is usually a loss leader in a portfolio somewhere. You know, most of these esports orgs are owned by venture capitalists. They're owned by other tech companies. They're owned by marketing agencies, PR companies, holding firms, etc. And they are designed to lose money, but they are there for exposure and outreach, you know, and people turn around and they're like, oh, they're selling lots of merch. And it's like, yeah, they're selling lots of t-shirts for $25, but they're paying each of their players 20 grand a month. You do the math on that one, right? How many shirts do you need to sell to make up for that? And that's just one team. Look at Cloud9, who had like 8 teams at one point across a huge variety of games. And not only that, they have a team in League and they have a team in CSGO, 2 of the most expensive. And they also had an Overwatch spot in the London Spitfire, and they still do.
Yep.
So it's like, imagine how much money C9 is shelling out just for those 3 teams alone, right? Yeah. So people need to realize that the content that is being pumped out by some of these orgs, and your org in particular, G2, does an exceptional job at it. Exceptional job at it. The views you get on YouTube, the size that you get just on Twitter alone, you join G2's Rainbow Six Squad and you gain 20,000 Twitter followers overnight. You have almost 300,000 followers on Twitter. That is mind-bogglingly dumb for Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
Like, wait, did you say 300?
You have like 260,000 followers on Twitter or something like that.
226. You're lying.
Okay, Parker. So you are close. You will get to 300. Pengu, I feel like you just broke 100,000 this year.
It feels like it.
Like,
no, it goes fast.
Like, people don't understand where it's like you come into G2, you come into an org like 100 Thieves, the old Optic, FaZe, if they care about your game. Like Fortnite, or for example, you know, there are lots of orgs out there where you join them and you explode, and then they produce content, and then they can actually make use of all this stuff. They buy a house, they're going to write it off. Obviously, it's a tax expense. They're going to get some money back on it. But now you're pumping out videos, and these videos are gaining traction. People are more likely to buy your merch. People are more likely to go to events to see you. It all feeds each other. And there are a lot of players who are like, frankly, they're just fucking boring. A lot of people here, and I hate to say it, a lot of people here always recommend some people to be on our podcast. And it's like, these people are boring as hell, and it would not be a fun podcast. I hate to break it to you. I'm all for trying to produce new stars, and I'm all for trying to give the spotlight to different people. You know, on EG, Canadian was the only person that never got interviewed. Guess what? Young's pretty goddamn funny. He could have, if he wanted to do interviews, I think he would have been great.
Yep.
You know, I think Nate is very well spoken in the way that he forms his opinions. I think that he's got a really good insight. He probably doesn't like doing media, but I think NVK would have been great as well. Necrox is funny and charming as hell. I think he would have been great as well. I think BC is a genius, and I think he would be excellent. But Canadian was the only person who got the spotlight because the rest of the team didn't want to do it. Well, when Canadian left, what happened? What happened when Canadian left?
That's usually how it goes.
Right, but when you left the team, EG had nobody who was marketable anymore. Mo became the star of the team in large part because of his stream. And Mo is awesome. Don't get me wrong. But there was nobody to fill that void. And because they hadn't ever really reached out to the other 3 players at that time on the team, there was nobody to fill that void. Which is a shame. Yeah. Because there are teams that just have people who are fucking boring. And trust me, I used to do post-game interviews every day in Pro League. It was like squeezing blood out of a stone for some of those players.
It can be hard sometimes.
It's brutal. And people don't realize that you are hurting your own career by not being more marketable.
Yeah, in every aspect. Like, as long as you have, so to speak, relevance or personality or social media, you will always have an organization, a team, and a home of yours. Like, always, because there's always going to be massive interest in you. Even if you're low-key, a washed-up boomer, and you don't really have the greatest aim anymore, you know, like you're a toxic piece of shit, you'll still find teams. But if you're a young, great-looking guy, great player with zero social media reach, and you don't want to do interviews and you hate content, guess what? You're probably going to be fighting in Challenge League, and you're not going to get very far.
Yep.
It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
There are players that have been kept around because they are either good brand ambassadors or they are well liked within a scene whose in-game abilities the sun has set on long ago. And they are kept around in large part because of who they are and not because of what they do. And that on the roles they play or the way that they perform in the server, there are plenty of upgrades available, but they are kept around for, and I quote, intangibles. And those intangibles matter to orgs an awful lot.
They do. In every game, not just Siege, every game and every sport, everywhere you go, basically. Very, very, very common. And it's the same on, if you look at YouTube videos, interviews, obviously Pro League games. If you're looking at something as simple as Wikipedia pages, you see a pattern of the same, let's say 10 people, or at least the same 20 people will be in like the top 10 area, like 20 of those people will be there because there's just a very big interest of those people, right? Top of my head, without thinking at all, myself, Canadian, Fabian, Bolo, Shaiiko, Sig, Nesk, like those type of people, right?
Yeah.
No matter where we go, no matter what kind of social media platform it is, if it's Wikipedia, sensitivity, interest, aspect ratio settings, like our streams, YouTube's interviews, there's always going to be a ton of traction against some lesser known names because they just don't have the audience for it, or they might not even have the interest in it or the voice for it. And they're basically losing out on the long-termity of their career because once they get kicked from that team, because they don't have the potential anymore with their reach, who's going to pick them up? And what are they going to do after Siege ends?
Yeah.
They're going to go straight back to what they did before, which there's no issue in. That's not a problem. You should not be embarrassed by any means. In fact, I actually envy the fact you can just move on without any options because it's easy, right? But what if you did the opposite? What if you streamed 5 hours every day, 3 hours every day? You made YouTube content, you did interviews, you wrote a podcast, whatever. And after you get kicked, your career is over, you got orgs asking you to join them for this position, to be a streamer for them, to be head of content, to be social media manager, to be a coach. You have so many options, you don't even know where to go at this point. That is a great thing, as much as it is frustrating because it's hard to make the right decision. But it is a shame that there are so many young people and some older where their careers are just cut short because they did not want to put in the effort and utilize their potential in their career and their reach with their voice.
Somebody in chat actually brought up a pretty good point. They said it, with the NBA and NFL and stuff like that, especially at younger ages, those companies, those organizations, etc., do pay money for social media training, and they do at a young age. Whether you're in a high, because in a lot of Europeans, which I'm imagining many of you are European, because I mean you have a huge European fan base, far bigger than I do, and a lot of people in here are talking about EUL. The thing is with North America is that if you're going to be a professional football or basketball player, it starts in high school. It starts younger than that. You start receiving media training and all that jazz depending on where you go when you're a teenager. You know, you are very well set up. And even then, they're not that charismatic. I mean, the joke in hockey, which we always refer to as, is like, look at all the hockey players. Almost none of them are interesting. They're all boring as hell. You know?
Yep.
And I mean, I think you could say the same thing. I mean, you look at the NFL and you look at the NBA, there's like a handful of entertaining people and they just get shit on for like stepping out of line, which is garbage. Esports I think is a lot more brash. I think there's way more room in esports to show personality because I would argue that esports is more performative than traditional sports, especially with streaming and content creation.
Yeah.
There is a much bigger facet to esports than just being good at your game. Look at somebody like Easily could be dog shit tomorrow and get dropped from the Sonics and never play another game of Pro League in his life. And guess what? he's going to be okay because he's established a streaming base. He is one of the most entertaining Siege streamers, in my opinion. There is nothing really bad about watching his stream. I think he's well-spoken. I think he handles himself well. I think he's the kind of guy where if he wanted to, he could also step behind a camera or behind a phone and run social media if he wanted to and didn't want to be a public face like he is right now. And people don't realize that in esports, your career is only usually a couple years. You have 2 to 3 years, maybe a little longer, depending on the game, to make an impact. And if you're good and you know what you're doing, you can stretch those 2 years out an awful lot. You can be in a position where you might not be a player, but you could be a coach or a streamer or a YouTuber or a commentator or a caster, or you could be working for an org, or you could be working behind the scenes at ESL or Faceit or StarLadder or DreamHack or whatever. But a lot of people don't think that far ahead. And the problem is that the one person in chat was correct. The orgs don't really set you up for that. And there's nobody to really provide you guidance. Nobody really mentors you and says, hey, here's what you could do. Hey, here are connections.
Yeah. I mean, especially when Siege came around, obviously Siege was not Overwatch. It was not Valorant. It's not like all the big orgs stepped in to begin with. And we had great big pro players coming over with great followings. It was pretty much a very, the beginning for most people's, if not everyone's careers, even casters and everything else. And the one thing that we definitely lacked was social media training. And it's something that we today still were missing. But it kind of created a very negative environment because of how it was missing in the past has kind of impacted the present, because the pro scene, especially, and this is myself involved, of course, we have a very big drive on social media. And we have driven in the wrong way for a very long time to the part where it became the norm for everyone to partake in it. And we're now in this really awkward situation where it's like pros versus devs versus casual versus fun versus this versus that. And it kind of all boils down and stems back to what happened in the beginning.
Yep.
Right? And how people, they were managing their social medias so long ago. But now it's the impact. It's the norm. It's what we're doing. It's what we're used to. It's what fans have seen for years. And now that Siege is kind of blowing up, or back in 2018 when it really started blowing up, it's kind of what everyone was introduced to as well. And we've now impacted the larger scale of things. And now we're at this stepping stone where it's like, shit. It's all shit. What do we do? How do we fix it, right? And game's toxic, and community is sexual harassment cases, and people get banned for saying the wrong things in in-game chat, and all these videos of people just being straight out racist in in-game voice chat. And it's like, how on earth did it go this bad? Like, we are a little bit sometimes missing the positive influence on social media that really like rights the wrongs, so to speak. We don't have that, in my opinion, really. We have a lot of negatives. We have some neutrals, and we have people that don't really say a whole lot. I don't think we have a whole bunch of really positive, you can look up to kind of people. Like, the one person I look up to is like Meaty Molly. But that guy is non-existent on social media. That guy just makes great content, and I watch it, and I laugh, and the video ends, and my depression starts. Right? Where is Meaty Molly on Twitter being, let's fucking go, one tap, boom, 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 waffle pancake gang, whatever. Like, we don't have that. We don't. We just have individual people minding their own business because they don't want to be involved in a negative space. Basically.
Yeah.
And I want Marley to fucking tweet Waffle Gang, what's up, Face Clan, whatever. Like, I want him to engage in the more serious aspects and give his takes. I want his positivity. I want his fan base to be involved, because there are people that sees the game as fun, and it's not just the repetitive meta talk, or this is broken, that's sad, that's annoying, that's frustrating, do this, do that, fix here. Because it's the same discussion we've had for years, and it just isn't changing or getting any better.
Okay, so this is actually the best time to pivot, because this was the next topic. You are probably patient zero.
Yeah.
Or complaining on social media about this
Hell
game.
Yeah.
So
it was like my life's mission.
Do you not think it is extraordinarily hypocritical for you to say, we need more fun, we need more lightness, we need people to step out of the everything is negative Waffle Gang, and then you're here tweeting multiple times a day?
Every day.
With a massive fan base about all the things you dislike and the things that have gone wrong. Do you not think that's hypocritical?
I don't know if it's hypocritical. I want contrast, right? So for us to have a positive, we also need to have a negative. That's how I see it. I was talking to a lot of pro players since the very beginning, and they were all saying the same thing that I was saying. Game shit, this sucks. They all agree to it. But the second it comes into a public matter, people were afraid of losing their jobs, getting kicked, getting bad standing with Ubisoft, whatever the case might be, and people were not speaking up. So I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'll be the guy to do it. And I did it. And I, in a way, wish I hadn't done it because it became such a big burden on my shoulders. And it literally affected me to the point where I was basically disliking the game because I was trying so hard to right the wrongs, to speak about the wrongs. And I've kind of stopped that the last 6 months, and I've tried to turn it more productive or just tune it down a bit. But basically, all I see now are those exact same pro players finally joining and saying the truth, that the game is in an utter dire need of an upgrade of how things are handled in the professional matter. Because it took me almost 3 years for those pros to be comfortable saying it in public. So I feel like I've done a good job in that regard, but I've also done a terrible job because the pillar of this is a negative space. But at the same time, if I had said nothing, where's the game gonna go is what I was afraid of.
I want to pose this next question to Canadian here because I know that you and him probably share very similar thoughts on the state of this game. And I mean, every week he is given 3 to 4 hours to expand upon his frustrations. And if you've watched any of our episodes, we don't hold back. And Siege devs do watch this show, quite a few of them, because they've talked to me about it. Canadian does not hold back either, but he doesn't produce his criticism on Twitter. And the thing that I want to ask Troy is, stylistically, I understand what Pengu is saying. You clearly disagree with that because you don't post as much on Twitter recently.
No.
You used to post a lot. But even when you were at your height of posting, I think you only ever posted maybe half a dozen negative tweets about this game.
Yeah.
Do you agree with Pengu that the pros need to speak out on Twitter about issues and frustrations they have with this game?
I see both sides of it. Like, I see the argument that, here's the thing. So I see the argument that we don't feel heard. So like, because like a lot of the people that do it on Twitter, they basically say like, well, if I message Ubisoft, it doesn't change anyways. So like, I'd rather be in the open, so at least more people are saying it, right? And then it's more likely to get changed. But I will say it also still doesn't change, so it seems counterproductive.
Yeah.
I'm also of the belief, and I mean, it seems like obviously you acknowledge this too, Pengu, from what you just said about how it's the negative side of it. But like, when all the pros of the game are bitching on Twitter, it sends a bad message about the game.
It does.
So I'm just always of the belief, like, if you don't have something good to say, don't really say it. Especially with Twitter, like, I don't know. That's just how I am with the game. I don't like to complain about the game. I just handle what's in my control, so on and so forth. I mean, like, if the discussion comes up, I'll give my thoughts, but at the end of the day, like, I just kind of deal with the hand that I'm dealt, so to speak. But as far as like my posts on Twitter, I mean, I feel like I used to post more about the game on Twitter because I used to play the game all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I would play ranked when I wasn't playing comp, I was playing ranked. Like, I used to stream quite a bit.
Yeah.
Or if I wasn't streaming, I would play ranked like on my own with teammates and stuff. Like, I used to play a lot. For a long time, I have not, though. And
why?
I don't necessarily. It's a combination, because I think some of it has nothing to do with the actual game and the state of the game. It's more so just like my mindset. I don't like how the game is played in ranked as opposed to
I think the player base kind of shoulders some of the problem here.
And that's not even a meta thing. Like, that's just like, I mean, Pengu, you know this. Online Siege, like, swinger be swung, right? Like,
yeah, it is.
I hate that kind of the game. Like, anyone that plays with me, like, I'm a very like rational and like logical person with like how I see the game. Like, that's what my teams have been structured because of how I like to envision the game and how I like to play the game. The way we talked about like Empire and like Karzeka, like, I like to be comfortable where I know where my 4 teammates are.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know everything, because otherwise I suck, man. Like, if I just go into a game and like just try to outgun the other team, like, I'm gonna go fucking 1-8. It's gonna happen. Like,
I feel you, honestly.
Yeah,
I do.
Like, that's how it's gonna go. So for me to like have fun playing Siege, I need to be playing it in like the most structured and like very communicative environment. But that's not I can't expect that in ranked. And that's why I don't play it, because like unless I'm gonna go in there and have like max fucking intensity, like I'm playing like a scrim or a match, I can't expect everyone to be calling out like exact positions. I can't expect people to be in the right spots. I can't expect
or even have a microphone,
right? Yeah, like because the thing is like
that's what they
to
put in
punish
GPs.
like to punish the wide swinging and the dumb peaks and all that, right? Like everyone on the team needs to be in the right spots. People need to be holding the right angles. You need to have drones in the right places. It's not as easy as, oh, just be ready for it, bro. Like, oh, just pre-fire. Like it's not that easy. Like you need everyone on the team on the same page to deal with that.
Yeah.
One of the problems that I foresee is that, I mean, you said it yourself, swing or be swung, right? One of the main complaints that I hear from people, and I mean, I unfortunately watch King George's content. So I hear regularly his complaints, and I hear the complaints of the people he's playing with, and I see that level of gameplay. I see people playing at champion level every day, and he's right. And you're right as well. Almost every game of ranked he plays, there's almost no utility work. People are just running in with Ashe or IQ or Twitch or Zoe, and they're swinging. They're literally just peeking and frying people. And so what do we say? Well, slow it down. Bring operators that are utility heavy. Melusi is great at countering that. She counters exactly what we're talking about. Deployable shields are a great way of working against that, especially when you put them in doorways, because they have to come at it. Goyo is an excellent counter to that. But then you have these operators that end up still being largely useless and ranked in comparison to their effectiveness in pro play. Yeah. But then you get pros like a certain one in this current podcast who tweeted like, this isn't an FPS anymore. This is a MOBA, which was the butt clip that you uploaded in Villa, by the way, where it's like you're fighting through tons of utility, but you still just kind of go in and swing and kill them all. Well, I agree with you that this game has become less about taking gunfights in a professional sense. If you watch the pro play of this game right now, frankly, is very boring to watch, because 2.5 minutes of every single round are literally teams doing virtually nothing to the average viewer.
Hey, we're clearing utility, man. It's,
to the average viewer, that's nothing. The average viewer wants shoot, bang, bang, pew, pew. That's what they want, right? Go back and rewatch VODs of this game from 2018.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still taking about 30 seconds for people to be able to pull an execute off. But the 2 minutes and 30 seconds prior to that are infinitely more interesting. You can actually see where they're taking map control from. Gadgets feel impactful. Flashbangs actually have uses. Ashe charges actually have uses. Grenades actually have uses. It's not just clear an ADS. It's not just clear magnets. It's not just destroy shields. The gameplay feels more rewarding. Now it definitely seems like it's kind of stale. It seems like it's kind of stalled out. So you've got, at a pro level, a game where the pros are complaining that the FPS side of the game has fallen by the wayside, that it is now basically a MOBA, it is a utility simulator. But then you watch champion level ranked, and utility doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of G-fueled monkeys running around peeking everything. So how do you fix this? Because this is the main issue that I have when people complain on Twitter, is you've got the more casual scene that's saying, hey, this game is too fast. Hey, I'm losing the plot. Hey, when I play ranked, it's just a bunch of crackheads literally swinging on me all the time, blah, blah. So Ubisoft obliges. They add operators that slow the game down. They add operators that are frustrating, but can slow down that ranked style of play. But it doesn't work. But what it does do is make pro play even worse. And now pro play is more of a utility removal simulator, but ranked is still the same thing. So how do you fix that? How does Ubisoft begin to balance around that?
Well, first of all, I don't think ranked is the same thing, because ranked is now the same fast-paced element with just more frustration, right? Because it's not like Melusi actually changes the G-Fuel monkeys from peeking you. It just makes it more annoying for them to peek you.
Because the thing is, at the end of the day, the G-Fuel monkeys are still playing Ashe, and they could clear those Melusis all by themselves, right?
Right.
The thing is in most cases, other than if you're playing against like a champ stack that's very well coordinated. Like that's fucking like all 5 of them are on the same page. Like they're gonna try. Unless they're playing like that, you're gonna be able to deal with the utility.
Yeah, it's gonna be so poorly spread out. The setup is not there.
Yes.
Jaeger has not even put it down a single days because I'm playing Jaeger and I don't do that either. Like that's how it is, and
that's
you can't do both. I think that's the biggest thing.
Like
right?
if you don't think Malusi's a problem, you play one of my team. You play my team. And we'll run the Malusi Wamai fucking Go-Yo Smoke Maestro bullshit against you.
Have fun.
And then you'll tell me how fucking balanced it is, because it's not. But the thing is you don't see it because it doesn't happen the same in
right.
Yeah.
Like you might see a couple things, but it's not to the same extent, man. Like I'm telling you, there's some strategies out there where, no joke, you have to remove 7 pieces of utility. If you want to win the round, like these things have to be cleared, because the team has a plan for how they can win the round if you don't clear one of those things.
Yep, that is quite literally the game, or the name of the game. And the biggest issue I have with that on a professional level is that I think for the first time ever, we're, to my memory, we're in a scenario where literally no team has a unique identity, at least in Europe. I can say, sure, there are some individual players that stand out, but I can't name a single team right now in my own region that used to be like the old Vitality or the structured Empire. I mean, sure, some teams are more structured, some more teams are more chaotic, sure. But every single team is running to the same meta on both attack and defense because it is the easiest, quickest, simplest, least effort required meta, and it works the most effectively. And there's no way to counter it. Sure, you can ban Wamai, it becomes a little bit easier.
No,
you can ban the Goyo, you still got Wamai open.
Yeah,
you can't fully get rid of it.
You can't do it with just one ban. Yeah, if you ban Wamai, they can still run like just purely explosive stack, like where it's like Malusi, Goyo, Maestro, Smoke Jaeger.
Yeah.
I mean, we had United try to do their own thing. They tried to brand their own identity, and
I'd say there's a chance you could do it if Echo was available, but Echo is literally removed from the game, and we don't have any update on that.
Yeah.
No, but at the same time, Echo being gone, at least in Europe, has also inspired more Valkyrie bans, which in turn means less IQ being played, so you can play more soft utility to clear more shields, so you can break the meta easier.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, I would take away the shield from operators that are way too strong, like Smoke, Valkyrie, or Mai, so that if you want to play the shield meta, if you're SSG and you have 5 bad shooters, because that's what SSG is, and you want to hide behind shields like a bunch of little babies, you can pick Warden, Ella, Goyo. You have 4 shields. You're chilling, right? And you have an identity. But if you're not SSG, let's say you have 5 bolos, you just pick the gunning operators, right? And you just beam people. And now all of a sudden there's a choice, an option, a decision. There's a personality. There are different play styles. All of a sudden, we can see Buck being played again because Buck lost nades, and now everyone plays Sledge. Because everyone plays Sledge, you don't see Castle being played anymore. Bunch of issues, right? Yeah. I want 2018, 2019 Siege, where some teams played Glass, and some teams played Monty, and some played Vertical, and some rushed, and some they had a massive long setup like Vitality. Because that is fun to watch, to play, to cast, because there is diversity. That's what I want.
The problem that we cycle back to, though, is that the more they add bulletproof gadgets, the more the attackers need to bring things that blow them up. And there's only so many attackers that do.
Attacking lineups.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. And this, this cycles back to we have a couple options. The first option that to me seems the most obvious is stop making gadgets bulletproof. I've said this time and time again. Like, there should only be, like, in a perfect world, there should only be so many gadgets that are bulletproof, and that's it. If you're going to limit the amount of explosives on attack, then you cannot keep adding more defending gadgets that are bulletproof and then have to start giving more operators frag grenades to clear this. It's absolute lunacy. Stop making gadgets bulletproof. Make Malusi's gadgets so that they're not bulletproof. Make it so that you can counter Maestro's cameras without bringing a Sledge, a Maverick, or explosives. Find a way to open it up and shoot it, or at least break the glass on it so that it can't open or it can see or something like that. Or maybe change Maverick, or maybe change Maestro so that he can't see unless the thing is open. Like, start playing around these things. That's option number 1. Option number 2, 100%. Which is the option I had selected a long time ago, which is get rid of unique secondary gadgets. Stop balancing operators by whether they have a nitro cell or whether they have a deployable shield or blah, blah. You should be able to bring Warden regardless of whether he has a deployable shield. You should be able to bring Smoke and Wamai whether or not they have a deployable shield. These shouldn't be considerations. This goes back to what I'd said, where I would like to see secondary gadgets pooled so that a team could bring no more than 2 deployable shields, or no more than 4 C4s, or no more than 3 sets of frag grenades, or, you know, yada, 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 and then just have people pick it. Now, you have operators that maybe don't have explosives in their kit, like IQ, but she can bring frag grenades. Now you don't need to bring Sledge, for example, if your strat doesn't involve him.
Yeah.
So that's a flexibility. And then number three is like an operator / role lock, which is what somebody suggested to us on Twitter, Troy, where it's like
Overwatch kind of thing, or
like where you can bring Jaeger or Wamai, but not both. You could bring Capkin or Frost or Legion, but not 2 of them, for example. Which I really don't like. I think that's the worst of the 3 options, but
I see both sides of it. I mean, I think it would be interesting to mess with, but I mean, I see both sides of it. I can understand why people wouldn't like it and why people wouldn't want to implement it, because I do think it changes, like it applies differently to different styles of the game. But that's something I want to touch on, is that like when we talk about the balance, at the end of the day, the game is split between the competitive scene and the casual scene.
Right.
Yeah. And like the competitive scene wants it balanced a certain way, and then the casual scene like doesn't want it like that. I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like part of the reason like why I don't complain as much either is I've accepted the fact at the end of the day, I think the game is balanced more around the casual side of the game.
Absolutely.
And that's just a fact, and
of
and
course,
we have to
that's
accept
where the
that.
money is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you just have to accept that as players.
Yeah.
And I feel like some people don't, because I mean, you can't lie. If you're a professional player, you wish it was balanced around the competitive side of the game, but that's just not the case. I will say I think there's plenty of successful games that they're successful because their game is balanced around the competitive scene, and then the competitive scene is so big and interesting because of it, and then more people play it. Like I don't know. I think the games that are the biggest are like that because of that. Like if it's a multiplayer PvP game, I think it should be balanced around competitive personally, because I think in turn it makes the game better long term. I do. I mean, League of Legends is like that. I guess Counter-Strike, you can make the argument not so much, but like Dota, they I'm pretty sure they still balance it around competitively. Like they don't have a ton of input, but like I'm pretty sure what they look at is like the competitive scene, and that's how they try to balance it. And the same with League, and like games are bigger because of it, in my opinion.
There was a developer talking about why operators or why things in games get released too powerful. Other than just basic economics, you release something that's super busted that everybody is good at, and they will all spend their money to buy it. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Like, why do all operators start out too strong and then get dialed back after a couple weeks? Because everybody wants to be Superman. Everybody's going to buy the new operator, and then they're going to feel like a god as they kill everything, even though they're not good. They feel like they are, and then it gets reverted right away. Which for the record, as long as that's not impacting competitive play, I couldn't give 2 shits about that. Go ahead, release Lion, but after a month, once the sales have dropped down, then nerf the shit out of them. Fine.
That's
you get your money, the casuals are happy, cool. I'm okay with that. As long as it doesn't affect competitive integrity at a high level, I'm okay. But the problem is that Ubisoft has consistently shown that they drag their heels on making changes. It took them how long to finally fix Lion, or just the cage Lion?
Well, we had to ban him first because it was absurd, and even after the fact, it took another 6 months, I think. Since
Ella
then,
was 6 months until she finally got a nerf, and the thing is that Blackbeard is another good example of it. The problem is that when operators are broken, the community can kind of be like, oh, well, maybe make her a 2-speed. Oh, well, maybe take her impacts away. Oh, maybe take away some of her ammunition. Everybody was aligned on most of these changes. It was all in unison. It was like reduce her ammo count, or dramatically increase her recoil, or take her impacts and make her a 2-speed. or make it so that her gadget isn't as strong. Do one of those things. And then Ubisoft was like, all right, we're going to do none of those things for like 6 months.
That's the thing, yeah. The thing that's broken and competitive is not the same thing as what's broken and casual. And
no.
The thing is, too, is like you're saying, so like the thing that's broken and casual usually is, like the Superman operators, like Ella when her gun was broken, Ash, Twitch when her gun was even better. Like all these operators that can just they can just run in and they kill people. Yeah. And that's it.
And I will say Ubisoft's gotten faster. So
yes,
much faster.
Then when people want answers to that, because the casual community is frustrated against those operators, which is understandable, but then they want answers to that, so then they introduce these utility operators. But the thing is like the utility operators, they're never gonna be a counter by themselves. Like Melusi is never gonna count. Like Melusi's not gonna shut down these fast operators by herself. Goyo's not gonna do that. Like Wamai's not gonna. Wamai's not an alternative to Jaeger. That was the thing too, right? Like Jaeger was picked way too much on defense. Let's give him an alternative. He's not an alternative to Jaeger. He's a fucking buff to Jaeger. You run both together and it's crazy.
Yeah.
And all the utility based stuff is amplified and competitive because people use it in conjunction with each other and they abuse it. Well,
it's not how it is on its own. It's how it works when it synergizes with.
Yeah. And it's two separate issues, and I don't know. It's a complex issue, I suppose, but I'm not even sure what the right answer is. Personally, I think less utility. I don't think we can view it as like utility is going to be the answer to these problems in the casual community, because I don't think you solve it with like one operator's utility.
Yeah,
like you solve it by reducing the ammo count. That's a big thing. Like, if you don't want people fucking jiggle lean peak pre-firing everything, don't give everyone 200 fucking bullets in, like, absurd rate of fire guns.
I'm a smoke main. I got 76 bullets plus the 17 in my mag, I think, at best. I can't pre-fire shit. If I miss a drone with my mag, I'm out of ammo, man. I mean, you got Jaeger with, like, 256 bullets.
Yeah, but that's still more than Smoke used to have. Do you remember Smoke used to have and then he used to have 2 reserve mags or whatever, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I know. He would run out of SMG ammo real fast. It was sometime around, at the tail end of Red Crow / Velvet Shell, where they doubled basically everybody's ammo.
Well, the thing is, Jaeger has always had an absurd amount of bullets to my memory. Like, he's always had like 210 spare. You've always been able to make literal rotation holes, besides you can't break the beams. But then you have some operators that have almost no bullets. And I think it's fine to a degree, like Smoke's a secondary and stuff, but I think the inconsistency can be applied in a lot of cases, right? You have some operators like Ella right now, where her recall is so terrible that you cannot pay a professional player to be an Ella main, because there is not enough money in the world to want to do that, right? Because it is more luck than skill.
Yeah, who would make a skin on her?
But then half the defender guns, they have 0 recall laser beams. Bearing 9, SMG 12, SMG 11, in my opinion, is like one of the perfect guns. Like, the fire is a little bit high, but the recall, the skill, the precision required, puts with her ACOG before the patch came in, old Buck ACOG, where there's a skill difference between a great Buck player and the average Buck player. When I play ranked these days, I can't guess my teammates and enemies' skill based off their recall unless they're really bad at controlling it. Then obviously I can tell that they're maybe a little bit low on the ranks. But once you get to platinum above, they all look like laser beams, to be honest with you.
Recoil is too easy, and I say this as somebody who can't aim.
Way too easy.
Like, go back and rewatch old Rainbow Six clips. It's actually crazy how much harder the recoil used to be to predict and control.
It was definitely.
Like, Buck was unusable. I mean, there were players on certain teams that just could not play Buck, period. I remember talking to Thinking Nade. King Leo was the Buck main on the old space station / well, back then they were Bittersweet. King Leo was the old Buck main, and when he left, Nade was the one who went on to Buck. And after a couple matches, I think they put Dave on it because Nade was like, I can't control that gun. I cannot use it, period. I won't. And now it's like Buck's gun, like, all the guns are laser beams. The only guns that are hard to control are the ones that are just like stupidly hard to control for no reason, like Ella.
Well, fire rate usually is the issue, right?
Yeah.
You can't see the bullet difference. You can't compensate for the recoil change.
Well, they don't change fire rate though, because they have to do animations and blah, blah.
Exactly. And that's the thing, that maybe you shouldn't start with a high fire rate scenario, or maybe Ella shouldn't have a useless recall pattern for over a year straight. Like, sure, her gun was so powerful. She has too many traps. She had a lot of things are broken about her, but they didn't just do like, oh, her gun's strong, let's make it worse. No. They nerfed Ella in every single aspect on multiple occasions until the point where she was barely playable. That's not fun either. And that's the thing. In professional play, only the really good thing works. That's what we call the meta game, right? The most effective tactic available. Meta. Yep. In casual, everything and nothing works. Because at a certain level of Siege, Caveira and Tashanga, not the current old Tashanga, Caveira and Tashanga are the strongest operators the game has to offer. Poor droning, you don't have very good game sound, you don't understand the footstep noises, interrogation gives you wall hacks. Tashanga has a full-on tank shield. Like, how do you kill Tashanga, right? The second you go up the ladder, all of a sudden, those are like you're trolling. You're basically pulling a Cyclops if you're playing Caveira or Tashanga, right? I think you should balance around the pro scene and then create content for the casual scene. Yeah. And that's anything from skins to game modes. And hell, I don't give a shit if you make Superman operators, because you know what game does that? League of Legends. Oh boy, when a new champion comes out, I want to play it because I can 1v9 for a week before I get nerfed. And I know it's going to get nerfed, but I still buy the champion. But in Siege, as you said, Parker, we run into a problem where it takes a year sometimes with Lion. I will say it has gotten better significantly. And the overpowered state that they used to come out in, like Blackbeard, Lion, etc., is no longer the state that we see now. Less. But still, with that being said, Goyo, my Kite actually got caught on test server. He used to have 3 claws and the range, and when you punched Baba, it took like 15 damage per punch. Like, he got caught actually. Mm-hmm. But besides Kite, I don't think any operator who was too strong has been caught in spider webs. And all of those operators have now negatively.
Nomad got.
I guess Nomad did to a degree because it used to
she was
impact.
Broken. Yes.
I mean, the fact that she came out like that was kind of like Lion and Blackbeard. Like, you would injure frag with a Nomad trap, and it would just knock people on their butt cheeks. Yeah. Like, that was kind of like, where was the beta testing, and like, who said, guys, this is a bad idea? No one said that, apparently. Well, pro players probably did, but
it was definitely said. It was definitely said.
I remember conversations with players after Nomad came out where they're just like, she's gonna break the game. Her jabs made no sound. Like, get chained together.
It was literally.
There's that one clip of Yeti getting like knocked into time and space or whatever, if you remember.
Well, I remember we were literally.
That's true.
When I was like describing it to my teammates, I was like, so it's a Zofia stun, but instead of like getting stunned, you get knocked on your ass, and they just kill you. Like, that was it.
Yeah.
So yeah, when she first came out, she was ridiculous, but it got changed very quickly. They've definitely gotten better at it, but the problem is that the ones that get changed are like, I don't know. It hasn't always been with the competitive thing. Like, Mai still hasn't seen it change.
No,
right? Like, Melusi has, but with her gun. Again, like, the issue is like the combination of all the utilities.
Well, to be fair, they did change her gadget range. It was absurd, so that was a very easy decision. But her gadget hasn't seen like a greater change.
Yeah.
They also made the sound when you're in it, I think it is, more like less obnoxious, I think it was.
It's quieter now, so you couldn't sit half the map away and be like, oh, somebody's in it. Yeah.
Again, exactly. The problem with any of those operators, with Goyo, with Maestro, with Mai, with Melusi, like, the problem with any of them is none of them individually. It's literally just the combination of them all. Because it's just, when they're all together, it's too much to deal with.
100%.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
But it's also, I think, even individually, I don't think they're a problem, because it's not hard to clear 2 Maestro cams.
No, not at all.
But I do think that the Maestro cameras do, as an individual unit, present a very frustrating obstacle, because if I'm playing any operator, but a soft breach, nader, or very specifically Thatcher, who's always banned, I can't actually have an impact on that Maestro camera as a player.
Yeah.
Unless I'm playing specific operators. And that is why Ashes and Sophia's pick rate and ranked is so goddamn high, because you don't want to be the guy that's going to be like, hey, yo, teammate, can you get over here and clear this Maestro cam real quick? And he's going to say, fuck you, I'm going to run this building, right?
Yeah.
And you stand there like, oh, shit, I can't clear it either. I guess we lose. You want to be the person that can clear that shit, because you can't play the game until it's cleared.
Yeah.
Like Canadian said earlier in pro play, sometimes there's 7 things you got to clear. if one of them is not cleared, you lose. That's the enemy's win condition. And they are counting on the fact that you can't clear it all, because mathematically speaking, sometimes you can't. You need to choose your sacrifices and your battles.
I guess like one of the craziest things I'd say actually is if you look at like the cookie cutter fucking defender lineup. Well, no, I'm saying like the cookie cutter like defender lineup, right? It's
we call it.
Let's say with like my band, right? You have Goyo, Malusi, Smoke, Jaeger, and Maestro.
Yeah.
Out of all of those, the best gadget actually is Smoke or Maestro. But the thing is the best out of all of them is Smoke or Maestro. But we're not bitching about them because they've been there forever. We're bitching about the other ones because they've been added in on top of that, and you have to do like if I put all the Goyo shields and the Malusi Banshees in front of the site on your way to the site, you have to clear them, because if you don't, you're not going to get to the site because I'm popping up and down behind a shield. You're slowed down. You have to clear them all.
Yeah.
All right, now you clear them all. You get to the site. Now all of a sudden we have full vision on you with a C4 and a Smoke. What are you going to do? Right? Like you can't plan anywhere. We know where you're planning. Can't get rid of our vision now. Like on some sites, it's like that.
Smoke has always struck me.
But I will say the shields in combination with it on other sites as well. But like in terms of the vision, like I think on a lot of them, like Maestro is probably the strongest gadget of them.
Maestro is a very strong gadget, coupled with the fact that he can impact trick, coupled with a great gun. Still, the Alda is still.
I mean, the ACOG got taken away, so the Alda is not strong at all anymore. Like, what do you mean? It's not like some people play only Holo anyway, so when the ACOG is taken away, they get buffed. Like, let's say when Ash had ACOG, right? Who do you think was laughing to the bank when he lost it? Shaiiko was, because Shaiiko doesn't play ACOG on Ash, but it was a necessary nerf to Ash for some reason, right? Alda lost the ACOG. Okay, sure, everyone used ACOG on it, but still, it's not really a reason as to why you should take away the ACOG, right?
The way that I see it,
the problem.
I'm always on a different wavelength with this. I don't think that taking the ACOG nerfs the weapon. I think it forces a different play style, and I think that's fine. You know, there are definitely players, and the ACOG going away doesn't just impact pro play. There are definitely players who played Maestro with an ACOG and will be significantly worse with it, and will have to play it differently without the ACOG, because there are a lot of people who aren't very good at this game that can't use a Holo as effectively as they can on ACOG. There's a reason why there's this permanent raging debate over whether ACOG needs to be given to everybody or taken away from everybody, etc. The thing for me is, I think that for sites, they're not necessarily used to balance operators, but they should be done to influence certain styles of gameplay. If you want Maestro to be able to engage from a huge amount of distance away with that gun, then give him a site that allows him to do that. Does that change the fact that people who are talented enough with a Holo are still going to be able to play from half the map away, whether it be in stretch resolution, lowered FOV, great eyesight? No, it's not going to. Those people are still going to be able to play it the same way. Like you said, Shaiiko is still perfectly capable running Holo on Hibana and Ash with killing people from a long range away. Why? Because Shaiiko sits this close to his monitor and he plays in a stretched resolution, so everything looks closer. But Shaiiko is also one of the best players in the world. You cannot balance operators around him. It doesn't work that way. But the average player, and I would argue a lot of people in Pro League became significantly shittier Maestros when they took the ACOG away, because they had to play the Maestro differently. They had to play him in closer quarters. He was less viable and was more restricted to specific scenarios in terms of fragging. That changed up the way that he used his Evil Eyes and changed up the way that he used his gun. And I think it was an effective change. Same with Ash. They took Ash's ACOG away. They forced people to want to play Ash in closer range engagements. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Even if it doesn't lower their pick rate or skill rate, at least it changes the way the operator's used.
I agree. There's nothing wrong with that. But my problem is that there's larger issues at hand.
I agree with that. And I don't think that was the way to nerf the Alda. And I think that they saw that as good, the Alda's fixed, we can move on. I don't think they fixed it at all. I would have liked to have seen them maybe increase the recoil or take a lot of bullets away in conjunction with losing the ACOG. I still think the Alda's too strong.
I'll tell you right now, like I don't know a single person. Like, who would rather die when you're stuck? Like, would you rather die stuck in a Banshee, not able to sprint, while a guy behind a Goyo shield is looking at you and throwing smokes at you and bouncing up and down pre-firing?
Goyo has
like, would you rather die like that, or would you rather die to a Maestro across the map with an ACOG? I think I'll take the ACOG. Like, same with an Ashe. Like, I'd rather die to that.
You'd rather die to an Ashe sprinting in than getting chain stunned by Zofia and then
100%, right?
100%.
Like, I mean, sure, but it doesn't need to be one or the other. Like you can.
It doesn't. But my issue is that the other stuff isn't getting addressed.
That's true. Okay, I will agree with that.
And the attempts to address it are by nerfing guns or changing guns and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean they're like Malusi's too powerful. We're gonna take the T5 and give her the MP5, and I'm like, you're doing nothing. You're like you're changing an outfit on a pig. Like you're not like change your gadget. And this is the big issue I have is that I think the gadget should be the identity of the operator, not the gun, not the secondary gadget. Buck is outperforming Sledge. So what do? They take his frag grenades away. Did it nerf Buck? Yeah, it did. They accomplished their goal, which their goal was evidently to have Buck get played less. But what did it do in turn? Now Sledge's pick rate is over 50%. Like all you did was just shove the problem onto another operator. Now it's like you just went from Buck is better than Sledge to now Sledge is better than Buck. That's all you did. Whereas in all reality, you can make a world where Sledge is better at being able to destroy from above and horizontally and make Buck powerful from below while they still have some semblance of balance. I don't know. That was the issue for me is it's like all you've done is just make Sledge really powerful.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, is like Buck could still be good if you didn't have to bring explosives the whole damn time.
Yeah,
he's still good.
He still gets shown on certain maps.
No, he still does on certain maps, and it's because there's actually a way to take it without needing your 10 explosives or whatever the fuck it is. Like that, people actively look for opportunities to bring Buck when you can.
He's a great operator.
There's some where you just can't do it. You're costing yourself by bringing, basically. So, yeah, and again, it'd be completely fine. And I don't even think like Malusi's gadget needs to be changed. I think the number one offender is the shields, and then the Jaeger will my stat. I think those are the biggest offenders, because you can just bring these operators that work so well together. Like I said, like the Maestro cams with the smoke, like you're gonna close out rounds with that if those are staying up, and then you're wasting all the time and utility beforehand. But Smoke already has a shield. Smoke does all your shotgun setup, and he's good for the late round. And Maestro's vision is staying up, so he knows where to smoke. And like you just bring all these shields on top of it. Like it all adds up. And then the Jaeger Omai combo works because Omai has a shield too. Yep. And then Jaeger can even bring a bulletproof cam. Like there's all these things that add up. And then like for example, Valkyrie. This is one that's been running. Like people are running it more and more now. Is Valkyrie's shield?
Yeah.
Like. You would have been like people literally would joke about that stuff before. Like you would run into a guy in a rank game and you see your Valkyrie with shield, and some dickhead would unmute his mic and be like, "Nice shield, Valk." Right? Like, but guess what? Guess what? This is some of the most broken shit ever because IQ brings absolutely fucking nothing to deal with explosives. Yep. So you bring a Valk and it's like find my cams without IQ. Or bring IQ and just troll your team, not bring a single fucking flashbang or a single explosive. Good luck. Like, make up your mind. What are you going to do?
That's why you make pooled second utility and you can bring flashes or grenades on IQ and you've solved that problem.
Or you just give IQ grenades as she once had and didn't take it away.
Are you sure? I think they would really synergize with her kit well.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a really good thing actually, but
it's they ever try that? Like we should throw it on the TTS to see what it's like. I don't know if people would.
We should put it on TTS.
I don't know if people would know how to handle grenades on IQ. It seems like a really big change.
I mean, you have GA, so how are you gonna use gadget when you got the gun? You know what I mean?
That gun's
the pooled secondary utility sounds good.
It will present problems. It will. I know it will.
Yeah, it's cool if you limit certain things. Defense, it could be good though with certain limits, right? Like if you limit it to one shield, right? That's a good thing.
Yep.
Because now you're not bringing Valk shield, Wamai shield, Smoke shield, and then 2 operators on top of that. You only get to bring 1. And I think I'd be okay with that. And then C4 count, I mean, I think you could maybe cap that at 2 or something. Or I mean, you could even do 3. I think
that there's certain sites where you need a lot of C4, and I don't think C4 is that powerful that you need to limit it that much. I mean, remember bank CCTV defenses, there were teams that would run 4 C4. Keller's Archives on Consulate right now. Teams are running 4 C4. Yeah. We saw it in NA the other day. 4 C4s and Castle brings the proximity alarms. There's your Teller's Archives defense down below. So,
like shield, I feel like is the only one that would need to be limited. Because even on attack, like if you bring a bunch of fucking nades, like if you brought 10 nades. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess if
you have to, I think you have to limit frags. I think you have no choice.
Yeah,
like
you would
because
have to.
because even with then that would require, if you didn't, then teams would just run Jaeger and Wamai all the time.
They would have to, otherwise you get naded to death.
Yeah.
I mean,
or run four sets of nades and one thing of flashbangs or something like that.
Yeah. No, because that's what I was trying to think, is that, like, well, because right now, if you bring a nade operator, right, you have no means to clear any ADS. So I think it would be okay. But the thing is, if it's pooled, then all of a sudden you're bringing nades on like Ace. And Ace, like, realistically, you could bring Ace to throw his Selmas to clear ADS, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, you could bring, no, who else? Thatcher, obviously. You could even, for EMP to ADS, or you could even just throw them in and get them caught. It doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, so yeah, that lineups would be able to work with that. So you need to limit nades, but yeah, I think that is a good idea. But there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of things that I think could be changed, and I think the thing is, I think if these changes happen, it'd be good for everyone. Like if we made these shield changes, like, I don't see an argument against it. Like I want to hear one, but like do you really need your shield on smoke? Like,
I'll bring one. What if you play ranked and you pick pulse, but two other idiots pick your C4 and you're limited, or you want to bring a shield strat and someone takes your shield?
I understand it with the pooled reinforcements. Or not the pooled reinforcements, the pooled secondaries.
Yeah.
But like the ones where I'm saying like removing the shields from like smoke and Wamai, like that, for sure. I don't really understand.
No, I think you're perfectly spot on there, because I think if you have a high value primary gadget and you have, let's say, most operators have average, if not good guns in some sort of combination, why do you also have a strong secondary gadget to just slap on top?
That's a thing.
That's the power creep. This goes back to the Superman argument, right? Yeah.
On release, sure, give the operator whatever the fuck the best secondary gadget is to synchronize with it.
Yeah.
But when they actually come out, like, I should not be getting a shield.
No, he can protect it, right? That doesn't make any sense.
Operator that can protect the shield and just goes in game chat, yo, can someone bring a shield? And then that's that. Then a homie brings a shield, or you have your teammate go yo. Talk a bit, man.
Go yo.
Promote some teamwork. I don't like I remember actually they wouldn't take smokes off Glaz because they wanted Glaz to be able to work by himself.
Yeah.
And Glaz's actual ability got nerfed because of it. I actually could argue that Glaz would be fine if you had to build your whole lineup around him.
Yes.
But
that was actually a suggestion that we made to Ubisoft at the time.
And that goes back to the whole, do you balance around competitive or casual? Because the thing is if you give competitive teams an operator that can already work really well, like in a strategic manner by themselves, it only gets better when the team builds like a lineup around it on top of it. Like, because now you can have even more smokes with Glaz when Glaz was working. I mean, he's better now.
He's pretty strong right now, I must say.
The clips today were very funny from APAC.
Yeah,
I saw Lems was doing it in their the French nationals.
Lems, and then I think it was Ysera that was playing him on Giants.
I didn't see that.
There is another thing that we haven't talked about here. I think it is a pipe dream. These shields are a huge problem, and I think that they are, changing the deployable shields around was something that a lot of people said was needed. Some are saying weren't needed. I think that it wasn't needed. I think that all you needed to do was maybe make it so that they could lock, and then they were fine as is. I mean, I think that making them too strong is too strong. There is another balancing change that they could make. They could just remove some of the slits from the shield. Maybe make it so that you could only have one, like a cup, just there's only like 2 slits or something like that, and that's all they can see instead of all those slits. Or maybe make it so that, I don't know, maybe make it so that it's like almost fully translucent so that you can see the person sitting behind it and that that they're there. There's ways that they can change it that way.
They could do it that way. I don't, like, if they really don't want to change it though, I don't think they'd even need to. if they got rid of it on the good operators. Like, okay, if Smoke didn't have one, if Valk didn't have one, if Wamai didn't have one, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, if you want to bring Wamai, Jaeger, Goyo, Wamai, Jaeger, Goyo, Belusi, Maestro, right?
Mhm.
That's like the explosives you have to deal with now. Now all of a sudden you're missing a Smoke for your setup. And for like that late round win.
Yeah.
Like things change a lot now. Now, yes, you still have to clear all this shit, but it doesn't have the same impact. Like Maestro doesn't have the same impact if you don't have the smoke and the C4s to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
None of this even works if you don't have the shotgun to do all the setup. Like, all these problems could be avoided if some of these operators didn't have a shield.
Yeah.
Like Smoke is so good in so many ways.
Smoke has been like top 3 most picked defender since the beginning of time.
Take away this motherfucker's shield.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, with the new Tachanka, I feel like it's like the same thing as like, oh, Jaeger's picked all the time. We got to give a better alternative so people pick something different. But like, I don't know. Is it really going to do much? At the end of the day, right now, I think you still take Smoke. Sometimes you're going to be able to stack regardless, but like Smoke brings a shield and he can do that stuff, right? Like, just the alternatives. I don't like the alternatives thing. That stuff scares me.
So, I mean, we can talk about this more at length, but I'm also wary of the time. We're at about 3 hours now. There's still one more subject I want to bring up before we pivot to questions, and this is by far and away the single most amount of questions that we've ever received. And for those that are watching live in our Discord, there is a questions for Pengu section at which this is actually absurd. So we're going to need to ask some of these questions. But the last topic that I wanted to bring up, which is one that I'm sure Chad is going to love, and you've talked about many, many times, involves Shaiiko. So obviously the score has been putting out a couple videos. Just a few. Treading the same ground over and over again. And you tweeted the other day, basically asking them to pull the story, or at least not pull the story, but ask for confirmation on some of the things. And they told you that everything was true. Now, as somebody who, I'm not even really related to this drama, but the amount of people that pop into my stream and say to me, why did Pengu get Shaiiko banned? For 2 questions for you. First question, how dare you? Second question, how do you, Pengu, Nick, the flightless bird, how are you capable of single-handedly banning such an incredible competitor all on your own with no help from anybody else? I just want to know. And also, can you not ban a couple players? And also, if I give you money, can you ban some current players? But
you see, Parker, the benefit of owning Ubisoft as an individual is that I can do whatever the fuck I want, right?
Right. Okay.
And this is where the hypocrisy comes apart, because if I own Ubisoft, I can do whatever I want. Why haven't I made the change that I'm suggesting, right? Why am I complaining about the utility meta and not doing anything about it? But I'm banning Shaiiko because it's better than me.
Right. That's for the record, there are people who sincerely believe that you got him banned solely because he was better than you, even though you beat them in their match. So I don't really understand. Anyway, people are stupid. But I do want to give you somewhat of a platform to talk about this, because it has been years since this happened. Shaiiko was banned.
It's been 3 years.
Over 3 years. October 11th. Yeah. October 11th was when he was banned back in 2017.
Yeah, that's so long ago. That's crazy to think about.
It's crazy to think about.
He was banned for 2 years. Almost 2 years.
The one to me that's crazy is like, I feel like Bolo was just 15 yesterday, bro. Like,
dude,
I remember when this guy was 15 and like smoking me in ranked, and I was like, I got time. I'm like, it's only 3 years from, like, it's 3 years from now. Like,
look at you now. Sure.
Like, Troy, Yaga is playing competitively. Like,
I know. It's so crazy to think about.
But here's the question that I want to ask for you, because I mean, most people know, and I would assume that there are Shaiiko fanboys who are always going to hate you for this, and obviously there are Pengu fanboys who are always going to hate Shaiiko and Shaiko's fanboys for this. The one thing that is often missing from this conversation is that Shaiiko was unbanned early. He was unbanned early because he went through, as was confirmed by ESL on social media, because he went through what is considered the rehabilitation program, which is private information, usually involves a PR representative and or a lawyer, usually involves corporate on ESL side of things, because this is a serious matter, and also usually involves the person apologizing and explaining what they did, which is the big thing that is missing from this conversation. Doesn't always mean that's the case, but the vast majority have to admit that they did something wrong, apologize for it, and explain how they've grown from it. That is the purpose of the rehabilitation program. So all of these people saying, well, there wasn't any proof, oh, there was never anything shown, yada, 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 are missing the fact that the reason why Shaiiko was unbanned early was because he went through a program that almost always unfailingly involves the person having to admit their guilt and show how they've grown from it.
Yeah.
So this is a part of the conversation that is often missing, and people don't know this, and we will never know if he actually did. That information is sealed. It is never going to be public. There is obviously under NDA. People would lose their jobs if they unveiled it. We don't know what he said. We don't know what he submitted. But for you are now friends with Shaiiko. There is that picture of you shaking hands at Six Invitational.
That's a good one, actually.
Where was it that he woke you up? Was that OGA Pit? Where he...
That was OGA Pit, yes.
Right.
We were at the after party. I left early because I had an early flight. I guess Fabian stayed because Fabian brought him to my room because me and Fabian share a room. And I just hear someone like, "Sup, bitch?" And I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was like, I just woke up from like a 4-hour power nap, and I was just dying laughing because I was like, that's like the perfect thing ever, because we were at the after party and we're like close to each other, and you could almost feel the stress and the awkwardness in the air between like me and him and like everyone around us. And I left and they had a great time. They came back and we almost kind of put it behind us in that given moment, right? We were like, we can get past this. We can have fun. Like, we have shared common friends. We played the same game. We're going to play each other many, many times. And we're going to play together in FPL, which we ended up doing on the same team. And everyone is confused in Twitch chat. Why are they on the same team? How can they do this? How can they laugh together? Everyone lost their minds, right? Mm-hmm. And the matter of fact is that we moved on a long time ago. The second he was unbanned, I have had no bad faith towards him. I have wished him nothing but luck in every single match we've had. Shook his hand every time we've played, even in defeat on multiple occasions. And look at what Shaiiko has become now. One of the best players, not even in Europe, one of the best players in the world, right? And the only thing that is being drawn from this is still the same Pengu versus Shaiiko every single time. Right? BDS used to be a Shaiiko team. It is now a full BDS team where Shaiiko is thriving as a player. And the other part of the story that people miss regarding, they forgot his end is that I didn't get Shaiiko banned alone. It was quite literally every single professional team had at least one player involved in this massive document. I'm talking gigantic document. Almost every single Challenge League team had a player involved. We had some old Reddit moderators, Wikipedia people involved that were also been trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. And all I did was that I basically put my name on that document and said, I am sending this document to ESL. And I haven't seen it since. It's still in my Google Drive somewhere probably, but I haven't seen it since. And I didn't know what was going to happen with that document until the official announcement. I had no idea. And obviously, when that happened, it was a party day because we had a worry as a society that there was something fishy going on. And I think we have every right to say that we're worried. We said, hey, ESL, we think something's up here. This is what we found. Can you do your own investigation? And whatever you come up with is true. Or that's jury judge executioner kind of style, right? Yeah. And they did an investigation for quite some time. And they ended up deeming that not just was the proof that we sent valid, but what they found on their end apparently was also valid. And the outcome was a 2-year ban. And he has served his sentence in my eyes. And he's come out a greater person, greater player. And you can almost even argue that he benefited greatly from this ban, as terribly as that sounds. I'm not saying I did a good thing for him, but as terrible as it is, Shaiiko has benefited massively from this. And that's a good thing. I'm glad that he came out on top. I'm glad that he's now a great player. I'm glad that he proved a lot of people wrong in the fact that they were like, oh, he's only good because he was cheating, or whatever the case might have been. Because clearly the guy is not cheating anymore. He's just really fucking good. Right?
Right.
So where do we go from now? Well, we're arguably friends. We've DM'd a few times, amongst the years. He was like, yo, what's up? Like, I got all these people saying that I'm a cheater. And I was like, yeah, I got all these guys spamming 4 for 4 in my chat. Do you struggle? I struggle kind of thing. And we both got the worst of it, right? He has a lot of enemies. I have a lot of enemies. My fans hates him, vice versa. But if we can get past it, the two people that were involved with this directly, I do believe that the community could perhaps follow along and just kind of let him be Shaiiko, not just be Shaiiko the banned person. And then I could be Pengu and not Pengu, the guy that owns ESL who banned Shaiiko kind of thing. Because there's not much more to this story than just one guy had a concern, bunch of people helped, we sent in a document, and ESL did their thing.
And still, despite all this, and despite what I said, which was backed up by Secretly, by the way, and anybody who's worked for ESL, and this is not a Rainbow Six thing, the ESL rehabilitation program is for all games.
Yeah.
Players have gone through it before in other games. They have spoken about the process. CSGO players have talked about it, where they completely own up to cheating, apologize, and they still don't get granted forgiveness.
Yeah.
The fact that Shaiiko got granted forgiveness would lead me to believe that he probably admitted it and apologized for it and showed how he's not going to do it again. That would be my guess. That is obviously all speculation, and maybe it is incorrect speculation. I don't know. None of us will know.
No.
Still, despite that, there are people in the chat saying, oh, he never cheated.
Yeah, and I think people are right to their opinions on this topic, right? But the fact is that we don't know.
We'll never know for sure what's included in that document. We'll never know for sure what Ubisoft found. We'll never know for sure what ESL found. I think the best way to sum it up is Ice Cold, formerly of ESL, now of Face It, who said, do I blame the people for being misinformed about this? No. But I do blame them if they are purposefully avoiding getting properly informed. And that is where I think it breaks down. People like to blame Moss and say, well, Moss was really shit. Talon, former pro player from NA, literally did an entire series of tweets on how the people who were saying that, oh, Renshiro, oh, Adam, oh, Skies were also using macros was not correct. And how there was actual variances there in comparison to Shaiko's Moss files. So, I mean, people don't care to look it up. And I do agree with you. I think that, I think that Shaiiko probably benefited to a certain extent in terms of popularity. He's always going to have this aura around him now. And imagine the storyline it'll be when he finally wins something. I'll be honest. At the beginning when he got unbanned, I was a little bit worried about if he did win something. Because how am I going to react? He's just been unbanned for cheating.
Yeah.
How am I going to react to calling a moment where somebody who was a cheater has now won something? And that was something that Kix and I have actively talked about. How are we going to phrase our comments, our praise, and the winning call of somebody whose record will forever be tainted by this ban for cheating? But at the end of the day, you have to kind of set that aside. And when Shaiiko got unbanned, I sent him a DM basically just saying, like, slate's clean. Bygones are bygones. We all make mistakes. I'm excited to see what you do now that you're back. All the best.
Yeah.
And like that was it. And I think that that's the fair thing to do. I think people do make mistakes. I think it is a colossal mistake. I think that there are people whose careers were ruined because of this mistake. But I still think that forgiveness is acceptable. And I mean, he's shown what he can do. And I don't think there's anybody who's doubting how talented Shaiiko is and what he's capable of. And I mean, if his team wins the major again,
and
you go from there.
Yeah. Either way, it's a good story. No matter what the outcome is in everyone's individual head, I still think there's a lot of, and I think that's why it's so popular, is because the drama and like this, it's almost like an American TV drama show thing, right? It's like, pick your size, choose your warrior, who's in the right, who's in the wrong kind of thing. And the narrative is almost like, we spoke about this right before we went live, Troy and I, is that it's almost like the narrative was in the Win It All documentary, where it was like, oh, Canadians' only purpose in life is to beat Pengu in T2 because he lost to him so many times. It's like, that's not what that was at all. And that's not who Troy is. And that is such a wrong picture to paint. But if this, which in this case is called esports, if they draw this picture for the audience, most people don't know the details. Most people might not even know who the frick we are, right? They don't follow Pro League that specifically, but the picture that's being painted for them and the information that they're being fed is inaccurate. And as you said, Parker, I did in fact try and get a hold of the head of content for the Score Esports. He responded back to me and he basically said, this video is relevant, it's recent news, and we believe that every single part of this is factually true. And I was like, well, shit, I tried. They think it's true, that's fine, I can't change it. My only fear is that they're misinforming a lot of people. Whether it's about me, whether it's about Troy, I don't really care what it's about. I just want this story to be told correctly, right? Because it just harms people.
I remember I watched the first video they put out on it, which was the big one that blew up.
I couldn't watch it.
What?
I couldn't watch it.
So I watched it, and I just remember watching it, and I was like, this is so skewed towards one way. And it's like, we reached out to ESL for comment, and they gave us this boilerplate comment. It's like, yeah, because ESL's not going to be like, well, let's take you through what we found. Like, nobody's going to do that, right?
No.
Former Rainbow Six admin, who everybody loves, BK, posted in the chat, and he says the way that the rehab process worked back at the time involves a lot of communication with the affected people, where they start writing big essays, they explain themselves, they share a lot of other files and media. It is a very, very, very long process that involves multiple parties at ESL. It is not just one admin doing the judgment. Honestly, of course, it's also honesty is a big part in that. Yeah. Honesty is a big part in that. And at the end of the day, the thing that doesn't matter to me is whether he cheated at this point is immaterial. I couldn't give two shits if he did. It's shitty if he did. Who cares? If he's unbanned, he's making up for lost time. Cool. The thing I care about now is misrepresenting the story and trying to change how history was. Because I remember hearing about Shaiiko because I never really watched EU Pro League when I started casting. And Troy, I don't know if you'd heard about him, but...
Well, I'd heard about him.
Yeah, I mean, I'd heard tons of things, and I'd heard tons of things from other French players too, who had said like, yeah, we think he cheats. And it's like, to just pin it on one person. And I do think, and you and I, Pengu, have spoken about things you've said and tweeted in the past that I've disagreed with. We've had nice, long conversations about it. I don't think this is an instance where you deserve the full and entire blame for it. And if Shaiiko forgives you, then everybody else should, and people should just move the fuck on.
Yeah. And same way goes, so obviously on the other spectrum of this, right? If I'm fine with it, if I can forgive and move on and forget, or not forget necessarily, but move on and forgive, so should the people judging Shaiiko for this as well. I don't see a reason as to why we should continue digging into this past of his, which affects so many people from ESL staff, from like BK, for example. He was like the name, the admin. Mm-hmm. The amount of people that was saying that BK was like our parket admin, and we like bribed him, and like a lot of people got negatively affected by this without like way outside the circle.
I remember when people were like, well, of course, at the time, Penta was a German org.
BK
Penta's a German org, BK is German, ESL is a German company. Yeah, of course they're going to favor that against the French. And I was like...
Yeah. I remember reading that one.
Yeah.
Like...
And the saddest part was that there were French players and French casters who were on board with that thought process. And I was like, how? Just how much of a partisan fucking hack are you? That you are just, it's vacant up here. That you are just ready to latch on to one of like this dumb nationalist garbage where it's like, well, the French and the Germans hate each other. And I'm like, dude, ESL is not looking at culture or borders to try to punish players. Like...
No, that one was ridiculous. I mean,
yeah, and Ubisoft is a French company, by the way, who also had to go along with this. But they just, I guess they're also just like on the side.
Cut that part out.
Yeah, people definitely forget that. Like, I think the big thing is that they think only like Pengu got Shaiiko banned, and I think that's one of the more ridiculous parts of it, is that it takes more than that. Like, Pengu wasn't just like, nah, this guy's cheating, and then that was that, right? Like, a lot of people would have had to say it. A lot of people had to get clips. A lot of like Moss files had to be gone through. Like, it wasn't just Pengu thinks he cheats. Pengu did all this work. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. So I was a part of like getting clever. Well, he didn't even get banned.
Oh, actually. I remember that.
He just stopped playing.
He left. Yeah.
But I was part of that, trying to get him banned. And we had someone from every team in there sign this document. We went through all of these clips together. This was before Moss even, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe, no, Moss was a thing at the time, but I don't think they didn't prove anything.
Wire wasn't? I thought there was only one anti-cheat at the time.
I thought we only had a wire, didn't we, back then?
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought at the time there was only one wire.
Yeah, I think Moss came
there's only one anti-cheat, which was either wire or Moss.
I don't
I'm not entirely sure.
But yeah, it takes more than that.
So you're saying you single-handedly got Clever banned?
Yes, because Canada hates America or something.
Yeah, you hate small business owners.
I mean,
he was checking his monitor to report
I was
on his businesses.
Let's say that Clever wasn't a streamer. What would he got caught because he streamed, and Troy was obviously being smart about it. But what if that guy never streamed? That guy could have been cheating for a long time.
100%.
No,
that's where he fucked up.
Imagine that cheaters aren't smart.
People would have figured something out, but no one would have proved anything.
Exactly. What do you do then if
he would have gone to LAN and we would have been like, "Huh, what's going on here?"
Yeah, because we actually played them first in the year 1 season 1 Pro League finals. We played VWS without him, of course, and we clapped them. And it was very evident that they got carried to that Pro League final. To be honest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Part of this problem does stem from the fact that on stream you did stupidly say something along the lines of like, "I got Shaiiko banned" or something.
I was actually gonna talk about that.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good time to clear the air on that.
This is where Esports fucked up. So the biggest issue with this is that those VODs don't exist anymore because DMCA, they're gone, literally non-existent. And I actually reached out to the Score Esports and asked them, "Do you guys have the entire clip?" Because this was let's say a 6-7 hour VOD, maybe 8 even back then. And to my memory and to what I know, it doesn't go, "I'm the guy that got Shaiiko banned," boom. Because surely I wouldn't just say that without context, right? I'm pretty sure it's more like "Oh, I got Shaiiko banned. I was a part of the people that reported him with 20 other people," But the only part that the Score Esports video shows is quite literally, word for word, "I'm the guy that got Shaiiko banned," cut. And that looks great in a non-contextual matter, right? Because, that's Pengu admitting to him banning Shaiiko. He pressed the button, he did that. But if you actually look at the context, and again, I asked them for the clip, they refused to send it to me. If they have it, I would love for them to do it. There is so much more to that than just those few words. But it was never shown. And the clip does not exist unless they saved it. What do we do about that? I've tried to prove that many, many times. People don't care. Back then, that is. Because it's a fact. It was in the video. Seen by 2.6 million people, I think. Summit saw it on stream. Shroud saw it on stream. A lot of traction that got. It was a big deal. And rightfully so.
Is there anything you regret about the handling of the Shaiiko situation?
Oh, yeah. I wish I had just been like as I said, I think there was 17 or 20 people, maybe more, maybe less, on that document, and not a single person, to my knowledge, has actively, vocally said, "I was a part of that list," because you don't want to be on that list. I wish I had just been like, "Oh, Shaiiko got banned. I had no idea," because there was no reason to be involved. There was no reason to be proud of my efforts in that case, because with Canadian's video, that was a public YouTube video, right? That was very evidently Canadian. What we did was, quote unquote, the proper way. We conducted an investigation ourselves, and we sent it off to the right authorities. We had our organization involved and everything. There was no reason for me to bring that to light whatsoever. And I was streaming, I think, when the announcement happened, and I had no idea what was going to happen. I was like, it's like winning. It's like, yes, and you do the wrong thing, right? If I had taken 10 seconds and just been like, "Oh, that's crazy because he was a really good player, but I would have never thought he was cheating," it would have been a whole different story. But it would have been the same outcome in the sense that he would have been banned, and I would have lived on to live my life. But because I said that, there's this whole 2-3 year of bullshit that impacts so many people kind of thing. I wish I had just been there,
I feel like you've learned a lot over social media.
Certainly.
I feel like you've learned a lot over social media over the last couple of years, because
I wish I had social media training. I don't blame the fact that I did those mistakes on the fact that I didn't have the social media training, but fuck me that I wish that I did have the training to avoid those things.
The only thing I will say about your Twitter conduct is that I am sympathetic, and I'm becoming more sympathetic to the argument that public pressure needs to be applied to Ubisoft. I have gone from thinking that for the last couple years there have been some pretty egregious missteps, Ella, Lion, etc.
Yeah.
But I will also tell you that I do think that the direction that this game seems to be trending in is concerning to me. I think that the lack of communication that we have seen from Ubisoft has gotten worse than it ever was. And I feel like the feedback that is being conveyed, which is now, in my opinion, is better than it was before. There are a lot of workshops happening. There are a lot of very good people who speak well and speak diplomatically that are relaying constructive feedback to Ubisoft, and it is essentially being thrown out. I do think that we are starting to enter a stage where even myself am more inclined, and we are all more inclined, to take to social media to try to fix things, because social media pressure does work. I think it should be a last resort. I don't think you should be going to social media or Twitter or whatever fan base you have or whatever platform you have for minor grievances. And I think that there's a lot of things in Rainbow Six that can be fixed with a single message, and I still think that's really important. With all of that said, and I am very concerned with where we are going, I'm starting to worry about some of the changes that are being made, the rumors. There was a leaked video of the new operator that was just circulating a couple days ago. That is pretty alarming.
Wait, what was it?
Providing. I mean, obviously, we're not going to share details, but there was a video.
What do you mean?
There was a video that was leaked of the new operator, like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I want to say it was on. I can send it to you later. But anyway, I mean, I don't know how people have access to it already, but somebody does somewhere. And it's just like, I'm starting to get kind of concerned with where we're going. And I think that it's still savable, right? I mean, I think changing the deployable shields, I think maybe making some tweaks to Malusi, I think maybe making some tweaks to secondary gadgets, the introduction of a secondary gadget that essentially is Ash's gadget that can be brought by a lot of operators, I think would also fix a lot of problems. But all this said, I do think, and my main criticism with your social media presence, and it's gotten a lot better, and I will give you praise for that, was that you used to tweet without thinking. And the problem is that you have a very big fan base. You have the biggest fan base in Rainbow Six. There is nobody in Rainbow Six who is larger than you. You have the biggest fan base. The problem is that when you post things that are somewhat angry towards devs, towards the dev team, even if it's not towards the devs, your followers take that as a signal to do the same. And your tweet alone, similar to Wamai, on his own, he's fine. But how he works with everything else, he's a problem. Your tweet alone might be fine. The problem is that when 200 of your followers start going after the devs, things get really ugly. And there tends to be a snowball effect here. And that's the only thing that I'm concerned with, is that when we have big platforms, and it's something that I try to be conscious of, and like I said, I think you've gotten a lot better with it. But when we have big platforms, we cannot be responsible for every single follower we have. Some of them are going to step outside the box. Some of them are going to step over the line, and we have to do what we can to try to mitigate that. And I mean, I think that the devs make missteps, professional missteps, and I don't think that should infringe upon their personal lives, and sometimes that does. And that's what
I think it does way too much, for sure. I mean, I've started seeing a lot of devs actually interact, kind of like fighting back almost on social media, because they're so affected by it. And I hate what it's become. And this is the issue, is that obviously that was not my intention, but obviously that would be the outcome, right? Like, it doesn't take a whole lot of brain cells to figure out that this was a bad idea.
Right.
And that's why it has gotten better, because I was like, shit, like when I made the Siege, everything wrong with Siege video, which I actually thought was a pretty good thing for the game overall, it was basically used as a weapon against all the devs, what the game has done wrong, what the game hasn't done right, etc. And what started as an idea of trying to fix the game became maybe the thing that might destroy the game, almost, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it became like a shell of negativity and hatred towards the people that could fix the game. And the issue is, we need these people, chat. We need them to fix the game. We don't need them to stop fixing the game. They're not going to want to fix the game if this is the scenario that we're in, right? And I do take like blame for that fully, and I have misused my position, and I could have used it, as I said earlier, with the Waffle Boys. I could have used my power of position a lot more influential in a positive way than I did. But my outlet, which has always been to be very critical, is to point out the issue, tell them to fucking figure it out, and let them deal with it. That's always been my approach in life, and it's not the greatest approach by any means. And it's not a good approach online, and it's not a good approach when people don't know who you are, or what you stand for, or how you mean it, because 140 characters on Twitter. And I fucked up in every single aspect on that front, 100%. And that is why I've started, since a few months ago especially, it's like video, statistics. Like I made the Monty tweet a few days ago, and I literally recorded. I explained, and I was like, I don't think this is great because of this. Here
it's
are like
a sensitivity change, by the way, for the people that are unaware.
Oh,
the shield break.
Yeah. So basically, when you melee the shield, you basically get, it's like if you were Ela trapped twice back when the sensitivity reduction happened. So currently, if you get meleeed, well, last patch, if you got meleeed, you could counter swing and you can block their bullets. Now, as of the patch that came out a few days ago, the glass change and whatnot, if you get meleeed, you cannot move your character more than like 20 degrees, maybe 30 degrees. So you're basically like, And if you're flicking really hard and really fast, trying to maneuver with a super slow sense, the second the animation stops, you're spinning 360s looking at an idiot. And then when they melee you again, you're back to barely moving. And it's just one of those things that feels extremely clunky. And they've basically made the Monty from, and I agree, an overpowered operator that is not fun to play against, and it's way too fun to play as. So why on earth would you play Monty? You can't even move your cursor. Like, what's the point, right?
Yeah.
I don't want shields to take the game, but also don't want shields to not be playable. Either we remove them, which I don't think is the solution, or we recognize the fact that they have a place in the game, but we need to figure out what that place is. It should be a place like anything else where you can situationally pick the operator if you are skilled enough and you can make it work. Similar to how Blitz was played in Pro League by me. In D2, we played Ying, Jackal, Blitz. On Cafe, we just ran it down. It worked wonders. Who started doing it? Dark Zero. Mint even gave me a shout out on Twitter, said, hey, Pengu, thanks to the Blitz strats. It can work given the circumstance. And that is how operators should try and be balanced around, if possible, of course.
You don't really play shields.
Fuck shields. Fuck shields.
I mean, fuck defender shields.
Both of them. But, I mean, I understand that. I think operators, should have a situational use. And I agree. The shield nerf would probably be too much. Like, the current shield nerf is probably too much.
It seems that way.
They could probably find a better balance. But I'm not complaining because I don't like shields in the first place.
Veli plays shields every single round in ranked, by the way. I just want everybody to know that.
Disgusting.
Y'all like Veli? Y'all like Veli? You think he's a great caster? You're excited to see him host the major quals?
Not anymore.
He plays shields every round, by the way. And when we try to ban Monty, he complains, and then he plays Blitz. So I just want to let you all know that.
I can see some of me in
Cancel Veli
right now.
Cancel Veli.
Him.
Cancel him.
I'm down with that.
We're canceling Veli. Veli is officially canceled.
You gotta unmod him though.
I know, I have no choice. I love working with Veli. I hate playing Rainbow Six with him because he's a shield main. You know?
I will say.
Pengu doesn't even follow me because he knows I'm the better shield player. Oh,
I don't follow Veli. Dude, there's so many people I don't follow. I should
follow Veli.
be ashamed.
Unbelievable.
I do now. It's all now I
there
do.
You go. Yo, Veli,
shields can definitely be fun in ranked, I will say.
Pog. What'd you say?
I said shields can be fun in ranked, I will say.
Shut up.
That's how I've had fun sometimes. I used to, oh my god, when I used to get bank and ranked, I loved it.
Yes.
Okay, Monty on bank is
strats.
Monty on bank is pretty good. Yeah. So we tackled some pretty good topics here. We talked about G2's turn and how they're going through EUL and the things that you're going to work on. We talked about the Cyclops thing. I'm not surprised that none of us disagreed on that.
I was happy for that.
Yes. And I mean, I think that comes from a competitive standpoint. I think people that are there's competition, and I mean, like, there's honor. And we talked about this when C9 booked their flights for that one DreamHack against Rogue. And then C9 had to forfeit because Rogue refused to reschedule the game, and everybody got mad at Rogue. I'm like, are you fucking dumb? It's a free win. It's Cloud9's fault for booking flights on the wrong fucking day. If I'm Rogue, I'm like, yeah, I'm taking a free dub. Like, what? Integrity doesn't get me to LAN, winning does. I got free win. Yay! Like, it's super easy.
Yay! Actually, before you go on, sorry, I actually have a question regarding that. What do you think about the Vitality Empire scenario where it was not anyone's fault?
I mean, precedent was already set that the match had to be forfeit, right? So in that case, you just have to...
apparently that's... I don't know. Apparently, it was never told by official. So basically, as far as I know, this could be wrong, but I heard this from casters and Ubisoft employees, is that It was never confirmed that the match should be forfeit, but it was said on cast. What was said was that Ubisoft officials, or whatever, face it, has to figure it out, which takes time because you gotta go up the chain and down the chain. But it was said on cast that it was indeed a forfeit. And then later on, it came out that Ubisoft is now looking into it, and then it became down to a forfeit again. But either way, do you not think in this scenario, when it's not a player's fault, that it could have been resolved? Because that game could have changed a lot of things, arguably.
Yes.
And do you not think that there should have been a very big incentive to make that game happen, even if it's all streamed and recorded for YouTube or something like that, with a spectator?
I wish that was the case, but I understand why it's not. Like I'm pretty sure in the rules it's not like that's supposed to be a forfeit.
Yeah.
And I understand why that's the rule because it could get abused.
Yes.
So I understand it, but yeah, like it sucks when it happens in a situation like that when it's an important game.
That was a huge game, yeah.
Yeah, it was a huge game.
That was a huge game.
That instance when it actually is just an issue out of like completely out of their control and it's a very important game, you wish you could just reschedule it, but it's just it sucks. That's just like
it's a lose-lose situation
online because it's just like that sometimes online. There's not much you can do about that.
LAN fixes that.
Yeah, because no one's really abusing that, right?
Yeah. Like, so my thing is I'll usually default to precedent because I think once you establish precedent, you have to go with it for fairness. For fairness, you can't just, if the precedent was that the match needed to be forfeited, then that's what you have to go with. Like,
oh, I see.
I feel like context is important, but at the end of the day, you know, you can always argue that there's importance behind a match. And I mean, in retrospect, Rogue getting a free win over Cloud9 midway through the season, and let's say Rogue makes it in by 1 point.
Yep.
Yeah, it might have only been played a number 5, but that free win with the +7 rounds could be the sole reason why they're at LAN. It's just as important, you just don't know it at the time. So for me, it's like when you establish precedent, I think you kind of need to stick to it because it's fair and it causes the least amount of problems. At the same time, I'm also sympathetic to not all situations are created equal, and sometimes you need to do different things under extraordinary circumstances. And that was, it to me, would fall under the extraordinary circumstances category. So I don't really have a clear answer. It's like I said, it's a lose-lose. Just what I can say from on the broadcast, by the way, as somebody who has been fed very wrong information repeatedly as a caster from production, whether they've either interpreted things wrong or whether they've been told by the admins things are wrong, or in the past, as I said before, the ESL admins make a decision and a certain person at Ubisoft who's no longer with that company makes them revert that decision. Sometimes you say something on a broadcast that you're told is correct that gets walked back for a variety
100%.
of different reasons.
And that's why, as I said, don't know for a fact, and also no grudges being had or anything like that. And of course, if you're a broadcaster, if you're casting it, what are you gonna say? Guys, we don't know what's going on.
I mean, we do say that.
Make a statement.
We do say that. If Kix and I don't know, we'll say we don't know what the decision is. We'll get back to you. We've said that before.
That's fair. I think that should have maybe been the precedent in this case because, but maybe again, wrong information was fed. Maybe the interpretation was different. Maybe it was factually that the match was forfeited and then the mind got changed or whatever. It's very true. I have no grudges for anyone involved. I just wish that the game was played because it could have changed a lot of things. Yeah. We'll never know.
I mean, you look at the EUL standings too, right? And it's like the ninth place team finished with 10 points in that stage. The fourth place team finished with 14. That's a win and a tie separating them. Like that's huge, right? So
I mean, just look at us. We would have gone tied second, lost the tiebreaker to him. We would have been third place, basically tied second with Empire if we had won Tempra, and losing got us to 7th place. That's a single match on the last play day. Second tied, 7th. It's a lot.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I mean, I think every single game matters. A team can lose the first 2 games of the season and then miss out on the playoffs or whatever by a single point. Well, guess what? Yeah. You think Playday number 1 and number 2 don't matter because there's 12 more to go back in the old format? No. Congrats, you might have just doomed yourself.
Yep.
So, all right. With that, like I said, with that said, we covered some pretty good ground. We talked about the Cyclops. We talked about the utility that we're in right now. Obviously, I think we could probably dedicate a full 4 hours to just talking about changing set operators, but I think you gave a pretty good perspective here for everybody that's involved. And of course, we talked about the Shaiiko thing and the score. And now we will turn towards questions from the community, of which there are so goddamn many.
Pick the best ones.
We will pick the best ones. Troy, you're welcome to go look. I mean, the first one is one that has floated around for quite a while. And I know that you've addressed it before, but I want you to address it here. It comes from Samirius, and it is, would you ever consider going to play for North America? And if so, how good would the offer have to be?
So I've always said, before I went pro even, that my goal was always to enter North America, because that's kind of where esports is booming. And, native speaking players all across the board. In Europe, we got some accents going on. The offer would have to be a situation where, and this is why I didn't go NA like 2 years ago. I didn't want to join an NA team that couldn't win invitationals. And I personally have not believed that a North American team could win until basically the last year, like last 365 days or whatever. Obviously, HST won the last one. We got HST, Dark Zero, TSM, and Oxygen. Pretty stable top 4 contesters. I think 3 of those are all capable of winning invitationals. I'm unsure about the 4th, and the 4th being Oxygen. I don't see them being stable enough. But in theory, any of those 3 teams were teams I could join now. But say in a year from now, if all 8 teams are great, then there's 8 teams I could join. It's all about timing.
Would you join a United?
I think they already have an EU player, so it's only unfair if I did, isn't it? Like, I can't do that. Too strong.
Sorry. All right, that's a good answer. I remember when the rumors circulated that you were going to go to TSM. Everybody was like, Pengu.tsm.
That was a big rumor actually at some point. Never happened though.
But now, I mean, you could come over and be the Thermite support IGL for Space Station.
Nice, man.
Oh, da. The thing is, Parker, if I was to get an offer to go somewhere else, I'm not gonna accept a fucking hot breach offer. Fuck that. I'm getting off smoke or I'm getting off hot support and attack. I'm not doing both again. Like I always said, when I get put on Thermite, it's gonna be like, my last year in Pro League, and now I'm basically on Thermite. So
I don't know. I like it. I have fun.
You might like it, Troy, and you're doing great, buddy. But I'm not liking it, nor am I doing great. So if I get an offer, it better be contractually written. Not playing smoke and hot breach, only once at a time. Otherwise, I'm not joining.
True. Okay, I don't play smoke with it. So
exactly. Have you tried playing smoke hot breach? It's hard to find frags. You're basically just looking for scraps around. Like there's an injured guy somewhere. You kill him. You get I got to kill boys.
When I first joined the team, we had Bosco on smoke hot breach, and I mean, I will say like we were worse as a team then. Yeah. But he I'm pretty sure he top fragged. It was at DreamHack Montreal. Like he was like throughout the whole event, he was like our best fragger.
Yeah.
On smoke.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't frag it out because look at Brid.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's the approach to the role, I guess. I don't know. I feel like
it is.
You gotta feel like your impact is with your comms and your words, and that's it. So anyways, I'm going to ask one. It's actually from my dad.
Oh.
Who are your favorite players to play against or types and why? And of course, 3 most memorable matches / moments in Siege.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'll answer the second part, but you got to repeat the first one afterwards because you cut out. But my most memorable matches, I think 2 of them are actually with you, which is kind of like silly to say, but I think it's true. I think obviously Invitationals 2018, and then probably Paris Major, kind of going into that because there's a lot going on between in your personal life, my personal life, the documentary, the rivalry, the storyline. You were like the player back then that I looked up to, and we just had a really good rivalry. It was really good for viewership and everything else. I loved it. And then, of course, my third memory would be, year 1, season 1 Pro League finals, my first ever LAN event, my first interview. I met Matt Andrews in the bathroom, washing my hands, and he was like, "Yo, who are you?" Looked at my jersey. or you're Pengu, great, I'm Matt. Do you want to do an interview on stage? And I was like, no, but I actually said yes. So I fucked up there, but it created so many openings for me. And Matt was such a father figure for me, as weird as it sounds. And we really grew well together. So you twice, you on season 1 once. And then what was the first part? Sorry.
The favorite players and like styles to play against, I guess. You could even say favorite
to play against.
But yeah.
I like playing against teams that basically are not predictable, because it's so like Empire, like it's so boring, but I can't beat them. So like, am I just bad kind of thing? I guess Elevate back in the day with the Skies and Laxing, obviously Reciprocity just likes Oxygen. I still think they have that kind of rat play style, as we call it. I like playing against those teams because it comes a lot down to like individual skill, decision making, adaptation, and creative work. And I think that's what Penta's Prime team was also good at playing. You know, the adaptability and dynamic gameplay style.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, favorite player, I kind of said it. I think it was you back in the earlier days for sure. I saw you as a big inspiration, and nowadays I really look up to people that are younger and newer. Like when Bolo was in the up and coming, just like seeing someone so young and so new to everything, really give it a go.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
All right.
Well, the next question comes from Fenris Meister, and this is a topic that also I was wondering if we should touch on, but I felt that if it was asking a question, we can get to it. Says, I know you've been talking about retirement lately. Is your mind set on a specific time, or are you still going to wait a bit longer for Ubisoft to fix the game up? You can also just talk in general about retirement in the comments that you've made.
I mean, the general topic has always been, ever since my stream started getting attraction, which was pretty much in sync with Siege getting attraction, because potato, so about 2018,
right?
Especially after Invite, it became very clear to me that I could make a better living with less stress streaming, you know, the Shroud route, we can call it. But much like Canadian, I too am very much for success and winning tournaments and achieving something that's not what anyone can do, because I do believe that anyone can be a streamer, because there are so many ways to do it. You can be an educator, an entertainer, or a pro player. But to be a pro league player and to win the biggest event takes nothing but being a great pro league player and being in a great team with great players, like just like you. So I didn't want to retire because I thought I could still achieve more in the game. And the bigger the game got, the more competitive it got, the more money it got. And all of a sudden, you know, we're scrimming 5-6 hours a day. We have 2-hour theory sessions every morning. We play Pro League twice a week, National once a week. And it's like, okay, I can barely stream. I also have a girlfriend, which is basically a full-time job in itself at this point, because it's getting serious, right? What do I do with my time? And at a point, I thought, I gotta make a decision and just cut something out. Either cut my girlfriend, cut the Pro League, or basically cut the majority of my streaming hours. And then instead what I did was that I chose to make small sacrifices and decisions every single day. You know, an hour here, an hour there, one day of a week where I will eat dinner with Riley, where we go out, no phones, and just spend time together and like really develop our personal relationship. Have mornings and nights with her. Really grind when I'm grinding, because if I slack and I do a half-assed job, I'm going to spend twice the time doing it. But there was the big frustration with the utility meta and, you know, where the game is going, as you said, in Terra, and your concerns that we all share. And I did say basically that if stuff isn't looking better after next year's invite, which is in next year, February, most likely, that I would probably be open to ending it there temporarily, in the sense that I would basically take a break, be a full-time content creator, and actually see what it's like. Because right now, it's just grass is greener, more spare time. Woo! What if I get fucking bored, right? Because I'm no longer busy. And then I could know for a fact whether content creation would be the play or Pro League would be the play. And what I truly love the most between those two, because I don't know for sure. I don't want to retire, but it might be better for my personal growth, my mental health, and my character development to take a break temporarily. But we'll have to see when we get there, basically.
Yeah. That's a tough call. Thankfully for me, like I know for a fact, like I love competitive more, so it's like easy for me, right? But yeah, I can see that. Like if I loved streaming as well, then yeah, you'd need to find the balance, and yeah, one takes away from the other. And I mean, yeah, if with all of it stacked up with each other and keep going at it forever, like, I mean, yeah, one of them is going to have to give, basically.
I think it reaches a point, you know, where you've already accomplished so much, and it's like at that point you've kind of reached the mountaintop, right? Like, let's be completely honest. You've won 2 6 invitationals. Both of you have. In fact, you have both won all of the 6 invitationals. So,
yeah. All the hammers in this call.
Wasn't aware that all the hammers are here right now.
Holy shit, you're right. All the hammers are here. Oh my god.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're somebody like Pengu, Troy, I think you had a really good story. I think your story was you came up short a couple times to G2, and I think your story was one of redemption, and you know, you winning the hammer. That's like winning the hammer the second time is almost like that Ray Bork-esque story where it's like you win it with SSG and you're like, I'm fucking done, and then you walk off. But you obviously got more left in the tank.
No.
But
one more.
But it's like for Pengu, you know, it's like you won 4 regular season championships out of a grand total of 11 seasons of Pro League. You won 4 of those. Technically, there were only, what was it? Technically, there was only 11 finals because Pro League season 12 didn't happen. So it's like, that's pretty crazy. You win the major, you finish runner up at the other major, you win 2 6 invitationals, or 10 finals. Sorry, 11 didn't happen. So you won 4 of the 10 finals that happened. You finished runner up in Atlantic City. It's crazy to think back on all the success you've had, and your stream gets great traction. Your YouTube's getting good traction. You could probably go the Shroud route and make more money outside of competing. And have a more stable job. As sad as it would be to see you go, losing you as a competitor is something that in my brain makes sense. You know, there are few people that I see being able to make that transition and be better for it. I don't think you have anything left to prove in Rainbow Six. You've given this game, you know, over 5 years of your life at this point. You know, a lot of people were upset that Overwatch players were retiring, and it's like, fuck, they were only playing that game for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
You know,
I will say, yeah, I think in your shoes, I could understand it, because yeah, you've accomplished so much, and like you have stuff you like to. For me, man, like if I retired, I'd be fucking bored.
Yeah,
that's
I got the other route, which, let's be honest, like most pros in Siege at least, and actually in most games, they don't have the content creator route. They could probably retire and build upon that route, but mine is pretty much set for me. All I gotta do is leave the shoes at the door and then walk in the door.
Yeah. But I think one of the big things is that you enjoy content creation. Like, I'll tell you right now, and I've said it, like, I don't. Yeah. Like, I do to like a degree, but I can only do it. Like, I could not do it as a full-time job. I know I could.
I think you would like content creation if it wasn't playing the game. Doing shit behind the scenes, doing funny videos, doing content. Yeah. This is why I think you are well suited to be a caster.
Yes, but you don't know how much I love playing the competitive.
I know you love playing the game. I know. I will say this as well, because chat is freaking out, being like, "No, Pengu, don't go." What I will say is that if you came to me and you were like, "I want to retire. I need to know." You put a water pistol to my head, and I was allergic to water, and I said, "I have to choose between whether you retire or not." I'm going to say stick around, because you're too fun to cast, and frankly, I like having you around. So I would like you to not retire. However, if you did, I would understand why you did, and regardless, I think most people are going to support it. But I hope you don't.
I'm in the same boat. I mean, anytime someone retires, right, it's never like, oh yeah, he retired. But like,
no, there's a couple people that have left Rainbow Six, and I'm like,
okay, good. Okay, well,
I don't come back.
Okay, in a lot of the more storied and accomplished players and stuff like that. Okay, but like, you're definitely in a position where if you did it, people are like, yeah, makes sense. I don't know. I feel like most people would. Some people obviously would not. But I can definitely see it. So yeah.
Thank you.
It's something that I've thought about too, you know, like what is my career path moving forward? I like casting. I'm not bored of casting. I think that there's still challenges. I think that Kix and I are getting better, and I think that I have miles miles to go as a talent to where I want to be. In terms of Rainbow Six, I've pretty much casted everything. Yeah. I've casted 3-6 invitationals. I've casted all the events. I've done the grand finals for all but 2 events that I've been featured at, other than like the minors. Like, for me, it's like, what more realistically could I accomplish? I have a charm in the game. I was immortalized behind the siege, just like you guys were in the documentaries. Like, even for me, it's like I've found myself wrestling with, do I want to keep going forward? Do I want to look for maybe other media? Would I maybe transition to another game? Would I maybe want to take a role working with an org? Maybe, maybe I'll go work at G2 and do social media or be a content creator for them. Who knows?
Hey, let's go.
And I've thought about that, obviously not with G2, but I've thought about that in the past, where it's like
mistakes.
I mean, you can call G2 a mistake, but I think they're okay.
Whoa.
I have definitely thought of what my next steps are, and I think all of us should be. I think everybody who's involved in esports are crazy to not think about what's next, because I have watched casters of other esports get wiped out. Heroes of the Storm had some pretty decently sized casters. Blizzard canceled HGC. Those people have not recovered. Those streamers have not recovered. Those YouTubers whose entire livelihoods relied on that content coming out and producing videos about it and streaming it dried up within a couple months. And where do they go? These skills are not easily transferable, and esports is pretty small, and there's already a lot of talent for not a lot of casting gigs. The amount of esports leagues that have existed over the last 2 years has shrunk dramatically. There's fewer Apex events. There's basically no Fortnite events. PUBG is dried up. Overwatch has kind of stalled out. HGC disappeared. Hearthstone has kind of disappeared. World of Tanks is gone. CSGO has also shrank. Like, it's not easy finding gigs right now. I genuinely fear for what happens if Rainbow Six disappears for me. I think Kicksnile will be fine, but I've also kind of looked at what comes next, and I think it's very normal for people to do that.
You need to, otherwise you're an idiot. That's how I see it. And it kind of goes back to the previous point we had hours ago, is that put in the work now in those areas that when the time comes, or if the time comes, you'll have other options. Because this is something you got to work for a very long time to build up and behind the scenes so that you're ready.
And this is for everybody that's watching as well. Everybody, there's a lot of, the most requested DM I get is info on how to get involved in esports. And honestly, I want to say, like, don't. Unless you're ready to just gamble, don't.
Yeah. I was going to say the same. Like, don't drop out of school and, like, don't get a job and just dive straight out. I'm going to be a pro player. Boom. And then the second it fails, you're just on the shitter. Like, it should be a hobby that grows into something more, if anything.
Yeah.
Organically.
Troy, it's
my question, huh? Ashgold asked a bunch of good ones. So
who did?
Ice Cold? How is it pronounced?
Ice Cold, yeah.
Bartosz. Ice Cold? Okay.
Who now, by the way, runs the Face It Rainbow Six account. Not the esports account, the Face It one. He doesn't have any hand in esports content, from what I understand. I think he just runs the community side of it. Okay. Which I will say, I really like the people who run it on NA and EU. I think that Rhodey is doing an excellent job with NA. But let him start covering esports as well, because I love Ice Cold.
He's good. He's really good.
He's very good. He's one of the best.
Yes.
Big praise.
I agree. Anyways, I'll just ask this first question because I actually think it's a good one. What's the best or most impactful moment of your career that the audience doesn't know about? I feel like it would have to actually. Did you talk about it? You talked about it on the podcast. This is like my guess at it. Okay. I feel like it would probably be like when Fabian came to you and like basically talked you into joining that team instead of the French squad.
That's honestly where my mind went instantly. It was like my brotherhood that I built with Fabian. I want to say Jonas as well, but we had a really bittersweet ending, of course, all of us when we parted ways. But what happened between Fabian and I was it was like the brother that I never had. It was that I have a brother. That sounds really bad to say, but like a brother my age, if not older, actually, because Fabian's a boomer. And what we went through together, the fucking bullshit and the good times and the breakup. And I'm so happy he's still in Pro League on Vitality and I can beat his ass on occasion and then scream him on occasion. But I also wish there was a world where we had stayed together. But it was probably just like the beginning of our story and all that it entailed throughout its time. Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
As a side note, did you ask yourself a question? Am I seeing this correctly?
Oh, yes.
Me?
Yeah, you asked yourself a question in questions for Pengu.
You told me to. You said that we could ask questions in your Discord, so I asked the question.
You asked yourself a question.
You told me that people could. Yeah. You said people could ask me a question. Am I not a person? Am I not the people? I'm a part of the people. I'm not above them.
One of my most liked photos on Instagram, by the way, is the one where you were doing some dumbass interview and you were going off about something, and it's just a picture of me with my hand over my face, and that was it. And it's like my third most liked photo on Instagram.
Wait, I think I know the photo, actually.
It was like we were talking. It's when I had my head shaved. It was in January or February. No, it would have been January. It was when we were back. I remember I asked
the bathroom.
Okay. This is a good one. Okay. It's from Jay. It says, do you think that every region having a different league setup is a trial phase to see which one has the best viewership / competitive integrity? And do you think it will be standardized soon? I will also throw my own addition on there and say, out of all of the regions, which do you prefer? And if you could make any changes, what would you make?
That's actually a really good take, because I have actually not thought about this before. I do think that it should be like globalized so that it makes much more sense for the audience, for spectators, and to learn and understand the system. But it had never actually occurred to me that this could in fact be a test and trial of what actually makes the most sense, because they're getting feedback not just from one format at a time, they're getting 4 simultaneously. Now, which one is best? Well, depends who you're asking. If you're a player, you're probably going to want best of 3s. Are you anything else but a player? You might not want best of 3s. Without thinking too much, I think the best solution is probably just going to get best of 1s, so round robin format basically, no draws. You go into overtime, and as Intero said, I fully agree. If you go into overtime, both teams are guaranteed 1 point. The winner gets 2 points. If you lose, you get 0. If you win, you get 3. That type of thing. I do think that's probably the best, because you're going to get every team plays each other. You don't get the EU issue, the NAL issue. And you're not going to get super weird APAC issue where losing is better all of a sudden. It will still be there, but not as present. And I don't actually know how Latin works, so I can't comment on that.
It's
but
best
EU
of 2s.
is not. With draws?
It's best of 2s. I think they have overtime. I think it's best of 2s with overtime, isn't it?
But they don't play round robin then, do they?
Their system is weird because LATAM's got the 3 subregions in BR6. There are draws, so there are draws. Okay.
Okay, then. Well, in that case, we don't go LATAM either.
I've never watched a BR6 game that's gone to overtime. So
I haven't either. Then.
Yeah. Wait. They have. Huh.
Like I've never watched one like that. That's needed.
Like that would have gone. Draw. Yeah.
BO2 with draws. Wow.
Yeah.
BO2 without draws, I think, would be the one.
Sorry, come again?
I feel like BO2 without draws, with overtime.
BO2 with overtime? Like BO2 with overtime, yeah.
But casting hours for 10 teams in Europe will be a little bit problematic.
That's true, man.
For 8 teams, it could be fine.
No, I always think too much of just like purely what I would like to play. Purely what I would like to play is always best of 3. But yes, for the viewership numbers, you do have to adjust it, because we need it. We need the viewership, man.
Yeah,
I think the best viewership is best of 1s. The one thing while you were gone, Troy,
but we need some overtime.
People were freaking out at how tall and narrow your door was. By the way, they were saying that because they thought it was a normal door, you were 4x3, Troy. Because they thought the door was normal sized. It is very tall and very narrow.
It's just a weird fucking door, man. I don't know.
That door comes up every single podcast.
I mean,
the size of that door is
like. The room itself is weird. Like literally, my wall is gray and the ceiling is red. Like, I don't know why, but it is.
That door has been mentioned in every single podcast. It is the only thing that has been more consistent than us making fun of EU United.
That's what I was about to say.
No, so while you were gone, Pengu said that as a player he'd want best of 3s. But as a viewer, best of ones would probably be preferable. No draws though, and I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I like EU where every team plays all in the same. And I will say this: when I was a caster and we switched to it, I really didn't like it originally with ESL, but I came around to it. Because with ESL, we used to do 2 best-of-3s a night, and we had 2 broadcasts, but we didn't do 2 broadcasts a week. We would do 1. We would literally be like, you would have to wait. Sometimes you'd have to wait 2 weeks to see your team play, which is insane. But now we have so much Rainbow Six that it's just like you can watch G2 play twice a week, every week, right? I think best of ones with overtime is probably preferable. I would also move EU and NA off of the days they're on. I would move EU to Tuesdays and Thursdays. I would move APAC to Mondays and Wednesdays. Because right now the big scheduling issue is that we have had to kind of be concerned with NA a few times because EU has ran long. And I think that separating it is probably a good idea. I think the idea behind it was that EU runs into NA so the EU viewers will hopefully stick around, but they'd have to pull their Twitch analytics to see how true that is, because I would be surprised when the first match of NA starts after the preamble in the desk, usually around 12:15, 12:30. That's midnight.
That's a lot of... It's a long day.
You're expecting them to sit around and watch all of EUL and then stick around for NA. I think that's kind of foolish. I think you might have a little bit of viewership fatigue there. I think moving EU to Tuesdays and Thursdays, having APAC be Mondays and Wednesdays, that also means you could conceivably bump up the start time of NA to 5 p.m. Eastern, which is 2 p.m. on the West Coast. And that might also help with EU viewership.
I would love that. Like, I wish I could watch NA. I say it a lot. A lot of my viewers say the same thing that are European, because if you have any sort of life, work, school, you cannot watch North American League ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I cast it, so my sleep schedule's kind of messed because it's like I'm going to bed at usually like 2-3 in the morning and waking up late because I don't like rehearsals start at 4:30 for us, and then we go live at 6. So it's like, why if I'm waking up at 8-9 a.m. I'm not starting work till 6. I'm back on the schedule I was working when I was a server and a bartender, because you work at night, right? So even for me, I'll be waking up at noon, 1 o'clock, and that second game starts at 10:30, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Even I'm feeling how late that is. And it's like, fuck, my schedule is set up for this, and I'm watching it, and it's my job. And I'm still thinking, like, why is it so late? So
one of the things too is like BO3s, I think, are more exciting to watch, but the problem is you have to watch it live. Like, there's not the same suspense. Like, it's not as exciting watching a BO3 as a VOD, you know?
It's a big time commitment.
Yeah,
it is.
Visually.
There was somebody from somebody from Riot was talking about this, basically saying that best of ones, best of threes, and best of fives all have different strengths. For a regular season, best of ones tend to do the best because you keep all the viewers engaged. Everybody's always there. You always get to see the teams play, and it's pretty fresh as well, you know, and you're at least guaranteed 4 to 5 games every time. The buy-in is pretty low. If you only care about TSM, you've got 45 minutes, maybe 60 minutes, somewhere in that window dedicated, and that's it. And then you're free to go do what you want. Whereas maybe you're a fan of TSM and you tune into a matchup and it's 3.5 hours. You might not have that kind of time. And what's the likelihood you're going to go back and rewatch the VOD? Who knows, right? So,
yeah, valid.
Chad is apparently like mesmerized that I was briefly a bartender.
Yeah, I was surprised too. Like, Jesus.
I was in the service industry from like 2014 until 2017. I was actually still technically a server after I got the ESL job, and then I didn't quit until after ESL offered me a long-term contract after the Sao Paulo finals. So
interesting.
Service was fun, but I'm glad I'm done with it. Okay, sorry, Canadian, your question.
Damn it!
Be prepared. I've already got my next one lined up. I've already got my next one lined up.
All right, do it.
All right, fine. This one's actually pretty quick. How do you like your steak cooked?
Wow.
That depends on the place. You see, if you order steak online on Tico and you want it medium, it's basically dead when you get it, like a proper dead, like well cooked. You know?
Yeah, because
if we're going to a restaurant, well, not just that, but yeah, I guess. when we're at a restaurant, it's just a flat medium. You can never go with a flat medium. Medium rare is risky. Medium well is risky. Medium.
Okay. Thank you.
Easy.
All right. I'll ask this one because it's kind of always been discussed in our game balance kind of discussion.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about DMRs after a certain amount of bullets being able to destroy indestructible gadgets?
That's a popular recent topic. I've seen a lot of places, and I'm very much for making DMRs basically have a purpose, because let's be honest, they don't. They cannot break hatches, didn't change anything. They cannot break barricades in less than 50 bullets, didn't change anything. It could be a quote-unquote solution to the utility meta. It could be, in theory.
Mm-hmm.
But
it could also...
Didn't Varsity tweet about that?
Strong.
Varsity tweeted about that, didn't he?
A lot of people have.
Yeah.
But is it the change that we need, Troy? Because I don't think it is.
No. I think it would help some things, but no.
I wouldn't mind it happening, but it wouldn't
either
change stuff.
Yeah. And the thing is too, like, I wouldn't necessarily be a fan of like having to run a DMR, because if that happens, like, you're gonna pick a DMR operator, like someone on your team is gonna run a DMR every round.
Yep. You would have to.
Yeah. And I don't know how I feel about that.
Almost like the op in CS:GO.
If they did it, I'd be like, okay, I'll try it. It's better. It's better than what we currently have.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this. I think there's a couple solutions to trying to get rid of bulletproof gadgets. I think making the gadgets be destroyed on their own is better. Like some form of counterplay,
Yeah.
Like maybe have there be a little button under the evil eye that you shoot and it opens it and then you can destroy it. Or maybe make it so that the evil eye can't see anything unless it's opened. And when you go on to Maestro, it automatically opens when Maestro's on it so that you can see. But to make it so that it's not as easily shot, maybe you shrink the size of what you need to shoot as a counterbalance to it. Like,
yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that I could see. But I mean,
I just want to put on the record, we discuss all these ideas. The number one I still have, man, take away the shields from the good op. That's number one. Okay, do that one. Try that one first.
Yeah.
If we're gonna, like, before we put a bubble or a button under the evil eye, and before we make DMRs be able to destroy shit, before we do the gadget pull, try the shields away from Omai and Smoke. And
you're smart, Troy.
Try that one first. Thank you.
I'm fine with that.
That one's got to be my clear-cut number one. I just want that to be very clear.
There's also been a conversation that's happened, and I think GetFlank tweeted about it, and a couple other people have posted about it in chat, where when an operator dies, their gadgets stop working.
I'll do you one better. I'll add on top. When an operator dies, it should show the icon top right or top left so that you know who you killed. Because there are so many instances, and what we could do with that is that the client-sided bodies that sometimes
then you get rid of the bodies.
Hide angles.
Then you get rid of the bodies,
like
yes.
Valorant. So if you kill someone, even with a wallbang, you'll know who you killed. That is your rightful information.
I'm fine with that.
Bodies do not lay around the ground.
Yep. I'm totally fine with that. I've said long for many years, you need to get rid of client-side bodies. They are, we worked really hard to get rid of client-sided barricades. Client-sided bodies, I would argue, they don't often present issues, but when they do, boy, do they present a lot of issues. How many people right now in chat have died because some dude is literally in a tauntaun body on the ground, and on your screen, it looks like a corpse, but it's actually somebody hiding in it because on their screen, the body is somewhere else. So they're lying on the ground, and they're just prone like normal, but because the body fell to the left on your screen instead of the right, you're getting shot by the elbow of a dead mute. And then you look at the replay and it's somebody in a corpse, can't see you. And it's like, get rid of it. And chat is just blowing up being like, yeah, all of us, get rid of it. The moment that you kill somebody, the moment that a body dies, their icon pops up, they're gone from the thing, their body immediately disappears. I am fully in support of that change.
I agree.
All right. Oh, this is a good one. This one's from Wolf. Says, I'm going to change the question a tiny bit.
Fair.
They ask, how did Ubisoft react to your 2-hour video on the problems with Siege? But I think the better question is, did they react? Did you receive any feedback? Did you get any messages? Did any devs open up a dialogue around that video?
I actually think, and this could be biased or it could be incorrect or it could be whatever, but I actually think that video started a lot of things, but I think the follow-up to what started kind of died down. Because when that video happened, I had a lot of people reach out to me and to my manager, which is Julie, and of course Shaz is our support staff, and asking for feedback documents and all these things. And devs would DM me on Twitter. And even nowadays, like when I made that Monty post that I made a few days ago, 2 devs commented and asked for clarification on what exactly I meant that would suggest for a change. And even if that doesn't go anywhere, that is more than what happened before that video. And I also feel like, I feel like it didn't get a direct response, but I do feel like it had an impact. And also, there was another point I was going to make that I forgot. But yeah, TLDR, I do think that it did stuff, yeah. I think so.
I've had devs reach out to me when I've tweeted things before, and I have a pretty open dialogue with a number of them. I mean, they're very active in a variety of different Discords, especially like the workshop Discords.
Yeah.
They're holding, to their credit, the devs are holding workshops very often. I haven't been in one in probably 2 years, even though I've been invited. My schedule's never aligned, so I can't speak to how good they are. I know that Sua's in chat. I know he's been to a lot of them. I know Helby's been present to a lot as well.
Same.
But a lot of workshops.
You've been to a lot of workshops? Yeah. I haven't been to one in ages. So, and that's not because I'm not invited. I want that to be clear before anybody tries to start like any drama and they're like, oh, it's because Intero's on bad terms with the devs. No, I get invited. I just don't go because my schedule usually doesn't allow it. But I will say, to their credit, they do listen. And I probably will, there will be an issue that will take on the community. The withstand conversation that happened with Tachanka the other day, I want to say, actually prompted 2 separate devs to reach out and DM me to open up a line of communication about what my thoughts are on how I'd fix it, how I'd tweak it, because I tweeted out saying, either give everybody withstand or nobody gets it. Yeah. And they reached out to me to be like, why do you think this? We're kind of curious to know your thought process, blah, blah, blah. And 2 separate devs reached out to me. So I very much fall on the side of, I don't give a shit if everybody has it or if nobody has it, but you can't just arbitrarily give it to other ops for lore reasons. Sophie is a strong mother. She can will herself back to life. Dude, Capitao was fucking tortured. Get out of here. He can get up on his own if he fucking wants. Stop with your lore garbage. Dumb.
I agree.
Fucking dumb. Should not balance operators by lore. Hate it. Hate it. Fucking hate it. So anyway, you either give all of them withstand or you take it away from everybody. I don't care either way. But I don't think you can justify it based on their backstory. I think that's kind of silly. But yeah, it was a very productive conversation. Do I think it's going to change anything? I mean, probably not. I don't know. But I have also suggested changes that other players have suggested before that are now in the game. So I know that my feedback has been somewhat useful. And I'm sure yours has as well. I'm sure both of yours have.
Yeah, so, I mean, the biggest part for me is just to be heard, right? If someone, as I said, if someone reached out and said, oh, why do you think this? And I said, if nothing happens, that's still more than if he didn't reach out to begin with. Like, or if there was no line of communication. I made a tweet about the national leagues in Europe and how flawed they are. You know, 5th place of French league got into Challenger League and they had a single victory because there was 4 pro teams in front of them, so 5th place gets invited. And that tweet, which was quite productive, actually created a whole line of communication with multiple organizations and Ubisoft regarding feedback, how to improve it, what we can do, options going forward, yada, 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 yada. So they do listen. And there are things being taken very positively out of these conversations. And that's great. And it's getting a lot better than a few years ago. I think the frustration that we have and the frustration that we had stems from the things that were blatantly obvious to us that didn't change. I was one of the people that beta tested the shield change with the slits together with Sua. I also beta tested.
So you're at fault. You're to blame.
I'm basically at fault. Basically,
First you banned Shaiiko and now you make the deployable shields.
And now I made the deployable shields.
Unbelievable.
I actually also told them to make them attachable. Me and Sue were like, what if you could make a shield wall? It's like the most stupid thing ever. But if you could like attach shields together to create an actual cover.
This is Sparta.
We thought that was cool, you know? Yeah, Sparta.
What if you could put the shield above your head?
Yeah, walk around with it like properly. Yeah. No, I mean, I took the devs and I said, hey, watch this. And I basically, me and Mav, we did a 1v1 and I showed them that like consistently 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of 10 times, with Pika's advantage, of course, because it's online, you will win when you're the one behind the shield, unless you get pre-fired or a crazy shot.
Yep.
And I showed me destroying Mav, and then I showed Mav destroying me, and I was like, this is broken. This is why. And I was like, if you want slits, make it like only prone level or something so that you're in a really bad position because you can't move so fast and peek off it. And they were like, we'll look into it. And then I go home and like 5 months later, I see what came out and I was like, fuck, nothing changed, right? And ever since then, shields have now had, in my opinion, the role of the strongest secondary gadget in the game since then. That was a concern. Obviously, Blackbeard line, this is way too old to be relevant nowadays, but I do think that most of the slack that we give them is actually irrelevant because it's different people working on it and or things have just changed since then, you know?
I mean, I don't think hate should be directed towards the devs ever.
Never, no, never.
I think the community crosses the line way too fucking much.
Oh, no, 100%.
Unbelievably so. You know, there are good people who work on this game, and I mean, at the end of the day, am I always perfect as a caster? No, I fuck up calls, I fuck up the names of rooms, I fuck up records, I fuck up stats. Even on this podcast, I fucked up how many goddamn Pro League finals we had, for crying out loud. You corrected me in chat, and you know what you didn't do? You didn't launch hateful tweets at me because I made a mistake. Devs are humans too. They have an idea. We also have to realize that devs could have marching orders from the suits above. There could be changes that are being driven to try to make more money, not necessarily to make the game more competitive. So, anyway.
Oh, you're fully right. I think I don't think people mind the game being made for casuals. I don't personally mind it if Ubisoft went out and said, that's what we're going to do. That's the direction we're going to take. That's the fact. I would be, okay, now I know.
That was actually a question in there, by the way. Somebody said, what would happen if the Siege devs came out and said straight up, we are now balancing the game around casuals and not pro play? How would you react?
It would suck to hear.
Yeah.
But I would say there's no point in complaining anymore.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because
at that point, you just kind of go on autopilot.
Yeah. Well, at that point,
I will say people will still complain, though. People would still.
Well, I mean, the idea would be to change that, right? To show them they're wrong.
Yeah.
But I'd be okay with it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be okay with it, but I would appreciate that at least they were owning it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would still criticize it because I still think you can criticize the decision even if you respect it. But the problem is that how you criticize it is important, because I don't want the devs getting angry messages because of things I tweet, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
There are devs that have popped in here a number of times. I've had balancing devs, UI devs, comm managers, etc. like in here right now. Even Lisa was in here earlier. And it's like every now and then somebody in chat will go buck wild and be like, fix your fucking game, or like, why are you on Twitch and not working? And you know what? That person gets insta-banned and likely made fun of because they're fucking dumb. So anyway, Troy, it's your question, by the way. I'm aware of the time, so we can ask maybe like 2 or 3 more pretty decent quick questions. There was a large surge of questions now. I spammed the Discord link in chat. So,
favorite meta and why?
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean, this is probably I think a lot of people call this bias, but 2018, 2019 Invitationals, we won. That's why I like it the most, whatever. I just think it allowed for a lot of skill cap. I think a lot of like recall and stuff like that was different. Movement was different. And I just think that the game allowed for dynamic, fun play styles where teams had personalities. But yeah.
This is one from Limits. Says, and this is one that we've actually touched on before. What are your thoughts on the recycling of weapons, especially when they are on attackers and defenders with the same weapon? Examples being IQ with the AUG and Wamai with the AUG, or Zero and Bandit with the MP7.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It hasn't. So the thing is, it's pretty much always existed. You know, like double defense. You know, mute smoke, castle pulse, rook dog. But that was never a big issue. But now we're getting a crossover with attack and the defenders. I played test server and Zero came out, and I got very confused many times because of the MP7. I think Zero would have been fine with just the specific SC2000K, whatever it's called, and just not have the option of MP7. Is variables and options and decisions between the weapon loadouts great? Absolutely. I think it's great. Well, why does IQ have 3 guns when one of them is significantly the best? And then some operators have reused guns at the same time. That's where I'm kind of like, we could probably do better here. It's not a huge issue yet. But what about 2 or 3 years from now with new operators coming out constantly and they will need weapons and they're going to be reused? It's a nightmare, to be completely honest with you. Not yet. Not as much as it will be. Not a fan.
We actually talked about this before. Troy, I think this was on the one where it was just you and I. When we talked about how the gun decision didn't really make any sense. Like when this game started out, Ash got 2 ARs that are both really good, no shotgun. IQ got 3 ARs, 2 of which were largely unusable at the start, no shotgun. Like what? And then like the Thatcher is the only operator in the game who gets the AR, but Sledge doesn't. Like, why doesn't Sledge get the AR 33, but they both get the L85? Like, and then Sledge started with the shotgun and the L85, but Thatcher was just the L85 and the AR33, and then got this shotgun later. Like these decisions don't really make any sense at all. And now it's like I feel like you can't really get rid of them. Like if I'm IQ, take the AUG away. She has no use for it. Keep her with the G8 and keep her with the Commando. Take the AUG away. Like she doesn't need it, you know? Like it's just like, honestly, some of this stuff doesn't make any sense, and I get that it's a different concept now. But what I will say is this: I am fine with them reusing guns. It does kind of suck because I think for new players and as a caster, it's really helpful when you can't see everything to hear a unique gun sound and know which operator it is right away. I hear the MPX. Oh, there's a Valk on the board. I now need to keep my eyes open for Valk cams. Or now I hear an MPX. Maybe it's Warden. And recently, it's actually been a lot of Warden because of the fact that he has a shield and a 1.5 on the MPX. So now it's like I'm hearing an MPX sound, and instinctively I'm scanning for Valk cams, and it's a complete and utter waste because it's a Warden. And now it's even worse because I'll have an IQ on my team, and I'll hear an AUG go off and be like, does the IQ have it, or is that a Wamai?
Yeah.
So that I don't like. I don't mind them reusing weapons. I don't like that they give attacker, defender weapons, vice versa. I don't think that should happen.
Sounds too important.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. I agree with that. All right. My question, if you went back to SI 2020, would you have changed anything? Curious to hear.
I would have fucking won. What do you mean? I would have just... No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything I could have changed that would have like made a significant difference. If anything, I would have just wished I had more fun maybe and spent more time enjoying the event and dreading it because of the extremely depressing situation that we're in. But besides that, no. I mean, I would just want to enjoy it more. The only thing I enjoyed was watching you guys win. And besides that, it was like, we suck, whatever kind of thing. I wish I had more good food, actually. I wish I had gone to more food places, actually, because it's too fucking cold.
It was so cold, man.
It was.
You should have come to the keg with us. We went there like 8 times.
Did I go with you ever there? No.
I think we went once.
I went. Did we?
Did we go for brunch?
Yeah,
we did.
Went.
Yeah, we did because I had
you, Rampy, and Fultz went.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we went to the keg once, and also, I mean, within walking distance of the hotel, there was that mall. So
yeah,
we went. There was a keg in the mall.
Oh yeah.
And then I remember it was Valentine's Day, and we all forgot, and we went to go, and they're like, "Yeah, it's a 4.5 hour wait." And I was like, I should have, as somebody who worked as a server, I should have known that this would happen. I think we ate at like a PF Chang's or something like that instead. Brunch, I miss brunch.
Same.
You won the brunch wars.
I did.
And texted you right away. I got diagnosed as diabetic. I'm leaving the clinic, and I just messaged you being like, "You won the brunch wars."
With a bang.
There are 2 questions here I want to ask. This one's pretty quick because I know you've been streaming. This one comes from Boneless. Are there any other games that you were playing for fun?
Oh, so I actually started a playthrough of Sekiro, and I saw Troy and you both saw it, I think, because Troy was there with the snake, where I shat myself, and I literally went to Among Us after that because I was terrified.
No, so what you don't know is I've been lurking the whole time. Here's the thing about me. Anyone that's teen with me knows this. I love the Dark Souls and like Sekiro. I love those games, and what I love even more than playing them is watching people I know play them. So I literally, I will like, I pester my teammates. Like currently it's Luke, and I'm like, yo, Luke, you want to play some Bloodborne? Like constantly. I did it with Bacon. I bought him a controller so that he would play it. Beacon. I used to do it with Retro when I teamed with him. I would do it with Amar, but Amar was boring because Amar actually liked it. So that was part of the problem. But yeah, I watch it.
Of course, Amar's a freak.
Yeah. Also, Amar plays mages in it. That's the thing about Amar. Amar wants to be a mage when he grows up or something, man. Like, like every game he plays, Amar plays a female character as a mage. Every game, if he can do it, he's a female character that's a mage. Specifically,
you can't
fire
fault a man
mages,
who's got a type.
It's got to be a fire mage.
You can't fault a man who's got a type.
Ice mages are lame or something. I don't know.
Great.
So you played Warlock in Destiny then? Have you played it at all?
I don't even think he played Destiny, man.
What a shame he's
I don't think it was his type. He needs like real spells.
Oh, okay. You have a question, by the way?
No, carry on about your Sekiro talk if you wanted to say more.
He's been streaming Sekiro.
That was it.
Sekiro, and then obviously I'm a big World of Warcraft player. Always have been. So when Shadowlands comes out, the next expansion, I'll be playing that, and that's when I might retire because I've ruined my entire career playing that game. Because that game takes every good thing out of your life and replaces it with the game.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it does.
I have a friend that like he would literally call it a job because like we would joke about it, and it would be like, we playing WoW for the new expansion. He's like, nah, man. He's like, I don't need another job. Like, I'm good right now.
It is bad, and you don't get paid for it either, so it's a terrible job.
Jesus. My second follow-up question that was really short was just where is it? Why did I? Oh, do you feel the game has gotten more complex with the new sites, or do you think the sites have opened up gameplay?
That's a hard one because at first I was against it, probably just because it was different. Now I'm kind of a fan of half of the changes. I've always thought the game had too many ACOGs on attack and too few on defense, but now it feels like almost everyone has 1.5x, which is like the perfect happy medium. I think there are some operators on defense that have 1.5x that shouldn't have them. Let's say Mossy, Mira, that kind of thing. And then there are some operators that are niche, like the Rook Dog. I love that they have different scopes and more niche operators. I love that Warden has 1.5x and Valkyrie has a 1.0 because it becomes a balancing tool that doesn't influence the secondary gadgets or the primary gadgets. But I'm also a little bit concerned about using scopes for balancing because they're mostly a personal preference or situational. Although I will agree, most casual players will probably pick a more Sumi scope because it makes them better. So I'm not sure exactly how I feel, but I'm actually positively surprised. I will say that. I thought it was going to be worse than it is.
Everybody was complaining about them. I actually kind of like most of them. The Ronin with the 1.5 is a nightmare.
Yeah, it is. There are some small outliers. The only big outlier for me is just that, the 1.0 situation where, Sledge has the weird Cybertruck holoscope, and then Thatcher has the normal holoscope, and that doesn't make any sense. Same weapon. I wish every operator had every single 1x scope available, or at least that if the same gun, Castle Pulse, Rook Dog, etc., that the weapon would have the same scope.
Or just get rid of the other shit ones. Like the one times that Jaeger has should just be the default. The old holo should just be the default. Like, why are we? Yeah. Why do we have multiple? Like, why does Jaeger have a different red dot from other red dots? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the new red dot is nice from my opinion.
I don't. Yeah,
I agree.
All right, Canadian. Do you want to ask the final question?
I feel
final
like
one.
Let's see.
There's a lot of really good questions in here.
No, there is.
I'm impressed, I must say.
I mean, we can keep going. I've got a couple more. I know you got a scrim soon, so.
Biggest improvement or innovation you've seen in the Siege Esports scene since the very beginning?
Oh, the first thing comes to my mind is impact tracking and how prudent, is that the right word? Like how present it is in today's game. And it kind of came out of nowhere. And half the impact tricks are complete utter bullshit that was just found out by some random Redditor. And now it's Pro League meta and game breaking. From Probably impact tricking. Yeah, I never thought that would ever be a thing. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
I feel like that. Yeah, that one's definitely a big deal.
I'm going to pose you both a question. Do you think that impact tricking has a place, or would you get rid of it? Or would you nerf it? Because I feel like there's no counterplay to it. Other than pressuring the person who's throwing the impact grenade, there's no counterplay to it.
I say impact only come with a deployable shield, and then you have to choose between the two.
Oh, shit. Troy's spitting fire tonight. That's good.
You only get one or the other.
Oh, shit. Because you can't get both of them. Okay, so I love impact tricks for, let's say, clubhouse, basement defense, kitchen hatch, because you cannot defend that hatch for the life of you, right?
Yes.
But then there are like dining, kitchen, organ bomb site defense. It's like the cheesiest thing ever, but at the same time, it might be the sole reason why that bomb site is even playable. So maybe it's a good thing. Organ generator wall on kids defense, I discussed that one because there's no way to break that bomb site and there's no way to get proper control of a generator. You could maybe nade the gen position if you really wanted to, but it's such a hassle. It's mainly good, but sometimes bad. That's my take.
I've always kind of disliked it, to be totally honest. Like I think that it's kind of cheesy. I get it. But I felt that there's nothing you can do. And watching teams try to hopelessly get a exothermic charge off the construction wall on Clubhouse while you just impact trick the top of it, and there's nothing you can do. And it's like, it's kind of like, okay, you can go below and you can pressure, you can go below and pressure, you can try to pressure from the top of red stairs if it's clear, but usually by that point, there's usually 2 people in construction. There's 1 at breach. If you're downstairs in the lounge trying to take out the maestro, I mean, you can just
There's
dodge.
some answers. There
are some.
There are.
It involves a lot of effort, no?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, there's no surefire way. Like you gotta be prepared for it.
But then at the same time, I mean, with how defender-sided most of the maps end up being, I do wonder that if you got rid of impact tricking, how alone would that change?
Oh, it would. Like Villa would get fucking crazy.
Yeah.
With that impact tricking.
Which now, by the way, is an attacker-sided map as of stage 2.
It is?
Yeah. At least in
NA or overall? Okay, I think that's
in
an NA
it is an attacker-sided map right now, like 52 to 48 or something like that.
Very interesting. I need to check, but I think it's still slightly different than you, at least based off like scrims and feeling. I think if impact tricks got removed, you would just see defenders desperately look for gunfights or collapsing on individual targets because they would have to gain a leverage point somewhere on the map.
Yeah.
Because they lose the win condition, basically.
Yeah.
That's yeah, I mean or you could just fix the maps to also limit impact tricking. If you think that it's boring, just get rid of those like 3/4 panels or the 8/10 panels or whatever they call them, right? Because they did that on the jacuzzi wall. Gym Master was by far and away the best site on Clubhouse for the first month after it came out because you could impact trick jacuzzi wall, and then they took that away, and now Gym Master has fallen back down to the 3rd bomb site in the rotation. Yeah. So
there's some walls that it'd be better off not being on, but overall I think it's an okay thing. There's worse problems, like
we are
worse things.
By the way, we're 8 minutes away from officially getting to 5 hours. So let's ask a couple more questions. We'll wrap in 8 minutes.
Jesus.
I mean, we expected this was happening. 8 minutes. That's all it takes.
No, okay.
8 minutes.
I should probably go soon because I gotta.
You can go if you need to, Troy. Don't feel bad.
We should probably wrap up, Parker.
You can't go 8 minutes?
I can, but like
8 minutes is like 2 to 3 questions plus an outro. We're killing time right now.
All right, man.
Find 2 or 3 more questions. I said, okay, how about this one? This one comes from Baron. This is a pretty contentious. Also, Ice Cold wants us to go another hour, Troy, so you're going to have to push.
Oh, shit.
6 on 6 on 6 hours. So you're going to have to push your scrims back. Sorry. Anyway. So this one comes from Baron, says, how do you feel about Ubisoft using win deltas to balance around entire team compositions and win percent as 5 together instead of individuals? How would you feel about them using the win percent together rather than individuals?
It's an interesting topic because I don't think the win delta is always a bad thing. but I think Glass is the most present and most recent example we can take. Glass was like in the -10 range, I think, and he was doing terribly in both pick and play rate. And therefore, he has now been buffed back to previous state. And the reason why he got nerfed in the first place was because it was an absolute disaster. And that's where I'm like, we haven't learned anything because we obviously went away from that path a long time ago for a specific reason. And it's plat. I think it's a plat and above the statistics.
Yeah, I think it's like plat 3 and above, or plat 2 and above, or something like that. It's supposed to be the top 1% of the player base.
Which is tough because again, rank doesn't represent pro play, and I wouldn't even say that plat to diamond and champion or whatever represents. It doesn't represent that much either. It's so hard to get the bigger picture here. I don't know what the right decision would be. I have no idea. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. Situational.
Yeah. Somebody in chat just said Snake needed a good idea, by the way, to make machine pistols more viable. If you take a machine pistol, you have to take a shotgun.
Like smoke situation?
Yeah. Where it's like, well, I mean, for a lot of smokes, their SMG is their primary, right? Like, that's how they play it. Especially if you're doing site construction where you waste all the shotgun ammos on the walls.
Yeah.
So, your turn for the question. And if you're watching the time, we have 5 minutes.
Damn it! What
Fine, I'll ask one.
do I do?
I'll ask one.
You do it. You're better at picking.
Pure Evil Clutch says, do you think Chalet will ever make it into the Pro League map pool?
Well, you see, it's very hard to judge how I like the map when everyone is banning it in rank it and unrank it. I've played that map like 4 or 5 times since it came out. I can't get it. I have no idea.
It's hard to say. I think it'd be all right, but it's always hard to say. You can't really tell too until you play it in competitive either. But,
very true.
I don't know. Yeah, you haven't really played enough, but I think it would be decent. Like, I feel like I can like get a rough understanding from a glance, and like Canal, I didn't really think would be that good. Yeah. Outback, I didn't think. I think Chalet could be decent though.
Yeah, I agree. Potential.
Yeah.
I like Chalet casually. Like, I don't know how competitive it is. It seems like it's a lot easier to attack, and it also seems like it's a lot easier to defend. I always found that Chalet, when I play it, it's very similar to Consulate. I hate attacking Consulate, and I also hate defending Consulate. I just don't like playing it in general. And it was like Chalet, you'd be playing on Trophy. Okay, well, on defense, it was a nightmare to hold because it's just there was nowhere convenient to sit, especially downstairs in garage. There was like 2 spots you could sit in garage, one of which was connector, and then if you lost the hatch above you, you were doomed. It was just like, okay, well, this is not enjoyable. But then it'd be your turn on attack, and you'd be like, okay, well, I'll just enter this random spot in the map, and there's always somebody there. And it's like you try to drone it out, and it would just be unpredictable, and you're like, I don't know how to play this map. I hate it. But I like the new Chalet. I actually like playing the new Chalet. I just ban it because I don't know it that well. And if I'm gambling ELO, I would rather gamble it on Bank or Oregon than I would on Chalet, where we could lose just because people don't know how to play the map.
Yeah. I don't know. I definitely like the new Chalet. Things would definitely be different and competitive though, but my main thing that I like is I feel like more parts of the map are relevant now.
Yes.
Yeah. It didn't really feel like that before, because like you could never feasibly like hold on to library on the map, you know, or like feasibly hold on to master. But now you can kind of like you can stay alive in master for quite a bit now on the new Chalet. And it's a viable bomb site. Same with bar gaming. Like all the sites are, I think, viable on that map now. And I think they helped with the issue you mentioned on like Trophy, for example. Like there's more positions to play, and also moving the site out of Trophy so that it's kitchen dining.
Yeah.
It makes it so that you can start in Trophy and fall back rather than just you're stuck in Trophy, and then if you give it up, well, now you don't have the site. So I feel like the flow of it's better in that sense. And also on basement, I think there's a lot more playable space now, which is nice as well. So I feel like the changes are good. But I will say, when they make all the rooms like more viable to hold in that sense, it can present an issue for some of the other sites. Like, for example, like for basement now, it could be tough if a team sets up well. It could be tough to like take other areas of the map and take map control because those other areas are so easy. That was the thing about the old Chalet, is that you couldn't hold anything, so map control was free.
Yeah.
Right. Like you would take the map control and someone would sit out on what everyone calls K9.
Yeah.
Or the windows, right?
Or was called people called it Penta too, right?
Penta?
Possibly.
It was 4 windows, but people called it Penta because it was 5 windows. I heard a couple people call it Penta, and I was like, there's 4 windows there, right? Like, people don't care.
But yeah, I think it's better, and I think it could be competitive.
I mean, the only concern I have from playing it so little as I have is that in blue, you now have the section that combines the blue stairs to library to the actual wine cellar backside.
Yeah.
But on that 90-degree corner, so to speak, it's quite like playing cafe top floor. You can slap a shield on both ends of that hallway, like one holding the library stairs and one in the door holding the wine cellar. And there's no vertical play. You're on a staircase. You can't really ADS clear it whatsoever. And there's even a door you can double swing from. Yeah. Because every single time I do play that map ranked, some player puts a shield there, and unless I hit a crazy shot, I cannot clear blue ever. You stop 3 ADS there, you're chilling.
Yeah.
That's my only concern on a map level.
When I play it as well, I'm not playing it against like top competition. So it's like I'm not seeing it played optimally. I'm not seeing deployable shields set up, nobody defends the back of wine. Every single time I played Chalet, I can literally walk in and open up that wine wall with Hibana or Ace or Thermite for free every time. Nobody ever challenges it. And it's like, once that's done, like, where do you go? You've boxed out so much of the site at that point, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, you get the last question. Do you have one?
Oh, me again?
What? I just asked one. I'm like G2. I only go 2 in a row.
We'll do this one. This is like one that people. This is the stuff that the crowd loves to hear.
Oh yeah.
Top 5 list of the best Siege players of all time in no particular order. We can all give it.
But that's like easy. Because you have, if Fabian is the best player in the world, then you would just have Fabian, followed by, Fabian number 2 and so forth. Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't Fabian, you would go Fabian for list. Is it of all time? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of all time. Okay, I would have to put myself on there. I feel like.
Let's say you're compiling.
No, you got to.
It's the Hall of Fame, and you're inducting the first 5 players into it. Who are they?
Okay, I would put myself in Troy just because 2 invitationals and all that kind of stuff, and we've been around for fucking ever, grinding through this shit and mud and victories. And I would put Nesk on there for his massive relevance and success and the 1v5. Like, he's such a big inspiration as a player and done so many things from a minor region, so to speak, like non-major region back in the day. And as crazy as it sounds, if Shaiiko has another season with this kind of performance, I think we can start adding him to that list slowly but surely. If he had Parker,
I think he needs to win an international event. I don't think he goes in there without an international event.
Okay, that's fair. I'll take that.
The same belief.
Okay, that's a good point. If the man and his team wins an international event, I'll stop.
Preferably a big one, by the way, not just like
obviously a major invite kind of thing.
Yeah, major invite level.
Yeah, that's fair. I also do think that BDS in current stage, and obviously seeing them at invite with that roster and now with Brit and stuff, they were in a good spot right now to take those land titles. But fair enough. Who else do I add? You
said Fabian. Are you not putting Fabian in there?
Well, that's the thing. I think I should put Fabian on there, honestly, because the guy's entrepreneured the game sideways and basically built the roster that did what it did. And who's my 5th pick?
I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, you've got...
Yeah, the 5th one is the hardest, I think.
I think you have to kind of go by who else has won a lot. And the answer is, outside of the G2 roster, like, do you put Kanto or Jonas in there? Like from EG, nobody from EG really stuck around long enough, and Troy's the only one who's won something outside of the Invitational.
Yeah. Now, that's what I was thinking as well, because it's so hard to judge, because either I gotta go with an Empire player because they had their dominant run, I gotta pick basically a G2 player like Kent or or someone like Chalet, even though it was shorter lived.
I mean, I think you could go with either. I think you could go with either of them. Kanto and Chalet both won invitationals. They both won the season finals on Ents. You know,
yeah, I'll probably go with Kanto, or if Joystick hadn't had, and this is like kind of like not cool to say, but if Joystick hadn't like fallen off for a period of time, I feel like Joystick could be on that list very well as well. But he just lacked the consistency over time to make it, so to speak. Because I think Joystick was really crucial.
If I were to put one from Empire, I'd put Shepard.
Shepard,
I agree with that guy plays some shitty roles and he does some crazy shit.
That's actually a good point. Oh, you know what? We'll put Shepard as 5th blood. I'll do it.
I would agree with it. I would have put Kanto in there. I would have done Kanto, Canadian, Nesk, Pengu, Fabian.
Oh yeah? Okay.
That's what I would have gone with. Yeah, I mean, I think Kanto's won a lot, and I think Kanto's been more consistent than Chalet, I would argue.
Yeah.
I think Kanto's been more consistent, and I think that we have continuously seen fraggers have a season or 2 or 3 lifespans, and then they kind of fall off. They're like the wide receivers of Rainbow Six. They have a couple good seasons, then you don't see them anymore. I think Kanto has been able to be Kanto and Nesk. The two things that most impress me about them is that they play aggressive roles, and they have not been figured out. They are still able to utterly dominate a game. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what meta it is. Doesn't matter how good the enemy team is. They can both completely take over a game and single-handedly win it. They've done it on LAN. They've done it against other regions. That's how I see it. And then of course, for the people that are in chat, by the way, I think winning something big is a criteria to go in there. And
no, I think it's a valid point.
People are like, what about Waka? What about like, and it's like, these people have never won anything. Like, I get it, and I appreciate how good they are, but I don't think they're 5 best ever.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, I think I'd have a similar list. I'd fight for Bosco in there too.
Oh, I knew you'd say that.
Spot. I'd have to.
Yeah,
I'd have to.
He was on there on my consideration list.
Chad is saying King George and fucking never. Like, what is wrong with all of you? Like, are you crazy?
Bro.
Absolutely not.
But that 5th spot I definitely think is highly contested.
Yes. I think it's easier to go I hate the comparison because I hate Mount Rushmore, but to go the Mount Rushmore route where you got the 5 on it, I think, or the 4 on it, I think that's easy. I think it's hard to get to the 5th.
But I think there's time for that kind of stuff to change. So, who knows?
The problem was that for the first 4 years of the game's life, there was really only 2 to maybe 3 teams that won things.
Yeah.
Right? If you weren't on EG or G2/Penta, your window of winning an event was fleeting. And even then they usually weren't consistent rosters. So
yeah.
But that's where I'm at. I think that's a good question to end off on. I hate that fucking question.
I hate it too, but I felt like we should do it.
I know. If you could make an all-star team, who would be on it?
I hate it too, though.
And why is it Bolo?
Bolo, and we cloned Shaiiko 4 times for the 4-4-4-4. Now fuck off. That's it. That's what we're doing. Okay. There's my team. Leave me be. All right. Now that's it. We broke 5 hours with editing.
Insane.
We should be able to get the episode to 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. I'll make sure that we get that done now because we had like a 15-minute intro. So that's cool. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Before we go, Pengu, where can they find you? Plug your socials.
You can find me at twitch.tv/interrobangin. No, JK, that's a different guy. I'm at twitch.tv/Pengu and Twitter at G2Pengu and Instagram G2Pengu. It's all G2Pengu basically, except for my Twitch. That is just Pengu. You all probably know that. Of course, we got SSG Troy Canadian and Interrobangin. And thank you guys so much for having me on here, and thank you guys even more so for actually doing this thing to begin with, and just doing what we can call community service, bringing great people on a great podcast, talking about great and sometimes not so great things, and just have an outlet, place to talk, and things to talk about. Great discussions, and good job.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for watching, chat.
This has been the longest 6-on-6. Longer than Kicks on 6, which was the longest prior. So, I had to do my duo dirty here and and replace it. But thank you for joining us. Always outspoken. It was a pleasure having you on. And I mean, I'm certain that you will be on again at some point. All the best with the G2 roster, whether you make changes or not, whether you make SI or not, we'll see. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's greatly appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Shout out to all the European viewers who are now getting to almost 1 a.m. Thank you very much for joining us. Take care of yourselves. This should be up on all platforms within 24 to 36 hours. And then the next 6-on-6, we actually don't know when it'll be because of the major and all that jazz, but we'll keep you informed on Twitter and on Discord. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you soon. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night.